Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. And we're live on YouTube. Good morning, YouTube. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, fan base, for your patience. Thank you so much for joining us for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go, live at 9:35. We had some technical difficulties this morning, so we're starting over as if it never happened. All right, so thank you. And you can also catch Coffee and Tow live weekdays starting at 9 on qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, and madhouse.com. Find and follow Coffee and Tow on all your social media platforms. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started in the Caribbean corner. First up, on acceptance of US $1 notes in Barbados. That's our first story of the day. Let me just clear off these pop-ups that I don't know. I'm not interested in buying anything, not at all. All right, so let me pin this here on YouTube. And this first article comes to us courtesy of what website is this? This is CaribbeanNewsGlobal.com. So check that website out, CaribbeanNewsGlobal.com. The Central Bank of Barbados has acknowledged public concerns regarding some businesses refusing to accept US $1 notes. While the bank understands the frustration this may cause, it clarifies that by law, the acceptance of foreign currency by the public falls outside its jurisdiction. Therefore, it cannot intervene in matters concerning local businesses not accepting US $1 notes. However, the bank assures the public that it continues to accept US $1 notes from commercial banks. Additionally, commercial banks have informed the bank that they regularly accept US $1 notes from the public. It is important to note that in Barbados, the Barbadian dollar is the sole legal tender. While businesses may choose to accept foreign currencies like the US dollar, they are not legally obligated to do so. This discretionary acceptance can lead to inconsistencies, especially concerning smaller denominations such as the US $1 note. But question, why would they do that in Barbados though? Why would you not accept a US $1 note? Isn't it money? No? Okay.
Sometimes when you start accepting it in exchange for goods,
Mm-hmm.
it adds an inflationary pressure on your local currency.
A $1 note?
Yeah, wonder. Okay, so what's the exchange rate for a dollar?
I'm not sure. James was there the other day. He should be able to tell us. Well, he was there with Kenny.
Okay, let's use Jamaica as an example. What's the exchange rate for a dollar in Jamaica?
Roughly $158 to one, approximately.
So approximately. So if you were to turn up in a store today and the person behind the store says, I am only going to grant you $168 for what you normally would buy at $158, if you pay in your local currency, but if you pay in the dollar, it's going to be 142. What would you choose to use it? What currency would you choose to use? You're going to use the American dollar. And so when you do that, do you see what you've just done there? You've just devalued the currency by X amount. So it's economically it's not advisable to do so. If there's a set exchange rate that is being used, fine. But as the article says, it's still at discretion of their local marketeers to whether they accept it or not. So I am going to go with. I mean, there also might be a added cost of them going to exchange it for the local currency at the bank.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that element as well. So a host of things would have come to play before this kind of issue comes to the fore for people to either accept or not accept, or in this case, the government is actually telling you they're not legally obliged to do so. So yeah, we're not accepting it. Bye.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Morning, morning.
Good morning, James. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
Yes, so it's widely accepted though, and it's not as complicated as Jamaica because
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like tied into the US. It doesn't fluctuate like in Jamaica, so it's 2 to 1, 2 to 1,
Mm-hmm.
and it's pretty much stays that way
Okay.
unless something drastic happens. But it's like 2 to 1.
That's not a bad rate.
No, it's actually it's good,
In,
and
in,
it's
in the,
and it's widely accepted. It's easy to use. When you compare it to like Jamaica, you don't have to take out your calculator every time you're doing stuff. Like there, if you go inside and you see something for $10, you just
uh-huh.
know that you give them $5 and
Oh,
and you're good. Yeah,
and you're good. So you used U.S. currency when you were in Barbados, not
yeah. We
Canadian.
use US. Yeah, we use it. I would say 60% of the time we're using US. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. Thank you for that. Oh, all right. Let's see. At the end of the day, folks, if you go to Barbados and the store tells you that they do not accept the US $1 note, please do not um, argue with them, because at the end of the day, per this article, the bank, their central bank, does not intervene. They cannot force businesses to accept the US $1 note. All right. So let's just be reasonable and just abide by their requests. All right. Plain and simple. No need to be upset, get irate, any of that. At the end of the day, if you if the people accept it, good. If they don't, it's all right. If you want to change it, go on to the people in bank and do your thing. All right. Plain and simple. All right. Next up, we head on over to Grenada for our next story. This one is courtesy of nowgrenada.com. The government of the Republic of Korea, in collaboration with the government of Grenada, is offering graduate scholarships at different academic institutions in the Republic of Korea for citizens of Grenada for the academic year 2025. Interested applicants are encouraged to be guided by the list of master's programs and procedures for each applicant to apply through the Korea International Cooperation Agency, KOICA. Go to their website and submit a copy of their application materials to the Ministry of Education. It needs to be on the desk by January 24, 2025. So, to the folks in Grenada who are desirous of pursuing a master's degree, you can do so, and it is being made available by the government of the Republic of Korea. All right. For more information, head on over to the website. It is mof.gov.jm. That's interesting. Anyway, more information. Let me make it easier for you. Let me give you a simpler website, or you can email to hrd at moe.edu.gd. Again, let me say that for you. hrd@moe.edu.gd. All right, and that's the Ministry of Education in Grenada. There's also a telephone number that you can contact the scholarship desk at the Ministry of Education. That telephone number 473-440-2737. That's 473-440-2737. All right. So jump on that opportunity. Take advantage of it. You can get all the information on the website of the Ministry of Education over there in Grenada. All right. I'm not sure if it's North Korea, South Korea, or what Korea. It doesn't say, it just says Korea. Okay. So call them and hear what them have to say and see if it is an opportunity that you can take advantage of. Adesoji, I see you giving me the thought emoji. Talk to me.
Yeah, I'm puzzled. What's the relation? I'm puzzled. I'm just I'm just
Why are you puzzled though? Why?
no. Okay. So usually when countries get together, in terms of cultural exchange, information exchange, education, and stuff like that, there's usually what's the word? There's usually a bind one thing. It's like I'm looking at Grenada. It's Grenada, isn't it?
Grenada.
And even either of the Koreas, north or south. What's the link?
I mean,
Sorry.
I know we have relations in Jamaica. Japan has pumped a lot of money in Jamaica
Yes.
with regard
Yeah,
to
okay.
school, with regard
Mm-hmm.
to refitting schools, primarily basic elementary. I know they're involved in the building of schools. I won't knock it. It's education. We take
No,
away
no,
from
no,
kids.
I'm not. No, I'm not knocking it. The reason I'm puzzled is usually when a country like that gives you something, yes, there are no free lunches.
Lord
What?
have mercy. Always something in return.
No, listen. There are no free lunches. It will be. I mean, It will be foolhardy for us to think, oh, they're giving us something without seeking something in return. Okay, fine. Maybe they'll get people from Grenada. Some of them will go there, study for 2 years. Before they study, they will have to learn a bit of Korean. That kind of thing. Okay. By the end of the day, if they finish their studies and they're coming back to Grenada, what's okay? I'm just thinking. Sorry.
Don't overthink it. Let us not overthink, because a lot of times there are programs that programs of study that we want to pursue at a higher degree level, and said things are not available within the Caribbean, not available possibly at the University of the West Indies. So we have to explore our options, right? We don't want to stay limited, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
but you will go to a country where you share common cultural.
not necessarily cultural exchange. Isn't that something we should endorse and promote?
Yes, but we're talking about education. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying you have to go to the West. I'm just saying. I'm saying. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's interesting that you've brought that up, right? Because I don't know if you have noticed. Yesterday on TikTok, there's a thing called awareness, right? Everybody's now aware. And some people are saying, oh, wow, no, they understand why China is painted in a negative light, right? They were totally unaware of everything, every country has its pros and cons. There's good and bad. There are things that are good, things that are not necessarily so good. But a lot of people are so right now, what you call it, culture shock, being exposed to the realities of life over there because of red note. Them never know say housing was so cheap. Them never know say China was so far gone technologically speaking. Them never know about the healthcare system, the affordability of life, and recognizing that we're in a chokehold. We are. It's as though we are being forced in, or we're being kept in poverty, so to speak. Here, yes. No, 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 laugh. I serious something. A serious something. You.
No, I'm not laughing. I'm chuckling at the fact that for 50 years they've been lied to, and all of a sudden they open the door, they're hit by a breath of fresh air, and the person indoors is asking you now to close that door back. What are you gonna do?
Let me play a video. Let me play a video that I
Yeah,
came
from
across. Hold on 1 second, James. Let me play this video real quick and I'll be right back to you.
Watch my third video of YT people crying on this internet because they own Red Note and they've learned how expensive it is to be a racist corporation nation. That is what the US is. And all these people keep saying, one girl just said she got $450,000 worth of student loan to become a lawyer. And it costs like $800 to go to law school a year in China. A year, y'all. So let me give y'all a little bit of a history lesson for my YT people who are just awakening to the world that Black people have told y'all has existed since they so-called let us go, right? We have told you racism is expensive. It's so expensive because you guys used to have free college. Racism brought about college being the cost that it is. We could never get to free health, universal health care because Black people would receive it. Racism is expensive. You guys got rid of all of the free parks and pools and programs once the Civil Rights Act was passed. This was America's downfall. The Civil Rights Act. Being civil was y'all downfall. And y'all crying on the internet for what? We told you. You had to go to China. Your citizens, your fellow citizens, because you never paid attention and you never really saw us as fellow citizens. So you had to get somebody in China to tell you, this is crazy. This is ridiculous. This is unacceptable. You shouldn't accept it. You shouldn't tolerate it. No, you needed someone else to tell you. How does it feel to know your country bet on racism over everything else? Technology advance looks like a futuristic movie, but it ain't a futuristic movie. It's reality. And we are in an oligarchy, right? Oligarch. And well, not we, because I find it so funny. A lot of these videos, all of these creators get on here talking about some we. They all speak French now. Because Black people have been known this. And every time I see one of those videos, I'm commenting, Black people told you this for centuries, that this was wrong, that being able to just completely control people, ignore their rights as citizens was dangerous territory. And because it wasn't happening to you, or you thought it wasn't happening to you, because I don't know, y'all ain't never been on a plane to another country to prove that America isn't the greatest nation on earth. It's just not, you know. It's the most controlled, it's the most manipulative, it's the most marketable. I will say we're like, the US is number one at marketing, which is lying, you know, in their case, because they're not offering anything. How are you the greatest nation? You greatest at locking people up? Greatest at debt? Greatest at uneducated of your majority population? Because Black women are the most educated here. Police brutality? What are y'all great at? Oh, giving money to government, military. That's what we're great at. And I don't even know how great we're going to be at that. Look who they're trying to get in charge of it. That ain't going to last. I say this to say, if you're watching this video at this point, do the work, because we're not going to. We did it already. But I'm glad y'all learning that y'all already are slaves and been slaves. Now you're just slaves that know you're slaves. It reminds me of a movie called The Girl with All the Gifts. If anybody's read that book or watched the movie, the book was better. The Girl with All the Gifts really displays how it was a concept of is a zombie, but she doesn't know it. It's a really good book. I recommend the book 10 out of 10 over the movie. But it's a really interesting concept because it's like this awakening people are having on Red Note. It's like that movie. Y'all didn't know you were already a slave. You were already powerless. They practiced on us. You didn't know it, but we did. So it's kind of like somebody standing next to you and being like, y'all, we zombies. Y'all, we're not really alive. Y'all, they actually holding us hostage. Because in the book, she thinks her teacher, like she doesn't understand why her teacher is afraid of her. She doesn't because she had no self-concept, self-awareness. That's what it is. Y'all lack self-awareness, situational awareness, because y'all like stories. You like to be told who you are. You don't like to demonstrate that, right? That's why we see all this MAGA DEI stuff, and not in a qualified way, but non-qualified way. This is what we're dealing with, y'all. And until y'all do the things y'all saw us do and demand more, good luck. Because we beat like hardcore slavery. So we just don't expect what y'all expect. And y'all get over there shocked. We know it's better, because we see y'all get better. Well, we did. I don't know about no more. But we used to see y'all get better. So we always knew, there was always more, And as someone who likes to travel, I've been blessed. I've been to Dubai. That doesn't look real either. Like, you go to Dubai, just go to Dubai's airport. And you like the US is number one at what? I really don't understand. And I maybe because I haven't done my research in terms of population, it's really just our military. And that's gonna catch up eventually. I'm really shocked at this point China is behind us, because I'm trying to understand how. Technologically, they're far advanced. They're far ahead of us. But good luck with that $450,000 worth of debt, girl.
You know why I'm laughing? I was laughing last night across this video. I said, hold on a second. I say the same things, but I'm blacklisted because I wasn't born here. I'm a naturalized citizen, but I'm blacklisted for America bashing. Well, I'm glad it's a born American saying it. I'm glad Americans are waking up to the reality of what I have been saying, that America has a phenomenal marketing plan. And that is how they turn developing nations, or have developing nations, remain developing nations. They suck the best of our people out of our countries because they put up this pretty poster. Come to America. It's better for you here. You can get so much more. 90% of people in this country look good because of credit, debt. People die leaving how much debt behind them? The house we live in, even if it's paid for, it ain't yours. Not pay your property tax and see what happened to you. Do not pay your property taxes and see what happened to you. Pay off your house. Live in an HOA. Don't pay your HOA dues and see what happened to you. What can go so? Truth is, you think you're free. As a video I played yesterday. You think you're free. And I've been saying it. We are not free. You're free to have an opinion, but you're not free to have a choice. But when I say these things, people offended. What? You come to America and you feel you have made it? No, boo. Let me pull that rug from under you and let's see how much we have really made it here in this country. Okay, you've acquired $1 million. You know how much more you could have acquired if certain things weren't in place? Oh, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Becoming now makes sense, right? I not have no master's degree. I not have no doctorate degree. So how dare I say something?
You're telling me that in China, a communist country, that I could go there and buy a home, like I pay the mortgage, and it is mine, for 70 years. That is my property. I don't ever have to worry about losing my job, getting sick, or just not even being able to pay the bills. It's mine. And then when that 70 years is up, all I have to do is renew the property tax for a small fee that's nowhere close to the amount that I would have to pay in America. Wow, what a concept. You're telling me that the only property tax that they pay on their vehicles is a small vessel tax that is attached to their insurance that they pay? What a concept. You're telling me that public spaces such as museums and zoos are free because it's a public space? What a concept. You're telling me that you can work a part-time job, and as long as you don't make over 5,000, whatever their currency is, that you won't be taxed on it? What a concept. You're telling me that in China, a communist country...
Adesoji, where are you? Where are you, Soji?
I'm here.
You having a cup of tea?
Yes, very much so. Oh, great. You ask? You want a cuppa?
America has been lied to. Americans have been lied to, and they have them suck it up so much. And if you dare them to just stop for a minute and take a peek, just pull the blinds a little and look outside.
What did you say Americans have been done to?
Lied
What did
to.
you really? Let me give you an example.
What?
Yesterday, a congressional hearing for Mr. What's his first name? Mr. Bassett. He's supposed to be is it Labor? Yeah, Labor Secretary. He took an oath, right? To say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Before he sat down with I'm not sure whether it was his son or grandson behind him, looking, oh, their papa, papa is there with his bow tie, and he was also there. So he gets up, and the question was then posed to him, oh, so what does he see economic challenges for the United States? He then says something very profound. Two things actually he said very profound, which I just listened to, and I'm just like, okay, I see it's business as usual. One was the fact that he said the energy, the United States is currently lagging behind in terms of its, what's it called? It's a production of gas. I'm like, okay, that's one. Number two, he then says, oh, tariff is going to be taken on board by the producer, not the end consumer. He said, oh, how did he say it? He said, oh, that is anybody that says otherwise don't know the economics from their right and left. I'm like, hey. It's quite a bold statement. I say, talk about talking with your full chest, with his full bare chest. So he's literally saying, Adam Smith, who wrote The Wealth of Nations, who wrote in there is a specific chapter there in the Wealth of Nations on tariffs and trade. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Essentially saying everybody that has studied economics, that now call themselves an economist ever since, don't know what they're talking about. So that was one barefaced lie. That was one. The number two one was the fact when he said the United States suffered in terms of its gas needs and stuff like that. Since the time of Obama, the United States, including Trump, including Bush, before all of that, steady climb in terms of oil production per day. I'm not saying per year or per month, per day. Do you know how many barrels of oil the United States produces every day? 13 million barrels of oil as at last week under Biden. So what is this guy talking about? Then here's the worst part that flattens everything. If you produce more than they are doing, guess what happens? The natural law of demand and supply takes effect. Again, if you know your economics well, you would know when something is in abundant supply, what happens to the price? So I don't know why he thinks producing more oil, because apparently his boss was saying drill, baby, drill, right? So if you produce more oil, what are you going to do? You're just going to flatline your economy. This is what happens when you get a fool talking and there is nobody in the room to tell you you're chatting nonsense. I was watching if you watch the Democratic side, their mouth was like, and the Republican side, there were either two things. It was either they couldn't hide the embarrassment, or the fact that there was two. There was a guy from what state is he from? Oh my God, his name will come to me. That guy is as dumb as a doorbell, egging him on. I was like, hey, okay.
Listen, sometimes fools of a feather flock together. But you know what? We're gonna have more coming up later on in the show. But let's keep it moving. Thank you so much, Adesoji. Thank you. All right, next. Listen,
I think James wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. James, you wanted to say? Go right ahead. James, where are you?
Yeah. It was the thing about Korea.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, I was saying it's an established program that's been around in the Caribbean for a while. So it's South Korea.
It is South Korea. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Yeah. So what happened in South Korea now? Like what I know the one in Jamaica. So what you'd pay at University of the West Indies to complete if you want to do like engineering or anything like that. Like just say you it's gonna cost you like 150,000 US. You can jump on a plane, fly to South Korea, and do it for about 1,000 US for the 4 years.
Right.
And that would include housing, food,
living
and everything.
Yeah.
Everything. So it's just a fraction.
Yeah.
So what normally happens, it's almost like it's what you said, when I say like two, it takes two and to clap. So what happened now, like from what I know, the Jamaicans that go there, they go and they get an education that they're not stuck with debt. While getting the education, they are also teaching English over there to help to pay whatever they need to pay. Right. So instead of the South Koreans coming to, because Canada have a big program where it's EC, what they call ECE, the English as a second language thing. that a lot of people from all over the world come to Canada to learn, but it's expensive. So you go to South Korea, you get affordable education, and you teach English. So when someone like a young adult is leaving South Korea to try and come to America or to Canada or wherever in the world, they are already proficient in English. So it works out for both parties.
Yeah.
So I think they're probably trying to extend it to other Caribbean islands too.
Okay. All right. Thank you, James. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, James. You see, I was asking a question. Yeah, come on.
We got the answer. That's it. Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Thank you, James. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. All right. So moving right along, our next article, Guyana prison. A prison officer, 21 years old, sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Some work, they just put him around there. You know, waste of that. So according to Caribbean.lootnews.com, Joel Johnson, a 21-year-old prison officer from East Coast Demerara, was sent. Is it Demerara or Demerara? Demerara, whatever. Was sentenced to whatever. Don't disrespect Ghana right now. Let's get it together. East Coast Demerara was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment after a quantity of marijuana was discovered in his bag during a mandatory search. The incident occurred at the Mazaruni scanning area on Tuesday, January 14. According to reports, around 6:30 p.m., Johnson returned to duty after being granted 4 days off. He was subjected to a mandatory search and surrendered a green haversack which was in his possession. The haversack contained 8 Irish Spring soap boxes and 2 Colgate toothpaste boxes containing marijuana leaves, seeds, and stems wrapped in transparent plastic. Johnson was placed under arrest and escorted to the Bartica police station. At the station, the suspected narcotics were weighed, totaling 804 grams. He appeared at the Bartica Magistrates Court before his worship, Mr. Tariq Mohammed, on Wednesday, January 15. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment with a fine of $30,000. Can we get rid of the colonial terms when we talk about our judges? His worship, Mr. Tariq Mohammed. UK, take back on the terminologies, please, and the titles. Please, get them back.
800 grams.
And he works at the prison. He is going to take those into the prison. So I guess somebody just move over and give him a seat in the same prison with him.
800 grams.
If you see the picture too, it could have done a little better. That's all I've got to say. You know what? You play stupid games, you win what? Stupid prizes. It's just how it is. You know, make smarter choices. Please.
How long has he been working in the prison? Doesn't say?
3 years.
Oh, so he was doing an internship before crossing to the
No, lie. It's not 3. It doesn't say. It's just that he.
But he's only 21.
He's 21. Sorry, so he wasn't working there for 3 years. He's sentenced there for 3 years. Listen to me. I don't know how long he's been working there. You're wrong for that. So you're wrong for that. Oh, geez. All right. Next up. Jamaican students bring home $25 billion through work and a travel program. What you said, Adesoji? If he was doing an internship to see if that's where he wanted to be.
Yeah, he might have spotted, they get free uniform, free food, free board and lodging.
According to Caribbean National Weekly.com, over the past 8 years, Jamaican tertiary students participating in the Bridge USA J1 work and travel program have infused an estimated Jamaican $25 billion or US $158 million into the local economy. That is according to Joist Youth, the Youth Exchange International Limited. This significant sum, which was amassed through summer work in the United States, has helped tens of thousands of tertiary level students offset the costs of education while gaining invaluable international experience. The program, established in the early 1980s by the Jamaica Organization of Youth and Student Tourists, aka JOIST, now known as the JOIST Youth Exchange International Limited, was among the first initiatives of its kind. It has weathered challenges that led to the discontinuation of similar efforts in countries like Canada and the UK due to a lack of governmental agreements. In Jamaica, the program's continuity has allowed 45,258 students to participate since 2016. Beyond the financial benefits, the program enriches participants personally and professionally. Students not only earn an income but also immerse themselves in cultural and recreational activities, which enhance their global perspective. Many return home with renewed entrepreneurial ambitions, launching ventures such as courier services, car rental agencies, and food production businesses. That's amazing. That is amazing. So, what happened, Canada and UK? What happened to the governmental agreements? Where was the breakdown? Why is there a lack of governmental agreements between Canada and the UK, especially the UK? Come on, UK. Can you speak to those in charge over there for us, Adesoji, please and thank you. Because at the end of the day, the pound is even stronger, way stronger than the US dollar. So yeah, we need some.
Well, as they say here, the pound will take care of itself. Someone's got to watch the pennies. That's what we're doing.
What am I going to do with you? I appreciate this opportunity that over 45,000 students have taken advantage of. And what I like even more is that many of them have returned to Jamaica and, as such, have been able to invest in their country, create opportunities that weren't there before. You see, we don't always have to run off. And I would love to encourage, many of you go overseas, you further your education, you garner the experience, the expertise, take it back home. It is time for us to invest in our countries so they can stop classifying us as quote unquote third world countries. And we know the term that President elect has for us, right? Yeah, we know, we can't say.
Yeah, beautiful countries.
Yeah. So let us we need to really look back to home. Not what we have a saying in Jamaica, don't throw a stone behind you. Not do it. And I know there's another way to say it. Careful, don't burn your bridges, right? But think about the country you're from. We like to build up another country under the guise of pay yourself, government, pay yourself. But yeah, let us see how we can build our countries. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah, one of the thing I would say one of the good thing that I see Jamaica adopt from the UK, that I'm looking across the Caribbean and I don't see the same level, is record, because you know how what's her name from the University of West Indies, the person in charge of reparation, she said she don't know how it is or why it is, or if the United Kingdom, if they did not think that black people would have been able to read one day, every single thing that happened in the Caribbean
You mean read
is kept in.
English? You mean read English?
Well, yeah, because remember they were deprived education, right, to go to school and to learn and stuff like that. So she was saying that she they probably believe that, you know, after slavery or whatever, we would not have been able to, you know, read that well because they keep impeccable records. She said nobody keeps record like the Brits. And what I realized is that Jamaica is heading to that direction. They keep a lot, because like if you need information from pretty much anywhere, you can search for it. You like the tourism number, the amount of people that stay in Airbnb, the amount of money it make, the breakdown of the import export, what went to tourism, what went for locals, money that's made from a farm work, all of those stuff they're documented. And I search other islands and I'm not seeing the same level of documentation. So it's a good thing that they're keeping good records there.
So you said Jamaica was at the front of the class, James?
I don't know, but yeah, but they took one thing from the Brits, and that is it, I must say.
Thank you, Adesoji. Please pass on our regards.
We're proud of you. We're proud of you. To buttress what James said, there is literally no area of knowledge that you want, that you find. We call this place, what do they call it again? Yeah, they call it the crime scene of the world.
Yeah.
Because literally everything, I mean, even down to the diaries that people who worked in the colonies kept is available for you to peruse if you want to.
If you want.
If you want to. That's the key one. If you want to. They will bring it out and they will gently ask you, is that all you would need, sir?
Yeah, moments. It's literally because she said she went. One of the vault was open and they got the opportunity to go in, and they went in and they found like the trial documents for Paul Bogle.
Wow.
Execution and stuff like that, and they were able to read word for word every single thing, what he was charged for, the date of his execution down to the second. Everything was recorded. You know, so yeah.
Wow, interesting.
Let me give you another one, quick one. Anyway, with regards to the islands, right? See, there's a specific museum for maritime, right? It's called the Maritime Museum. It's in Greenwich. If you go in there, the first thing you will literally see a map of the world, all the shipping routes, right? And then if you want to find out which ship sailed to one particular island on a particular day and left, what it left with, who captained that ship, that's the place to go.
Listen, what can I say? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate that. Next up, Jamaica to host third annual Global Tourism Resilience Conference in February. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, tourism thought leaders from around the globe are set to converge in Negril, Jamaica from February 17 to 19, 2025 for the third annual Global Tourism Resilience Conference and Expo. Hosted at the newly opened Princess Grand and the adjacent Princess Senses, the Mangrove Resorts, the conference is poised to shape the future of the global tourism industry, focusing on resilience and digital innovation. The event promises to foster collaboration and practical solutions to tackle emerging challenges in tourism. Key outcomes expected from the conference include increased knowledge of digital tools for resilience, renewed focus on resilience across sectors, collaboration for sustainable tourism solutions, case studies highlighting effective resilience strategies, adoption of crisis management technologies, introduction of, and bear with me 1 second, let me clear something off that just alert that just came up. All right. Emphasis on resilience. Adoption of crisis management technologies, introduction of financial tools focused on resilience, emphasis on resilience in blue economy management, policy recommendations to support resilience efforts, greater collaboration between tourism stakeholders and digital technology firms globally. The principles of tourism resilience have guided us in Jamaica and are crucial to our ongoing success, said Honorable Edmund Barnslett, who is Minister of Tourism for Jamaica. So I like this. And the key word in all of this, and I want you to notice that we've heard the word mentioned 1, 2, 3, and if we read further down in the article, you're going to see the word come up more and more. But I said this word in what I've read so far at least 3 times: collaboration. No man is an island. No man stands alone, right? Let's say if you want to go the distance, it is better to do it as a unit. So I appreciate this. But it's the third annual one. I appreciate this initiative, the Global Tourism Resilience Conference. Yes, each island has its own thing to offer culturally, so on and so forth. But when we can work together, we are only stronger as a region. So I applaud this collaboration. And this is something that we need to stress more within our communities. And this is something I think I've exhausted this conversation, so to speak. I'm literally tired. And it's time, I don't know when it's going to sink in with us as a people, but it's the only way to go. The meeting of the minds. Guess what? We only stand to benefit 8 billion people in the world. Yeah. So why should I be worried? Why should Jamaica be worried about Barbados? Why should Jamaica see Barbados as a competition? Why should Jamaica look at St. Vincent as its competition? Why should Trinidad look at Guyana as its competition? We all have something to offer. And we all can eat a food. I don't know, something is ingrained in us where we have this crab in a barrel mentality where I'm going to climb on your back to make it out. And, you know if you come out and me want to make it out. Right? Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, for, heading this up and making, bringing the region together. I always, I echo the sentiments of some social media influencers and others who say, one Caribbean. Yeah. All right. Next up, this is an update or a follow-up to an article we had yesterday. Ja, you're gonna love, I think Ja and Adesoji, you're gonna love this one. And Sean, where's Sean? Because Sean had concerns with this one as well. But let's go ahead and get into it. Audit finds major discrepancies in MSAP article courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. An audit conducted by Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis has unearthed significant inaccuracies and discrepancies in the reported expenditures of the Municipal Social Assistance Program, MSAP. That's according to a performance audit tabled in the House of Representatives on Tuesday. The findings raise serious concerns about transparency and accountability in the management of the program, which received an allocation of more than $1.5 billion. Here is Siobhan Campbell to tell us more.
The MSAP is administered by the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. Through the allocation of monies, it's expected to enable the effective delivery of social services to vulnerable citizens and provide administrative support to elected parochial representatives. However, the Auditor General is asking if the program has lived up to its mandate. In her report, Mrs. Monroe Ellis says the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development and municipal corporations only provided expenditure information after adverse findings were highlighted in a draft audit report. However, subsequent verification uncovered substantial variances in the reported spending by several municipal corporations. Auditors visited 4 corporations, namely St. Anne, Portmore, St. Catherine, Kingston, and St. Andrew. This was to verify the reported figures. In St. Anne, for example, the corporation reported expenditures of $26.6 million for fiscal year 2021 and 2023. However, auditors could only verify $18.2 million, resulting in an $8.4 million discrepancy. For 2023-24, the reported expenditure of $6 million contradicted verified vouchers totaling $11.6 million. Similarly, the Portmore Municipal Corporation also reported expenditures of $22 million between April 2020 and March 2024. However, verified vouchers revealed actual spending of $29.2 million, a difference of $7.2 million. In St. Catherine, a discrepancy of $52 million was found between reported spending of $125.5 million and verified vouchers totaling $73.5 million. At the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, CMC, auditors were unable to verify 239 vouchers valued at $13.3 million. This is out of a sample of 1,263 vouchers amounting to $150.6 million. Missing documentation compounded the issues, further undermining the credibility of reported expenditures. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Who wanted this someone? Come me, I got cuss. Me, I got cuss. Me, I got cuss. So who wanted this someone? But them busy at talk about, oh, it is not unaccounted for. It's unaudited. Well, see the audit, you know. See some audit, you know. See some auditing, do you know?
So I have one question.
Hold on, Ja. Hold on. I'm sorry to cut you, Ja. Hold on. No, I have to go look further in the article because I think Siobhan must have been annoyed. So it end right there. So make we go down look further. This is the part you not hear about. Meanwhile, the audit revealed a significant imbalance in the allocation of funds. Of the $1.5 billion allocated for MSAP, $494.5 million, 32%, was designated for administrative support. All right. This included $30,000 per month allocated to each counselor for expenses such as office rentals, stationery, and administrative staff allowances. For fiscal years 2022 to 23 and 2023 to 24, a total of $342.5 million was allocated across 14 municipal corporations. However, 44% of this amount, or $151 million, went toward administrative support. This left $191 million, or 56%, for actual benefit payments. Notably, 8 municipal corporations allocated more funds to administrative support than to benefit payments. For example, the St. Anne Municipal Corporation spent $11.5 million on administrative costs to deliver only $4.1 million in benefit. Gone through. I'm so sorry.
So I didn't even know you had an auditor general.
Lord of mercy.
Next thing, I don't even know what to. There's nothing to say. It would be good to know how they plan to rectify this, or what happens to said group that is not able to produce what's missing. Are they all fired? And then you hire new people? Is said places shut down? It is, the amount of money is just unacceptable. I have no words. I have no words. Mr. President, Adesoji, please, someone help me with this.
What kind of help you need, Ja? What kind of help you need? What help do you need? Really?
So what happens now? That's what happens next? Do we just wait till next year and find another $1 unaccounted for? I'm sorry, President, go ahead.
I think the simplest fix is we could take a book from Singapore. I remember during the Lee Kuan Yew time back in the days, I think there was a politician who went on vacation and saw with his family, with a client or something like that, that was paid for by that person. And when he came back, he was arrested at the airport and taken to jail. And that set the precedent that when things go wrong, they go to the people at the top. So one of the reasons why Singapore has so little corruption is that when there is a problem, they lock up the people at the top. So if you want to change the culture in Jamaica, you can't fire everybody because the operation has to continue. But what you can do is to start locking up the people right at the top of these organizations. Just round them up and bring them to jail. Replace them. I guarantee you, in a couple of weeks, the entire culture of the organizations would change. Because the people that is replacing them, you give them a period of time to rectify it, or they themselves, if they can't account and get it fixed, would have to go to jail or be accounted for. That way, you would change the entire precedent that is established in the organization. If you just go about doing audit and saying who take this and who take, it's too much stress, too much to go through. The people in charge is who you have, whether they're involved or not, because they're responsible. If they're not involved, they're complicit, because it means they're not doing the job effectively and they're not carrying out the mandate that the people put them there to do. Because the elected officials or whoever put them in their positions, they have a responsibility to the nation. And if they're negligent with the resources of the nation, then you hold them to account. And I can guarantee you, if you lock up 10 people, by next year, every audit is on time and is clean. And you.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I think they're wasting time like doing audits and paying for all of that because it's just a hustle system out there.
Wait, hold on,
No,
James.
seriously,
James,
like-
sorry for cutting you. You know what? When I was reading it, you know what I thought about something you always say. Just skim off little after I tap. Not take too much. But carry on, James. Thank you.
Yeah, no, but the thing is that this thing, I doubt you're gonna hear the opposition come out and say anything, because what is happening now, no, serious, what's happening now is that you remember when the Prime Minister did introduce this constituency funding. There is no way on God's earth that you can track that, because they came up with this brilliant idea, billions of dollars that split, and each constituent representative will certain amount of money. This money is like a single mother come and she says she not no money for give her kids and her $1,000 and her $2,000. How can you track that? You know,
it can be tracked if proper
that
accounting is
impossible
done.
to track.
No, it is not impossible. If proper accounting is done, James, hold on, stick with me a second. Here's why I'm saying it is not impossible to track. There has to be a check and balance. If you give me $1 million, right, at the constituency level, I have to account for every dollar right down to the penny. It's called record keeping. So somebody comes to the constituency office and say, them need $3,000 to send them picnic to school, then and a lunch money, then and a bus fare, right? I am going to pull out my receipt, my record keeping book, whatever the method of accounting is. I'm going to pull that out and I'm going to write down, James, $3,000, what it was for. I am going to sign, you are going to sign. I am going to enter it into an accounting system that should be kept on some type of software on a computer. Don't tell me that there can't be record keeping. Every penny can be accounted for. If every penny can be accounted for in a privately owned company, it can be accounted for in a publicly owned company, James. We have to
but the thing is though, that's a ghetto type of way to do bookkeeping, right? Because you're working with $10 million, and
why would you be working with $10 million?
No, what I'm saying, just an example. Who is to tell that the member of parliament can't just come up with 100 names and say like, okay, this person get $10,000, this person get $5,000. Who's going to track if those persons really live? Why not? Okay, if you want to give back to the community, there's a central government way, the same way how they do it in Canada, where the government send you a check. There's a particular department that's responsible for that. So like if you say like, okay, family service, you're gonna have like a family service department, and all the funding, the billions of dollars go into that area, and they write out check based on, okay, this constituency, they know based on the voter list or IDs or what do you call it? When they're going on census, based on the census, they know who is living in this area, and the people who need help, like they get a check every month. So one central here with that. When you're giving a member of parliament extra money in their pocket to hand out, they can hand it out to JLP only if they want to do it. They can hand it out to PMP only. Them can give them cousin, them auntie, them sister. So why not leave that to like a central government to do stuff like that? It just didn't make sense to give the member of parliament them the money to just hand out to whoever they feel like giving it to.
I think what we need are better policies put in place. I think it can be handled at the local level. Everybody can handle it. It's just that we need discipline. We need honesty. It's not hard to do. The problem is them to lack a slack and have this careless mentality when it comes to taxpayers' money. It's a free for all for everybody. It's not that difficult. Really and truly, it's not hard. But go ahead. I know someone else had opened their mic. Go right ahead.
But James, what James say makes sense. But at the same time, James, in the current situation, right? There's a saying that you may not like what I do with it, but I could account for what is done.
Exactly.
Right? So even if you are to give out money to people, there has to be a record. And in the review, you should allow the auditor should be able to spot check a couple. So you can say who is to know who you give. That's easy to verify. Okay? The audit team could spot check a few people, check to see if they get it. If they get it, we assume the rest get it. You could also have a discretionary amount that can be utilized in that manner without exclusive documentation, but just like a note. That way, a percentage of the money could go towards that, but the bulk of the money has to go towards what is allotted to levels. But the absence of record or the missing of, for instance, you have vouchers and you're paid more money than you reported and stuff like that. Okay? And you're missing thousands of vouchers or thousands of vouchers unaccounted for. I mean, no, man, the holes are too big in that. And that's what I say. I would not even go and try to nitty-gritty find out exactly who's stealing or whatever. I would just lock up the person at the top. Lock up everybody at the top. Everybody at the top goes to jail. And I can guarantee you the next set of people that go to the top ain't going to jail for nobody. So the minute time you make it an example that I am at the top and I'm not going to jail for you, so you will do as I say, or I will replace you or do what is required. But unless you start locking all the people at the top, nothing will change. I don't care what system you put in place.
What them say? Go ahead, Ja. Go ahead. Sorry.
And I agree with Mr. President, because if I gave you $1,000 and you paid school fee, the school should be able to give me a receipt.
Mm-hmm.
If I go to the little side shop and buy some chicken or something on the street, I can understand I'm not going to get a receipt for that. If you go to the supermarket, you're going to get a receipt. They're not going to let you walk out. I've been in the Caribbean. I've bought alcohol and got a receipt, and I'm not even living there. So some of those receipts have to be accounted for. You can't say, no, it's not. And if you pay in school fees and the school is not showing you that you have paid, there's something wrong with that. Because the school also needs to account for how much money they have taken in. In this story, they took a example of a specific amount, and out of that amount you lost millions and dollars. No, that you can't say that. If that is what is happening, then you don't need to be sharing out money to anyone, period. I yield.
Here's the thing, Ja. You know, a university or college for the simple accounting, It's not rocket science.
You don't even need to use your hands and fingers anymore.
Thank you. It's called corruption.
Yeah, I think it's just a lack of accountability too. Because if you work with a simple like a company, like some of the smallest company, and you get a company card, you get petty cash. Like I've been in a situation where like you'll go buy something on a company credit card, and for whatever reason the receipt is missing, and you have to find that money. You have to come up with that, or go track it, go to the bank, get a bank statement or something to show that okay, X amount of money was taken out from the credit card.
Did we lose James?
Yeah, and present it. So the fact that like it's just unaccounted for, and it just shows you that they're all doing the same. They're all doing the same thing. All the politicians are just, taking whatever they feel like. No accountability.
Can you imagine? No. Just when you listen to the thing, it's very concerning because we're not talking about a differential of $1,000 or $5,000 or let's say even $10,000. How on earth, out of $26 million, you can only verify $18 million? That's an $8 million discrepancy. How can you, for 2023 to 2024, the reported expenditure of $6 million contradicted verified vouchers? Huh? Satan and poor. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Go ahead. It's annoying, man.
Who is approving the expenses? Who is responsible for procurement? Who is approving the POs? Okay? My thing is, it all comes back to the person at the top. And there is a difference between, I would always give, I don't like what you spend it on, I'll give you a break. But unaccounted for, we went in a black hole. And let's stop using terms like accounting. There is no need for accounting here. All we need to do is to record what we do with the money. That's it. You don't need to classify it or nothing. You just have to go, you spend the money, you buy two ream of paper, $20. That's it. Put it in a spreadsheet. You don't have to do nothing else because any reasonable accountant will take that information and put it into your accounting system and generate all the financials you need. So I'm assuming you have no financials or no accounting system or no qualified accountant. All you need to do is just put a record of what is happening and anybody could put it together. But if you cannot record what is happening, where is the money going? And how could you continue to approve millions that is disappearing? So it means the person at the top needs to go.
Listen, I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm truly over it because it just keeps getting worse. These stories have been coming to the surface. In particular, last year. It's like we can't catch a break. So it seems as though Jamaica and money not got together. Jamaica and money not got together. Go ahead, RoSolo. Sorry. Go ahead. RoSolo, go. Unless she on mic by mistake. She probably turned off her mic by mistake. Okay. Open her mic by mistake. So I close it for you, RoSolo. I mean.
Yeah, Mama. You see, like, was it yesterday you're reading about the budget, the St. Vincent and Grenadines?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so and you wonder like where are they getting this money from and how, the recovery is so great and all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
The difference is for decades, Jamaica has had like an informal financial sector, right?
Yeah.
Like a 50% informal, and that there's no country that can really function effectively with 50% informal. When only 50% of businesses in the country is paying taxes, then there's a big problem. So just imagine 50%. Just imagine what they're using now to pay police, to pay teachers, to pay all of their expenses. That is 50% of what they could really have in the books to pay their bills, right? So half of the stuff is not coming in. The 50% that they have that's coming in, they're wasting it. Like it's unaccounted for, people doing what they want to do with it. So when you see like a smaller island like St. Vincent, and you see Barbados and those islands who they function at a higher level, like a 80%, a 75 to 80% formal sector, where the people, it's just the people that you're not getting taxes from are probably the people that up on the roadside as mango or some sugar cane or whatever. But all the other businesses are paying taxes. In Jamaica, it's like the barber them not pay tax, the people them where fixed care not pay tax. Like so many people not paying taxes. So it's obvious why the country will never. I know the Prime Minister said when said 2030 or something like so 35, Jamaica will hit first world or developed status. In I'm dream, not at this rate. Not at this rate.
But haven't I said that there needs to be a formalized system similar to the US in the sense of, yes, everybody should have a TRN number. You're born today, paperwork is sent to the tax office. So from you're a child, a TRN number is assigned to you. You must use this TRN for any engagement that you're doing. But anyway, let's move on to the next one that we have a follow-up. Okay, so PNP demands Chuck's resignation. And this is also courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM.com. And we have a soundbite for this as well. The People's National Party is calling for the immediate resignation of Justice Minister Delroy Chuck, following what it describes as reckless and egregious statements regarding the Integrity Commission. In a strong rebuke, opposition spokesperson on Justice, Senator Donna Scott Motley, condemned Minister Chuck's remarks, which advised parliamentarians to withhold spousal financial information legally required by the Integrity Commission Act. There is Robian Williams with more in this report.
During the Integrity Commission's Oversight Committee on Justice Minister Delroy Chuck made the comments during the Integrity Commission's Oversight Committee on Tuesday.
Why is the Integrity Commission asking members to indicate the salaries of their spouse or sometimes of their children? I don't know if this is something that is appropriate, Chairman, because I have advised the relevant member, let them know your spouse is not prepared to divulge their salary to her or him, and therefore he or she cannot report it. And these are things, Chairman, when we get back to the legislation, we have to make it very clear what limits can be put in terms of investigation. We need to find out just how far the Integrity Commission goes in terms of investigating, and the focus, there's no doubt, is on parliamentarians.
The PNP has urged Prime Minister Andrew Holness to act decisively by demanding Minister Chuck's resignation. The party says any failure to act will be seen as a tacit endorsement of this lawless behavior and an admission that the administration prioritizes political survival over the rule of law. Opposition spokesperson on Justice, Senator Donna Scott Motley, described the comments as an open assault on Jamaica's legal and ethical foundations.
It is really shocking to hear the Minister of Justice, this chief steward of justice in our island, under King's Counsel, encouraging parliamentarians to breach the very law which they passed in Parliament. It's unacceptable, and I believe that in light of all his recent utterances, it is time for him to step aside.
She says this incident is the latest in a series of controversial remarks by Minister Chuck, raising concerns about his commitment to the rule of law. According to Senator Scott Motley, the Justice Minister's statements not only undermine the independence of the Integrity Commission, but also embolden lawlessness at the highest levels of government. This, she says, signals to the Jamaican people that laws are malleable tools to be manipulated for political expediency, or that those who make laws the law. Robian Williams for Nationwide News.
So who is Delroy Chuck? Let's talk about him a little bit. He has worked steadily at various levels of the political and governance systems. With his mantra over the formative years, the brave may fall but never yield. Mr. Chuck's commitment and dependability can be seen in the many areas he served. Research Director, Committee on Capital Punishment in Jamaica, 1979. Penal Reform Committee, Barbados, 1980. University Nominee, Committee on Constitutional Reform. Opposition Spokesman on Justice, 1997 to 2007. Speaker of the House of Representatives, 2007 to 2011. Over the years, Mr. Chuck also served as a teacher in mathematics, senior lecturer in law, columnist for the Gleaner newspaper, and commentator on social, political, economical, constitutional, and legal issues. Armed with his wealth of experience and extensive knowledge, it is in the area of judiciary and the legal system that Mr. Chuck found his passion and niche, thereby distinguishing himself as an attorney at law since 1982. All right, so that's a little bit about Mr. Delroy Chuck, Minister, the Honorable Delroy Chuck. He's also the Member of Parliament to represent the constituency of Northeast St. Mr. Chuck, you rub them the wrong way. Them not like that at all. Them say you need to step aside now. Another man wants to take over.
I think him have secret for the Prime Minister or something. Yeah, because one somebody can't get away with so much things. And
Listen, go ahead, James. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And the thing is, like, I know someone that work in government, right? And the person told me that the level, the stress that they go through to declare, like, is almost like if you buy a Louis Vuitton. You know, how did you come up with it? Where did they get it? The amount of scrutiny that regular people that work in those jobs have to go through? Like, I didn't realize it was so, because when I was leaving Jamaica, that wasn't in place. But the person told me the amount of stress, like, it's like they're auditing you, like, as an individual, and you're like working for the government, not even at a high level, and they don't want to do the same. That don't make any sense.
But let us go back to the matter at hand here, right? Because Justice Minister Delroy Chuck has concerns with the Integrity Commission's Oversight Committee wanting to pretty much audit or have accountability measures applied to spouses and children who, let us say, don't earn from government. And remember, I said this yesterday when the story came to the forefront. I said this yesterday that whilst I have concerns with it, I understand, right? Because what you don't want is government officials, members of parliament, whatever capacity you serve in, we don't want there to be any what's a nice word? Give me a word, Adesoji. We don't want to say get funds from the back end, through illicit means, and you are passing those off onto your spouse and your children. So, for example, your wife is a teacher. You know, say your wife only make $1 million a year. Where she come from with $100 million? Make sense? Am I making sense? If you know the child is working at the bank and is only making $500,000 a year, how was this child able to amass a portfolio of $100 million? So is the Integrity Commission out of pocket, out of place by wanting a declaration? Go ahead, go right ahead.
So, moments, that means if you're going on that, you like to quote the US system and you want Jamaica to do it. Does that mean that congressmen and people in Congress whose family are lobbies should declare all the money they get from the lobby too.
They need to declare it. Everything to declare. We need, because nobody talk about the US, Mr. President, because guess what? We say this all the time. Here in the US, you will enter politics 100 year. And by year 2 come round, when you're supposed to have the next round of elections, you are a multi-millionaire. That's something that we've questioned a lot. Something is off.
Yeah, but the reason why this is important and relevant to what's happening now, remember the Prime Minister, right?
Uh-huh.
Remember the Prime Minister, the property in question with KSAC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that property was at a certain year. I don't remember the year, but I'm not gonna call a year, but a certain year, his name was on the thing for the company, on the papers for the company that's in charge of those property, like as one of the investors, right? After the plan was approved, the following year, his name came off the company, and his sister and his son. How old is his son? Where did his son get all of that money? You know, so of course, if you're that close to, you need to be to declare that. And perfect example, the what's her name? The advisor to the governor of New York, that got she's probably going to get 20 years if they find her guilty. Her and her son, the 100,000 kickback that they got from 2 businessmen and stuff like that, and now they were indicted and they're facing up to 20 years. Mother, son, and the 2 businessmen. So of course they need to declare stuff.
I said declare it. If you don't have anything to hide, just go ahead and declare it. Just go ahead and declare it. Make life easy. Okay, here comes the King's Council on speaking now. Let us hear what you have to say, Adesoji.
You know, I said it yesterday, and James just buttressed my point now. When what's his name? The gentleman, the legal
Delroy Chuck, Minister Delroy Chuck.
Okay. You notice the statement he made yesterday was so specific. Dying has smelled the rat. They were so specific. He said, wife and children are being asked for details that has nothing to do with the Integrity Commission. And then James just said now that his boss, his name was on a deal. And suddenly his boss's name walked off the deal. And guess who replaced him? His kids and wife.
Hey, can you all stop the thinking for a moment? We're not supposed to think. We're not supposed to dig deep.
But still, and then you see, even members of parliament are questioning like, so you want us to change an act of parliament because your boss is impacted? Really? And in that same article yesterday, they said the only person that is being investigated criminally is his boss. So he wants to change an act of parliament. His boss is inconvenienced. Wow. Okay.
Oh Lord.
You remember? Yeah, you remember the controversy when the Prime Minister was building the $100 million wall for him house? You remember that controversy?
I'm not gonna love the Prime Minister. Please, the Prime Minister.
No, so during that controversy, like a lot of his cronies came out to defend him and say, oh no, like his wife is like a real estate mogul, like she's like generational wealth. And then even couple months ago when you were I think you were reading her background, and I was laughing because I'm like, that not sound like generational wealth. That sound like secretary for this. She used to work at this bank. She used to work. So so
she made smart investment decisions. She invested her smartly. She probably got a lot of dividends, depending on the company she invested into.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Come on, she probably buy one. No, okay, let me be fair, right? Me can take up $100,000, buy one piece of property, flip it, sell it for 250,000. Me take the 150, me take that 250,000, reinvest it in another property, flip that, me get 500,000. So me say, all right, you know what? Me go take 200,000 and put aside in the bank. 300,000, me I go take up and find two property, or probably get three properties valued at 100,000 each. Me turn and flip those really quick. So within a 10-year span, it is very easy to amass a lot of wealth. It is possible, depending on how you diversify your portfolio and the investment vehicles you engage with. It is possible. So it doesn't have to be generational. Some people really make smart investment choices.
Speaking of smart investment choices, I have a bridge I can sell you in Florida villages. Since you know how to flip stuff a lot. You might just flip this bridge upside down, you know.
I can't boom flick for my head, but I know about I look it like everybody else. You know.
So, but Mr. Chuck is picking up for his boss. That's the kind of assistant you want. He even wants to change an entire law just because his boss is impacted.
Then, but hold on. Remember, we are little US, see what going. I think, why is it it coming like so we are moved like the Republican Party here in the US? We change things. First time ever in this country, in this great nation, the United States of America, 34-time convicted felon for president. We have people who are going to head the military. I guess he has served, he has done his time, but clearly unqualified, reputation in the garbage. But still, listen, we change things to suit ourselves. Now that's what we do.
Yeah, but we're not asking much from the Prime Minister. We're only asking the Prime Minister conform with rules made for everyone. Yes,
you want too much.
Yes, sometimes our ambition mainly inconvenience us. But hey, the rules are there for something. The guardrails are there for a reason.
Please go and take up the book by what's his name, Orwell.
Ooh.
Please go take up your book and read the book. It's not a very big book. It's a thin book. Read it. You can finish it in an hour probably.
Four leg good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, go read Animal Farm and you'll have a clear understanding. And anybody who wants to understand how government works, I implore you, if you didn't do the book in high school, right? Us in the Caribbean, we had no choice. It was part of our literature curriculum. I implore you and get that book, Animal Farm, and you will have a clear understanding of where we're coming from.
So wait a minute. Y'all had to read the book and you still have these issues?
Yeah, it was a part of our literature.
For Javed, hence the reason why we have the issues, because we learn from the book. We have a lot of squealers in Parliament.
Exactly.
Okay,
a lot
Mr.
of squealers
President.
out there.
Okay, Mr. President.
And the thing is, like, the average Jamaican don't mind the politician them thief a little bit, right? Just thief with this. No, seriously.
Thief with discretion.
Yeah, thief with discretion. Because honestly, Jamaica, it's a part of our culture. Thieving a part of our culture.
No, don't say so. Please.
No, it is. No, honestly.
No,
from I'm a child, we see people. We used to laugh because when I was like a child, like about 11 or so, like we used to see people from my community. You remember the free zone when they used to make jeans and all these t-shirts and stuff?
Yes.
We used to watch one little youth was skinny like alkaline, go work, and when him come back, you that thing say a biggie smalls. Like him have on 10 jeans and 20 shirt, come back fat. And
and
then later see them downtown. Hustling is always a part of our culture.
Hustle the money way.
We see people. We see woman go in a supermarket and tie chicken, get 2 whole chicken and tie it up on a rope and walk wide and come out. No, seriously. Seriously, walk wide and come out of the supermarket because the 2 chicken are swing down between our dress. Yeah, So we don't mind the politician and thief, but
Oh
thief
my
with
gosh.
discretion.
Listen, thief with a discretion. James, you're wicked. All right, we're going to keep it moving. Next up, we head on over to St. Kitts and Nevis. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the government of St. Kitts and Nevis is moving forward efforts to establish a fair share agreement between the two islands with the help of an independent body facilitated by the World Bank. This initiative aims to address equitable revenue distribution and ensure fairness within the Federation. In a recent interview, Prime Minister Honorable Dr. Terence Drew stressed the importance of this initiative, emphasizing its role in fostering collaboration and transparency between St. Kitts and Nevis. And I quote, this administration is committed to fostering fairness, transparency, and collaboration between St. Kitts and Nevis. An independent body will provide the objectivity and credibility required to develop an agreement that reflects the interests of all citizens, ensuring a sustainable and equitable framework for generations to come. A key factor driving the need for the Fair Share Agreement is the growing revenue from non taxable sources, such as the Citizenship by Investment (CBI) program. Dr. Drew noted that while the Constitution outlines how taxable revenues are shared, the rise in non taxable revenues has introduced new complexities that must be addressed. The Prime Minister also pointed out that the federal government continues to provide significant support to Nevis, including funding for critical services like national security, ports, airports, and fire services, as well as monthly budgetary contributions. Dr. Drew expressed confidence that involving the World Bank will. Dr. Drew. Anyway, let me read it. Dr. Drew expressed confidence that involving the World Bank will add credibility and impartiality to the process, ensuring that the final agreement adheres to international best practices. He's asking for patience from citizens, reaffirming that the government is determined to create an agreement that stands the test of time. Why is Mr. Drew? I don't like this part. Involving the World Bank. Do we know who the World Bank is?
I don't even know why there is so much complication between St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is a parish in St. Kitts and they're both small. Why you have to bring in the World Bank? Allocate the resources, like how you allocate the resources to everything else. You know the population, you know the demographics, you know what's going on. Just do simple allocations. Why are we trying to look as though Nevis could be some independent place by itself? It is St. Kitts struggling to be independent on its own. Why you're treating Nevis like a different country? It's a parish. It just happened to be a few minutes away, 15 minutes, the shortest route on boat. So we're talking about the Belter Stony land in Nevis. So I don't understand why this whole complication with allocating Nevis as though Nevis is some separate entity. It doesn't make any sense to me. And you're going to spend what? The World Bank is sponsoring it?
So just to give
Because I
everybody
hope you're not paying them.
let us remind everybody about the World Bank. The World Bank building, by the way, it is up there in Washington, D.C. It was established July 7, 1944, 80 years ago. It's an international financial institution. It is a treaty, that's their legal status, headquartered 1818 H Street, Northwest Washington, D.C., U.S. There are 189 countries. But anyway, the World Bank is an international financial institution that provides loans and grants to the governments of low and middle income countries for the purpose or the purposes of economic development. The World Bank is the collective name for the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, of which there are 189 countries, and International Development Association, the IDA, which 174 countries are an associate of that. 2 of 5 international organizations owned by the World Bank Group. It was established along with the International Monetary Fund at the 1944 Bretton Woods Conference. And I rest my case. Its loan strategy influenced by environmental and social safeguards. Let me not forget to mention that.
Point of correction. Although yes, it says international. There is really nothing international about the World Bank. The World Bank is 70% funded by the United States. So, as they will say, what's in a name? Yeah.
Everything.
Oh, nothing in this case.
Everything.
So back to the issue at hand with regards to St. Kitts and Nevis. I'll just echo the lyrical words of a gentleman from across the pond when he said, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
None but ourselves can free our minds." St. Kitts and Nevis, you don't need the World Bank.
You don't need the World Bank. If you've got 10 peanuts, put it on the table, one for you, one for me. One for you, one for me. When you come back to the last peanut, break it into two. Half for you, half for me. Done.
The World Bank will, involving the World Bank will add credibility and impartiality to the process. Really?
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
Yeah, go ahead. Go right ahead,
Right?
Mr. President.
If we're talking about credibility and impartiality to the process, we have the ECCB right there in St. Kitts. The head office of the ECCB is in St. Kitts. And the ECCB is doing a good job managing the OECS economy. And let I remind them that the euros was modeled based on the EC dollar, one of the most stable currency in the world forever. And if you don't want to go to the ECCB, you can head over to Barbados and go to the CDB. And all these people could help you. Why do you have to go to the World Bank?
Because we have a foreign mindset, Mr. President.
The World Bank is providing the funding to do that, and we say, okay, we could get some funding on top of it and let them do it. But why? Why the ECCB is in St. Kitts? This is so disrespectful. Like, this is so distasteful. To be making a statement like to lend credibility to the process when the ECCB is headquartered in St. Kitts. Give me a break.
But listen to this. Listen to what he said in the conclusion. This is a matter of great importance, and we're determined to get it right. The engagement of an independent body ensures that the final agreement will be one that reflects the principles of fairness and equity. Let us remember where the World Bank is located, and you're going to talk about principles of fairness and equity. Dr. Drew, you have insulted your people. I don't know.
Yeah, but to what Donna said, they have a central bank, a EC central bank right there, which is, I'm sure, like a lot of, like even Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, they look on that and they're like, look what could have happened with the West Indies Central Bank if we didn't break away. Because as Daniel said, it's one of the most stable, the ECE is one of the most stable currency in the world, right? And another thing, I think St. Kitts and Nevis, they're selling, it's almost like they're pimping out the island. Because the Citizen by Investment Program, the way they're using it as like a hustle, and it's not being used in the right way. For example, half of the people who are part of that program, they don't even live in the island. They're not living there. They come and get the passport and go back wherever. And I think that they should have some clause if you are going to invest in that citizenship by investment program, it should be allocated to like business people. Like if you're going to come and your business is like $1 million or upwards and you're contributing to the economy, but for you to get like 100,000 and you live like in Dubai and you want the passport and you just come and give 100,000 and you go back to Dubai, that is not helping the economy in any way. That 100,000 now is going to go in no time. So I think they need to tighten up on that and make sure it's like people who really want to invest in the island. So I think that's where they're going wrong.
I have mixed mixed feelings
James, I
about
have a
that.
little
Hold on
pushback.
1 second, Mr. President. 1 second, 1 second there. James, I have mixed feelings about that. Why should I not be allowed to buy a property? Why do I have to stay there? I should be able to go about my business, do what I want to do.
It's not a property, it's a passport I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay, the passport. So, how many people have dual citizenship or more than one citizenship across the world? How many of us? Let us not be. Me personally, I don't think it should be a requirement that if you have the passport, you have to reside. No, sir, I don't feel so. Let me go on about my business. Let me get my passport, my PFF. Let me go on about my business. But anyway, Mr. President, go right ahead. Sorry, thank you, James.
Yeah, I have a little pushback from what James just said. Do I understand what he says and it makes logical sense in the utopian world? Um, I must say that the citizenship by investment has provided a lot of leverage for the St. Kitts government. And if you look at the program and how it is utilized, it has been utilized fairly reasonably to the benefit of the people. It is one of the main driver of the development and stuff in the country. So though what James said would be ideal in context, is not something I have too much pushback on because all the Caribbean is doing it too. And most of the time they just need the money. They don't really care if you live there. And because some of these economies, we really don't have what it takes to drive to keep a lot of these high net worth people there. Literally operating, we don't have the population and all this stuff like that. And we know they're buying the passport for access. The Caribbean passports are very accessible throughout the world, like over 150 countries on average. Like St. Kitts have the strongest passport, I think, in the Caribbean, one of the strongest, if not the strongest. So that comes with a premium, and they're just leveraging that. So I wouldn't say you have to stay there. Although what the point he's making is very good.
Right,
But
right.
I could understand the compromise being made. And in St. Kitts' situation especially, there have been fairly reasonable utilization of the funds coming out of that program.
Mhm.
And I think it really helped them a lot. So I don't want to bash it too much.
Right.
But the disrespect to go to the World Bank,
Yeah.
that's just pushing it a little too much.
Yeah, yeah. So a little bit about this the CBI program, right? It has helped St. Kitts and Nevis in many ways. This is to buttress what you have said, Mr. President, and I'm on Google, including economic growth, infrastructure development, and citizen welfare. The CBI program has attracted a large amount of investment, which has helped the country grow economically. The CBI program has provided a reliable source of income for the country, which has helped reduce its reliance on tourism. And we have spoken about the diversification of any nation across the Caribbean, considering that we are in a hurricane region, right? And we don't know if we will be struck year after year. So we cannot rely solely on tourism. All right, next up, tax friendly policies. The country's tax policies have attracted investors and helped the country accumulate wealth. When we talk about infrastructure development, roads, bridges, and public buildings, the CBI program has funded the construction of roads, bridges, public buildings, and utility services. It has improved local connectivity, which has helped to make the country more business friendly. Then let us delve into the citizen welfare, social services. The CBI program has funded social services such as healthcare improvements. It has helped create jobs and lower unemployment rates. And it has helped local businesses by increasing spending. And then global mobility. The CBI program has given citizens visa free travel to over 150 countries. Dual citizenship. The CBI program allows citizens to hold multiple passports so they don't need to renounce their original nationality. I don't have a problem with a CBI program at all, nor an RBI program. I endorse it. I hold it up. I recommend it if it's necessary. The only precaution that we need to take is we want to see to it that we are not granting passports to people who are criminals, who have committed egregious or atrocities across the globe. That is my major concern. If someone has the money to invest in my country and you are going to abide by our laws, our rules, our regulations, fall in line, I am for it. The other thing is, I don't want you, my concern too is I don't want you getting um, special access or what you call special treatment. You will pay your money to get your citizenship or your residency, but you're going to be treated like a normal citizen. That's it. That's how I feel about it. I don't know. I may be wrong. But hey. All right. Next up, we're gonna talk. We're heading on over to Trinidad. Did somebody open their mic? Oh, okay. Must have been hearing double. All right, next up, we're heading on over to Trinidad and Tobago for this one. Postal Workers Union reject TT posts 4% salary increase. tt.loopnews.com is reporting that the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Workers Union, TTPWU, has rejected the salary increase offered by the Trinidad and Tobago Postal Corporation. The union sent its response to TT Post's board and management in a letter today, which was yesterday, after meeting with members. TT Post is offering TTPWU members a salary increase of 2% for 2014, 0% from 2015 to 2018, and 2% in 2019. In a statement, TTPWU General Secretary David Forbes said the offer was far than what we were expecting, and it did not address the implementation of the job evaluation, 18.6%, and cost of living allowances for the said periods. We also said in the letter that notwithstanding our position on the offer, we remain committed to resolving all matters relative to the negotiations and will submit a counter-proposal to the offer by February 17, 2025. He said workers are concerned that while management complains about financial constraints preventing timely resolution on their issues, they are spending money on renting an unnecessary space to meet with the union. Forbes hopes the union and the TT Post's management can meet and settle the dispute for the benefit of both parties. Let me ask a question. Would any of us in here agree to 2% in 1 year with 3%, zero, not getting anything for 3 years, and then 2% after that? Doesn't inflation continue or no? Everything frozen in the 3 years. That means my light bill now gonna go up. Electricity, gas, hear me, electricity, that is light bill. Gas price not going to go up. Transportation costs not going to go up. Food costs not go up. Everything going 3 years while I wait on the additional 2%. Is this reasonable to ask the postal workers in Trinidad and Tobago to accept a 4% increase spread out over 5 years? Technically, is that reasonable? I don't think so. And I like something that was pointed out here. You're complaining about financial constraints, but yet you find the money to rent somewhere. So you want to tell me that none of the facilities, nowhere, there's no government building that you could have had this meeting at that would not have cost anything?
Moments, just to note that the current inflation rate in Trinidad is approximately 5.8%. So in 5 years, you will have a salary reduction.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what people think sometimes when, especially, you know what? It's like them just no is the first thing that comes to them head, to their mind. No, no, no. No, 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 no. There's a but. No, 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 no. Nobody stops and at least say, something. Give us some time to crunch the numbers. Let us see how we can facilitate an increase. Let us see what will be a reasonable increase. We understand your concerns. We understand the economic constraints. At least let people feel that you care about their concerns. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. But anyway, we're going to keep it moving. Next article, exports from Latin America, the Caribbean, grow amid global uncertainty. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNewsGlobal.com. The value of exports from Latin America and the Caribbean grew by an estimated 4.1% in 2024, recovering from a 1.6% decline in 2023. This is according to the latest trade trends estimates for Latin America and the Caribbean, according to a report published by the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB. Drawing on data for 2024, the report attributes the region's export growth to higher shipment volumes as prices stagnated, while the trade outlook for Latin America and the Caribbean has improved significantly over the past year, with the region's exports exiting a contractionary phase. The report cautions that there are still no signs of sustained growth. I quote, "The risks to regional trade remain balanced, but projections point to only modest growth given the prevailing uncertainty in the global economy." That's according to Paolo Giordano, principal economist at the IDB's Productivity, Trade and Innovation sector, who coordinated. To ensure foreign trade continues to make a meaningful contribution to economic growth, the region needs to prioritize reforms and investments that boost productivity, facilitate trade, and attract investment. Export performance varied significantly across the subregions of Latin America and the Caribbean. This year's trade growth was spearheaded by South America, where export volumes surged. The Caribbean's performance also rallied. Mexico saw a modest acceleration in export growth due to improved prices. In contrast, exports from Central America remained stagnant. The prices of Latin America and the Caribbean's main export commodities declined steadily in 2024, with the exception of coffee and copper. Coffee prices surged by 57.7% year on year, while those of copper grew by 9.4%. In contrast, there were significant year-on-year drops for soybeans at 0.1%, sugar 13.7%, iron 9.2%, and oil 2.7%. All right, I want to go back to something here. To ensure foreign trades continue, or to ensure foreign trade continues to make a meaningful contribution to economic growth, the region needs to prioritize reforms and investments that boost productivity, facilitate trade, and attract investment. Have we had conversation with regard to that fragment right there when we talk about the Caribbean region and not putting all our eggs in one basket as it relates to tourism?
Not just tourism moments. I would like, as you said, a regional reform where we, as a group, change and reform the infrastructure and everything relating to import exports, how we operate and stuff as a region. I think we're still operating on the country level, and I think there is room for a lot of cooperation where we can all benefit. And it's time we start to take that approach more. We see it coming in from time to time, but we need a really a hard push from the entire region and the governments in question to come up with some policies that will benefit us as a region. Because we can do much better than we are doing collectively.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, James. Go right ahead.
Yeah. One other thing, the ways I think the region can improve too, is because for decades the region have been mostly the effectiveness is mostly within the diaspora, right? So a lot of the exports out of the Caribbean and Latin America, it feeds the particular country's diaspora. So Jamaica's performed well because there are a lot of Jamaicans living in places like New York, Toronto, Florida, those places. But I think we need to start developing products that goes beyond the diaspora, that other people from other cultures can embrace too, because the diaspora is not enough for that supply in order to grow the export. And I think one of the company that does it well is Grace, right? Because Grace, in particular, their coconut water managed to be one of the top coconut water I know, like in a lot of places in North America.
Although not a real coconut water. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but it competes in a lot. It's not only people, Jamaicans or Trini living abroad, like you see it in other households. I know coffee is one of those things, cocoa. So they need to find more products that can, reach a wider range of people in North America, exports, because the reason why the Basin, the Caribbean Basin Initiative, the reason why America can keep renewing it all the time is because it's pretty much supplying the diaspora, so they don't have any worries about them losing in any trade agreement or anything like that, because it never happened. Where our import bill is always like 10 times what we export. Yeah, so I think they need to improve on that.
Okay. We have work to do. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go right ahead.
And James, just to talk on that also, right? What I think the Caribbean have to do as a region, I see the Grenada government is trying to do it a lot more, is to make sure that the people in the diaspora remain citizens of their country. Reach out them, make the diaspora a parish. There are more people living outside of a country, a lot of the Caribbean countries than are in the Caribbean countries. We can leverage that. Understand? Things like automatic citizenship for your children, all and stuff, streamline it in such a way that as they come on the airport, they get it once they have the required documents, etc. And not only that, a lot of these people in the diaspora now could be ambassadors, could contribute to development funds and businesses and so on, and you make it easy to facilitate them and let them be the ones to help you build the exports and stuff, because in the markets they will know what the demands are. And once we could know what the demands are and we could work to provide and supply it, it's a lot of revenue and so coming in. So I think we have to extend the citizenship policy that when you leave the country, you're still part of the country, no matter where you go. And that will help a lot.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. And when we get back, we have stories out of Latin America. All right. We'll be right back. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right, YouTube, back with you. All right, time for stories out of Latin America. We only have one story today. From there, let me go ahead and pin the story at the bottom. Sheinbaum, yeah, she's in the news. Sheinbaum wants to make Mexico 10th largest economy in the world with Plan Mexico. Thank you for sending this article over, Mr. President. I appreciate you. You know, I get a lot of stories from all of you, and I really appreciate them. It does help that we're getting things from our supporters, our co-mods, because these are things that are interesting. I don't see everything. So I definitely welcome everybody sending stories so far. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of Mexico News Daily. President Claudia Sheinbaum on Monday presented an ambitious economic plan whose goals include making Mexico the 10th largest economy in the world, reducing reliance on imports from China and other Asian countries, and creating 1.5 million new jobs. Scheinbaum unveiled Plan Mexico at the Museum of Anthropology in Mexico City, making her second major speech in 2 days after delivering an hour-long address on Sunday to highlight her government's achievements during its first 100 days in office. The president described Plan Mexico as a long term vision for equitable and sustainable development that promotes economic growth while prioritizing well being for our people. She said that the plan would continue to promote the relocation of foreign companies to North America as Mexico seeks to take advantage of what has been described as a once in a generation nearshoring opportunity. Scheinbaum said that there is already US $277 billion in the investment pipeline. We've reached the level of having counted $277 billion in proposed investment from companies that we want to come to Mexico, or companies that want to come to Mexico, adding that the planned outlay is spread across some 2,000 projects. Scheinbaum also reiterated that the USMCA Free Trade Pact, which is up for revision in 2026, has benefited each of its signatories, the United States, Mexico, and Canada, los tres amigos. It will be maintained because it has been shown to be one of the best trade agreements in history. The president's presentation of Plan Mexico came exactly 1 week before the inauguration of United States President elect Donald Trump, who has pledged to impose a 25% tariff on all Mexican exports and accused Mexico of being a tariff free backdoor to the US for Chinese goods. Mr. President, thank you so much for sending this article over. Would you like to share your thoughts on this one? How do you feel about this? Uh, she is a breath of fresh air, in my opinion. But how do you feel about her?
Yeah.
Really? I'm messing with you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, well, I think she is doing a good job so far.
Mhm.
She's looking up to the Mexican people, and she's strategically staying in the news and pushing especially that free trade agreement and showing how not only Mexico but and Canada has been benefiting from that, which is the biggest pushback. So I think it was strategy that she did that just before Trump came into take office.
Mhm.
So she will garner that kind of exposure before he actually starts whatever he starts.
Okay.
If you notice, she has been strategically commenting on a lot of stuff that he said and making sure she's been in the headlines. A lot of people didn't know until when Trump started making his comments, and she continued to be in the news now. But we can't do it at Mexico. And Mexico need the US and the US need Mexico. It is that simple. So let's see where that goes.
Geely is redeeming herself. My apologies, Geely. Mr. President, what's going on up there? What's going on up there in New York? Talk to me. All right. Yeah. Anybody else want to share their thoughts on this article before we move on? Because we do have quite a bit more to get through. Granted, uh, past 1 o'clock today, we had a late start. All right. Okay. Let's keep it moving. All right. Next up, stores on the international scene. Let me go ahead and grab the first. Adesoji, you having a party over there in London, don't? All right. First story of the international segment, and let me run the banner across the bottom here. Exxon makes natural gas find in Mediterranean Sea off Egypt. At this point, I don't know when we find minerals, um, precious stones, metals, whatever, diamonds, oil, all of that. I don't know if it's a good thing for make the world know. Honestly, me don't even know. But let's go ahead and get into this article. According to subscriber.politicalpro.com, ExxonMobil has discovered natural gas off Egypt's Mediterranean coast, a find that could prove significant for the North African nation looking to revive faltering production. Exxon completed the exploratory Nefertari 1 well in the North Marakia block, which is located about 5 miles off Egypt's northern coast. The tech the Texas based company made this statement via email saying gas bearing reservoirs were encountered and we will continue to evaluate the results. The Eastern Mediterranean has become an exploration hotspot in recent years. After several natural gas discoveries off the coast of Israel in 2009 and 2010, the region's proximity to gas hungry markets in Europe and the Middle East helps bolster the potential economic viability of any discovery. But its political instability is a challenge. Chevron, BP, Shell, and Eni also, yes, they also have assets and exploration plans in the area. Lord have mercy. So let me ask a question. Egypt now have no company for themselves. Everywhere around the world that there is oil, it's US or British owned companies. Can somebody explain to me why that is? I really need to have an understanding. Wherever there is oil, there is the UK and there is the US.
Because oil exploration is a pretty capital intensive activity. And so usually those who already have a head start in terms of the use of set technology in the industry would have first dips. So you're talking the likes of Standard Oil, Chevron, ExxonMobil. There are a couple of other, mini ones, but those are the three key explorations. Everyone else comes what they call downstream, which is once they've discovered the oil and it's already flowing, the ones that will come and take it to market and stuff like that. But in terms of prospecting for it, it's usually those three. That is why when you hear they've made a find, oh, sorry, forgot to add Shell. Four, actually, four of them. Anglo, Dutch. Yeah. So usually when you hear there's a find, it will be either of those four. So that's the reason why that is the case.
But I didn't want to speak out of pocket. So I went on Google and I asked the question, who operates the oil refineries in Venezuela? Petroleos de Venezuela is the state-owned company that operates oil refineries in Venezuela. Mhm. Petroleos de Venezuela SA also explores, produces, and exports oil and natural gas. It was founded in 1976 when Venezuela nationalized its oil industry. It is a major source of revenue for the Venezuelan government. It works with other companies. Yes, it does. It works with companies like Chevron, Total Energies SE, and Repsol to maintain and increase production. It has collaborated with Iran work as its refineries at its 2022. But let us go back. It is state owned, explores, produces, exports oil and natural gases. I think y'all know what y'all here on Fanbase know about, and I think y'all know where we're heading with this conversation. Do I need to say anything?
No, you need to be much more specific than that.
No, I don't need to.
We don't know where you're going.
I've done enough bashing for the day.
What bashing? Who are you bashing?
So you understand why there's a rift between Venezuela and well.
No, I don't. Why should there be?
So this is all the reasons why there's a rift between the United States of America and Venezuela.
Because Venezuela has oil?
And it's what? State
No.
owned.
Okay.
State owned and operated.
Oh, okay. And who else is
Make
who
that
else
noise
is-
again. Make that noise again.
Oh, and who else is? You said there was a country else that was partaking in the.
Iran.
Oh,
Iran.
oh. And what do those two have in common? Okay. Oh. If you had put it like that, then, I probably wouldn't have asked the question.
I think the problem is the word collaboration, right? If they were just seeking expertise to come and, help them with the maintenance of the refinery, but because they collaborate,
it was the collab, okay.
it was the collaboration, and that's my argument, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to that.
Well, and you could also add the things that both of them have in common is the fact that with Venezuela, it was previously an American company that was managing their oil reserves. In the case of Iran, it was British Petroleum. British Petroleum were kicked out in 1957. And bearing in mind, you were talking about over 700 oil wells that they lost control of. And guess where they also lost control of oil? And funny enough, there is a war going on there. Also in Russia, BP found an oil field in Russia, and suffice to say, the government in Russia called them in and told them, what was the amount of money you spent on exploring this oil well? And they said, well, something to the tune of about 20 billion. And they said, well, between you and I, would make you an offer, and I'm sure you won't be able to refuse it. They gave them 15 billion and asked them to leave. Yes. So the projection from 1957 to 1976 and to 1990. When did that one happen? Sorry, that one happened in 2012. And funny enough, it's also state companies that take over. So in the case of Venezuela, it was a state company that took over. In the case of Iran, it was Iranian oil. In the case of Russia, it was Gazprom. I yield.
Let me ask a question. Was it last year or the year before that President Biden met with Venezuela's and I remember, Lord of mercy. Hold on, let me jump on it. Let me go on something. Because they're meeting with the president of the United States, Joe Biden, and someone in Venezuela. And I remember us having a conversation and saying, something to do with the oil down there. Yeah. But I guess it never worked out right. Listen, man.
Very much so.
Okay.
Because once the United States realized that they can't take anything by force, they threw all their dummies out of the pram.
Okay. And Adesoji, and that is the reason why they are siding with Guyana. And remember, there is a discrepancy. There is something in play here with 2/3 of Guyana, which thanks to the Brits, and I'm not going to stop blaming y'all over there in the UK for messing this up as in a world anyway. 2/3 of Guyana allegedly belongs to Venezuela. And that 2/3 that belongs to Venezuela is an oil-rich region. Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. You see, everything comes together.
Yeah, and Venezuela would learn one thing from what has transpired in the past. You play a long game. As long as you don't go to war over that landscape, you don't give the Americans an excuse to come into your territory.
That's where Trinidad come in. Remember the story a couple weeks ago?
Yes,
not me saying it. Trinidad.
Yeah, but as long as you don't give them that opportunity to put one soldier, one tank, one whatever on your territory, they will still be doing what they're doing right now, which is shouting from the outside. Let us come in, let us come in. As long as you don't give them a reason to, and you shouldn't. That's how you play the long game with them. Iran, the reason why they despise Iran is not only because of the oil, it's because of what happened in 1979 with the coming to power of Ayatollah Khomeini. What did they do? They invaded the American embassy. Not only were the Americans had shredded most of the names on their files, they got kids to stick all those names together, and they were able to tick off every CIA agent in the Middle East. But that's the United States will never forgive Iran.
Oh boy. All right, next up on the international scene, Indonesia considers importing Russian oil after joining BRICS. This one also courtesy of Mr. President. Thank you for sending this over. Oilprice.com is the website that you can go to find this article. After joining BRICS last week, and this article is dated January 15, after joining BRICS last week, Indonesia is considering the possibility of importing cheap Russian crude oil as long as it complies with the rules, Indonesian Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources Bahlil said on Wednesday. Last week, Indonesia became the first Southeast Asian country, the one with the biggest economy and largest population at that, to join the of developing economies, said Brazil, which holds the 2025 presidency of the alliance. After Indonesia joined the group, BRICS, originally standing for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, now has 11 full-fledged members, and they are, just to remind everyone, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Ethiopia, Iran, and Indonesia. Indonesia views its membership in BRICS as a strategic step to increase collaboration and cooperation with other developing states based on the principles of equality, mutual respect, and sustainable development. Let me read those three words for you again: equality, mutual respect, and sustainable development. Not three words, three phrases, I should say. Sustainable development. However, also last week, the outgoing US administration on slapped the most severe sanctions on Russia's oil yet, designating two major Russian oil companies, Gazprom Neft and another one I cannot pronounce, as well as 183 vessels, dozens of oil traders, oil field service providers, insurance companies, and energy officials. The new sanctions have already created ripples in the market and a race in India and China, Russia's key oil customers, to avoid dealing with sanctioned tankers and traders going forward. India's refiners have stopped doing business with Russian tankers and companies sanctioned by the US on Friday. That's according to a source at the Indian government when speaking with Reuters. Despite the hefty sanctions, India expects its flows of crude from Russia not to be disrupted until March, as the sanctioned tankers will be allowed to discharge until then. So, India will have its work cut out if it wants to buy Russian oil and follow international rules at the same time. My favorite part, though, Indonesia views membership in BRICS as a strategic step to increase, my favorite word, I think it's the word of the day, collaboration and cooperation with other developing countries based on the principles of equality, mutual respect, and sustainable development. Shouldn't that be how all nations engage? Or no? No? Okay, fair enough. I mean, we're so accustomed to not operating on that model. So why change it now? Them say if it not broke, no fix it. Not that them say no, and not that them say
That's the
okay.
case. That's the
Okay.
case.
All right. Just making sure. Me no want, I mean, come on now. Them say if it not broke, don't fix it. And I guess I need to follow follow suit there. All right, so thank you once again. And here's another article from Mr. President. Nigerian refineries to consume. Let me grab this one and pin it on YouTube. Nine Nigerians to consume 143 million barrels of crude in H1 2025. Okay. You're welcome, natural butterfly. You are most welcome. I have to shout out Natural Butterfly. She is my cousin who resides up there in Canada. Beautiful maple leaf country. All right, so let's get into this one, courtesy of Africa.businessinsider.com. Uh, Recent developments suggest that the nation's refineries will consume a substantial share of its crude oil production during the first half of 2025. The Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has announced its crude oil production forecast for the first half of 2025, aligning with Section 109 of the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021. This initiative aims to maximize the operational capacity of the nation's domestic refineries by ensuring a consistent and reliable supply of crude oil for processing. According to NUPRC, government owned refineries, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, and eight other domestic refineries are projected to process 750,500 barrels of oil equivalent per day from January to June 2025. The Nigerian government has outlined ambitious targets, aiming for an output of over 2 million barrels and 62 million barrels per month. Progress towards these goals was highlighted in the OPEC monthly oil market report, which noted an 11% rise in the country's oil production, including condensates from 1.333 billion barrels in October to 1.486 million in November. So, what does that mean? In English, this translates to a daily increase of 152,000 barrels and a total monthly increase of approximately 1 million barrels during that period. The Dangote refinery will receive the largest share of crude oil at 550,000 barrels per day. But I have a question. Before I hand the mic over. I don't know who wants to take it first, Mr. President or Adesoji. I have a question with regards to this Nigeria story and the refinery. Is Nigeria still shipping the crude overseas to other refiners for them to process it and then them import it, them import it back to Nigeria? Somebody bring me up to speed because I know that was a matter of concern. Was it last year or the year before?
Your answer lies in the article you just read, where it says,
You better tell us if you read.
no, really.
I'm only messing with you. Go ahead.
No, where it says, that part of the article where it says, the plan is to. Yeah? So, there you go. You're welcome.
Who owns Dangote?
We're not even going to get into that place. Let's just carry on.
Okay, just carry on. Okay, all right. Next up, Dangote of over 200 firms abandoned Nigeria's national grid amid persistent outages. You say I must carry on, but I mean, here comes this story. What do you want me to do?
No, the reason I say carry on is it's as if the arrangement of your stuff read my mind. He's literally like an albatross around the neck of Nigeria. He's everywhere. He's like that rash that just refuses to go away.
Please, some have mercy, but I can say it, so be nice. Listen, can we try our best in 2025 to be a little nicer and a little have a little more empathy?
Here's me being nice and empathetic. The man does not produce anything. No, seriously, doesn't produce anything. The man is a monopolist turned oligarch.
Oh, you have that over there in Nigeria too?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So he's been enabled by a series of governments And to be fair to him, he knew how to dance, and he got his he got his dollar bill thrown at him, and
Make it rain. Make it rain.
stuff happened. I'll give you an example.
Uh-huh.
You, Moments,
Mm-hmm.
can be a billionaire in Nigeria without producing anything. No.
Oh, I need to move to
Let me give you an
Nigeria.
example. Let me just give you an example. And so you see how it's possible that a single individual
Mm-hmm.
can finance the building of a refinery.
Okay.
Prior to the refinery coming on stream,
Mm-hmm.
his claim to fame was two things. The import of sugar into Nigeria. He's the sole importer of sugar into Nigeria, wherein there are sugar companies within Nigeria that he's competing with. And how does he compete? He undermines them, because if you're bringing stuff in from wherever and it's cheaper than what is being produced in the country, guess what's going to happen? Eventually, those industries are going to close. That's one. Two is cement. There are literally, and I kid you not, literally 4 big, clean cement depository in Nigeria. There is one in Boko, there is one in Ungeli. So Boko is in the north, Ungeli is in the east, Ewekoro is in the west. There's another one in Suleja, that's in the northwest. Now, what do they produce? They produce cement. What does any economy need to build? Cement. But for some reason, some bright idiot in government allows this guy to bring cheap imports in from Vietnam. Guess what happened to those industries? They closed down. And guess what then happened? He bought them. So now, by the very nature of the fact that he now controls, he controls the price. So anytime I hear the guy's name and people are, oh, this guy is the real, I'm like, you idiot.
No, don't call us idiots.
No,
here's what I'm saying. Hold
no,
on.
I'm not saying you.
No, I know that. I'm speaking all of us in general, because you see, a lot of us on the outside will think that everything is kosher, everything is copacetic, because we don't have this information.
And then the worst still is now he's projecting the same thing that has happened in Nigeria onto the African scene. He's in Tanzania, he's in Zambia. Which other country is he in recently? There was another country where he's going in to buy their cement factory. I mean, come on, man.
But do you hate him or do you hate the game?
I don't hate him, and
do we hate the player or do we hate the game? Because there is a crack, people are going to take advantage. No, if he's allowed to take advantage, he's not going to do it. Not true.
It's not a game. The reason why it's not a game is if you're competing and there's fair competition, then it's a game. This is manipulation. You're manipulating the market to serve your interests.
But then again, who allows him to do it? He has been allowed to do it.
Like I said, successive governments.
Okay.
There was only one. In the history of Nigeria, the 64 years of Nigeria 66 years of Nigeria being of Nigeria being in existence. There's been only one government, nearly two, but only one government that I knew that looked the monopolist in the eye. And that government did not last more than 6 months. That was it. The rest, they've just been facilitators. And I yield.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Adesoji. Love the insight. Mr. President, you want to say anything since you were the one who sent this article over? I don't know if you want to share your thoughts on this, or we just keep it moving. Let me know. Why are you laughing at Adesoji? Adesoji laughing. All right. Can't talk now. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep it moving. Did I read it already? No, I haven't read it yet. We just pin the link on YouTube now. According to Africa.businessinsider.com, which include Dangote Group, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, uh, total, and about 250 manufacturers and academic institutions have abandoned the national grid to generate their electricity. The recurring incidence of grid collapse is attributed to aging facilities, lack of maintenance, inadequate investment in the power sector, and vandalization of power facilities. This constant collapse has led to disruption of business activities and delays in healthcare services. Nigeria has faced recurring power grid failures with 12 collapses in 2024 alone. Following the 11th grid collapse, the Honorable Minister of Power, Chief Adelabu, established an intersectoral investigative committee to examine the causes and potential solutions to Nigeria's recurring grid failures. However, despite this initiative, a 12th grid collapse occurred on December 11, 2024, bringing the total number of grid collapses in 2024 to 12. What's going on in your country? Adesoji, what's up?
Like I said, it's no. I mean, you see, when you sit Nigerians together and ask them to give you a prognosis of what the problem of Nigeria is, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's simple. It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have oil and not have power.
Mm.
Just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Because all of the stuff that you are byproducts of power, byproducts of petroleum, can be used to power your turbines. If it's gas, yes. If it's paraffin, which you guys would call kerosene, if it's petroleum, it's there. If it's diesel, you've got it. Yeah? Crude oil, by its very nature, has 22 byproducts. So depending on what you extract accordingly. The problem is, half of the crude oil is sold onto the markets without holding back anything. And if that is not the case, it is smuggled into the next countries because the price of petroleum products in nearby countries is much more expensive than in Nigeria. So they don't sell it locally, they push it outside. You get your allocation, petrol stations get their allocation, they do the border. That stuff can be stopped, but the guys who are in the military also have their own benefactors, so they allow it to happen. You report it to the police are hamstrung because, for one, they can't look the military in the eye because they know what their rank is in terms of the totem pole. When it comes to the banks that should normally, there's an edict in place, normally whatever money you lend to people have to be used specifically for that business.
Right.
So normally if you say, oh, this money is for import and export, the idea is the money is going out to bring something and bring it back in.
Right.
These guys will go to the bank, take the money and go and get allocation for fuel and push it across the border, make money and return it to the bank. The bank is not, as long as the bank's money is safe, they're not reporting illegal activities to the government. Fast forward to the government. The case of Mr. Chuck earlier, his case is not unique to Jamaica. There are facilitators like that in Parliament, in our Parliament, politicians who will extort businessmen only to be caught on camera and then saying, oh, they were just having a conversation.
Boy.
Yes. So that's why
everywhere.
Yes. So that's why
I'm sorry. Finish up. Sorry.
So that's why I'm saying the Nigeria's problem, I mean, them leaving, is just an indication that, the problem has gotten to a point. But why did they have to wait till 2025 or 2024 to then know there is a problem? There is a problem long time ago. The last time we built a new generating power generating plant was in Lagos, and the name of the place is Igby, and it was built in 1996. Yeah, in Lagos. So ish.
So you understand when I say, I think I said this quite recently too. There has to be a school where once you want to become a politician, or once you've become a politician, you must go there and take a training, because it's the same thing all over the world now. Same country. I mean, any country, same blueprint. Did someone else open their mic and want to go ahead before we move on? All right. Thank you, Adesoji. Appreciate that. Next up, also courtesy of Mr. President, Rwanda is set to become Africa's newest oil-producing nation after fresh discovery. What's with this oil thing all over the world? We're gonna drink oil. I know what again. Oil, we're gonna start drink all over the world. Go, 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 go. According to Africa.businessinsider.com, this oil discovery marks a significant milestone in the country's efforts to diversify its economy beyond the traditional sectors like agriculture and tourism. Currently, Rwanda's economy heavily relies on agricultural and mineral exports, plus its thriving tourism industry. However, the discovery of oil aligns with the government's strategy to expand revenue sources through the exploitation, I don't like that word, of hydrocarbons and mining resources. Rwanda's extractive industries currently contribute about 2% to the nation's GDP, according to its statistical agency. The country has also made notable contributions to global mineral markets. According to the United States Department of Commerce, Rwanda accounted for 31% of the world's tungsten exports and 14% of global tin exports in 2022. The country also contributed 5% to global exports of niobium, tantalum, and vanadium. Additionally, Rwanda's gold exports that year were valued at, and this does not sound right, but them said it was valued at $555.7 million. I want to argue that number, but anyway, I don't have my facts to argue that number. But anyway, this newfound oil discovery could further bolster Rwanda's growing presence in the global extractive industry and significantly enhance its economic prospects. Currently, Rwanda imports all its petroleum product requirements due to the absence of local production. However, with this recent discovery, the country is poised to join the ranks of Africa's oil-producing nations alongside major players like Algeria, Nigeria, and Egypt. Why are you laughing? Shouldn't you be happy for Rwanda?
I'm so my heart bleeds for them actually. What you read something now with regards to what they export in terms of tungsten, tin, and tantalum.
Yes.
Could you please recount that number, please?
Sure. The 555.7
No,
million
the percentage of their
5%?
share.
Okay,
the percentage of their share in the world market.
Okay, 31%. Okay, according to the United States Department of Commerce, Rwanda accounted for 31% of the world's tungsten exports and 14% of tin exports in 2022.
So 14% of tin, right?
31% of tungsten. See, I understand. I said the numbers not right with the $555.7 million.
No. I'm not even particular about the amounts they get. I want to know the percentage of their share in the world market. So they've got 31% of what's the first one? You said 31%?
The first one of the world's tungsten exports.
Okay, tungsten, okay.
And 14% of global tin exports.
14% of global tin. Okay.
I don't like it.
Okay. While we talking about what's it called? While we're talking about and you also said something about it's global mineral what? There was something global mineral what?
Global 5%. They contributed 5% to global exports of niobium, tantalum, and vanadium. Additionally, Rwanda's gold exports that year
Okay.
were valued at $555.7 million.
Okay, so it's the gold that's valued at 500
Yes.
and
Yeah, thank you for
okay.
having me reread that. Yeah. But that number
Yeah,
did not
so
sound right.
yeah, exactly. So the it says something about it's rank something in the global or contribution to global mineral or something. What did you say that? Sorry, I'm
No, hold on.
being
No.
facetious.
I know you're being very facetious. I know.
You will see where I'm going with this.
Go on. Carry on.
So it says something to the effect that its position with regards to global mineral wealth is something. There was a key word there. He says, "Okay, forget." The reason I'm a bit suspect with regards to that is Rwanda has no deposits of tungsten, tantalum, and tantalum.
You sure?
No, it doesn't.
That's interesting.
It's the reason why the likes of Apple, Tesla, and Samsung are in court in France and Belgium, having been brought there by Congo for what's the word? Getting unethical minerals. Let's just
we had that conversation. Yeah.
So yeah. So we'll call it unethical minerals. So how can you export something you don't have?
Whoops! You have me here and knock over everything. Yeah.
So how can you export something you don't have?
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, probably you discovered oil again in Eastern Congo because that's where the M23 are. The M23, for those who don't know, is one of the most, the most equipped rebel group in the world. We use the word rebels loosely here because they're effectively the Rwandan army. And one last thing, which is very, very important on this very day, the 17th of January, 1961, marks 64 years exactly that the world lost Patrice Lumumba. And why? Because of this same very area, this Eastern Congo, that was cut off from Congo by 5 days before their independence by the Belgians, so that they can explore all of these minerals. But when Lumumba pushed against it, the United States, with its lackeys, the French and the Belgians, and funny to say, the United Kingdom, got the man executed along with two of his other colleagues. So when all of these guys now are carrying on as if business as usual, and they're writing, positive headlines about each other, the fact still remains, everything they're getting right now, putting on the market, belongs to somebody else. Belongs to Congo. So 64 years gone, Patrice Lumumba, continue to rest in peace. We'll continue to shout your name for as long as we have breath. I yield.
It's interesting because while you're talking, Adesoji, I'm doing a little research here on food, right? Because a part of the article, further down in the article, says, let me jump back down to it. In 2021, Rwanda announced the discovery of a field in Lake Kivu estimated to hold millions of tons of crude oil and natural gas reserves. The country has already begun tapping into the area's methane gas, securing a $400 million agreement with GasMeth Energy to extract and process the gas into compressed natural gas for cooking, industrial applications, and vehicular use. So I went over to Google to see who is GasMeth Energy Limited. The owners, developers of this project are GasMeth Energy Limited, a Rwanda registered company whose shareholders are illustrated below in a table. So scroll down. Number 1, American investors. Number 2, Nigerian investors. And number 3, Rwandan investors. Why the American investors are number 1?
also asked the question, where is Lake Kivu? Look at it on the map.
I am looking at the map. Let me see if I'm seeing properly here. Hold on. Bring up a different map so I can get a clear view. Why am I telling you? Why don't have you do some research? Because you see what life come to, you see what journalism has come to, because we don't get truth in journalism. We have to take matters into our own hand and do a deep dive. Okay, Lake Kivu is of the African Great Lakes. It
Yeah,
lies on the
moments.
border between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. Go ahead, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Yeah, what I was saying is the precious metals, we know where they come from. But for the oil in Lake Kivu, I wouldn't see that. It's not far fetched because if you look at it, Lake Kivu basically straddle both the Congo and Rwanda because it's right there in the border. So it's a high probability that they do have oil there. My thing is though, it's very important when it comes to the natural environment, the source of water and stuff like that. So it is interesting to see how they will balance oil exploration in Lake Kivu while maintaining that kind of natural environment and so on. What are the implications to that? But they finding oil there. I don't find that being far fetched. As to the other precious material, for them to be major contributors in the world, as I say, as much as Kagame is my boy, very, 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 very suspect.
You've been saying that a lot lately.
Yeah, because anytime you start to pivot to the West, anytime any African leaders start pivoting to the West, they start watching you closer. Also, when you're looking at the situation in Rwanda right now, Rwanda having a disparity. Okay, so he did a great job taking them out of genocide and bringing the country forward. But right now, there is a disparity with the distribution of income. You're creating two, like, you see how Jamaica is it? We have filthy rich people and dirt poor. That's what's going on in Rwanda. The wealth is not trickling. It's not trickling down. The disparities, the middle class is shrinking. Or you probably did not have a middle class before and it's not growing. And the prospect is not looking too good for the poor people there. I mean, he did a good job taking it, but right now, a lot of foreign investment is almost like you're catering for stuff. There are people in Rwanda who is paying rent in US because developers literally requiring US payment, even if, I mean, the government is sort of kicking back against it, but it's still happening. And all the expats, the NGOs and stuff that are there, they're inflating the market. And if the Rwandan government don't be careful, they will lose the population. As much as there is an accumulation of wealth, they would lose the population. And look at the Western interests. How much of them are starting to pour into Rwanda?
Exactly. And to make matters worse, the basis for the genocide itself is basically staring them in the face, in discontent. And then before you know it, it kicks off again. Hopefully it doesn't. But why you wonder why people don't learn from history? But then, and one thing I find, once you find the West investing in something in Africa, my God, you have to start really questioning your morals. They're just, the dodginess is just, for want of a better word, kind of, I won't say limiting. I would say it really does beg the question, where are our morals? I suppose there are no morals when business is concerned, so.
It puts Rwanda in a very precarious position, right? It is fragile, very fragile now. And if the government of Rwanda do not manage properly, any very strong leadership that comes in. So, for instance, I think Russia is starting to have interest in the Congo and stuff. If you have a strong Congolese government, right?
Yeah.
That get the backing of Russia and really start to take control of its mineral, what would happen is Rwanda will be the gateway for everything else from the West. Now, if you have Kagame has had the support of the people, undying support of the people for years because they believe in him, and I think he's still riding on his good grace from the the
Genocide,
genocide. And
yeah.
not that he's doing a bad job now, if you really analyze it based on what's going on. But the day an icon like Kagame leave power, it will be open season. Everybody, it will be a grab. And that could flip the country back a couple of years, especially with people like America and them in there with their interests, because it's directly there on the Eastern Congo, right? So you'll find that would be a very, very serious problem.
Very
So
much
that is
so.
something that Rwanda have to manage very, very carefully right now.
I like what you said, manage carefully. And I say yes to that, especially because the number one investor in gas meth is well, I guess it consists of a few bodies, but American. Anyway, you say America, you have to kind of proceed with caution. Am I wrong or am I right? And I can't tell. You know?
I can tell you the sort of American we're talking about, but you might you might get slapped across the wrist.
Yeah. And Lord knows I'm tired of being in timeout.
So. Exactly. So.
All right, so moving right along. Next up, also courtesy of Mr. President, thank you for sending this over. Mr. President dominated the international scene today. He sent all the stories for the international news segment. Turkish railway with Chinese upgrades could bypass Russia en route to Europe. South China Morning Post. Let's read this one. scmp.com is where you can find this article. A Turkish investment official said China is interested in helping to make about 60 billion US dollars in upgrades to his country's railway network, which European freight shippers may see as a way to bypass Russia as the war in Ukraine continues. On the list of improvements is electrification, new domestic routes, a bridge in the continental connector city of Istanbul, and a high speed line from Istanbul to the national capital of Ankara. That's according to the president of the Governmental Promotion Office, Invest in Turkey. Chinese equipment maker CRRC Zhuzhou Electric Locomotive already has a factory in Turkey. Mhm. That's according to the Post. The company debuting what it called the country's fastest metro train on Istanbul's transit system last year. Other contractors are expected to submit bids in an open tender process due to begin soon. They are interested in the projects. As long as they're offering a competitive bid on the tender, they're welcome to join. There is huge potential for railway investments. China is hoping the Turkish railway network can help ship cargo to and from Europe. That's according to Jayant Menon, a senior fellow at the IC's Yusof Ishak Institute in Singapore, adding that nearly 3-year-old Russia-Ukraine conflict deters European shippers from using more direct routes that run through or near the two warring countries. Hey, China and I'm still enough. I don't think that anybody can outbid China. That's my honest opinion. I think they're going to win the bid. They will do what it is to make it happen because they're interested in their products getting out there. Go ahead, Adesoji.
You said outbid which country?
Hold on, let me jump backwards to the article. So,
No, which country do you say outbid? Which country do you say no one could outbid?
China.
You mean China?
Oh Lord, yeah, I need to say it right. But I can't do my mouth like that. Have you seen his picture? His picture looks like a villain picture. Oh,
Yeah.
But remember, today we do not speak about the villain.
Yeah. He replicated his indictment picture. Yeah, I said it.
You're
Bite
so
me.
bad. You are so.
Who's gonna check me, boo?
Who's gonna check you, boo? Yeah, but seriously, can anybody outbid China?
No. Of course not. Especially the fact that they're very particular about what it is they want to do, and they make no apologies about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's either what's it called? It's either you get in or you lie down. So sorry.
Lord
Sorry, I had to use
You
that
have to put it,
analogy.
you have to put it away there, Lord. You make it sound away. You make it sound away.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, it's China. It's China, so it might be, you know.
You have a point. You have a valid point. All right. China!
Okay, okay.
Is that better? Huh? Is that better? All right.
That sounds way too excitable.
I need to edit something here real quick to be able to post it. Hold on 1 second. Let me delete that. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Next up. This is the last story out of the international segment. World Bank faces major controversy after approving $350 million grant. Huh? Well, I don't know. Maybe jump on that one. There. This one courtesy of Yahoo. I had to go to Yahoo. Yahoo. Oh, you remember? Who remember the thing? Yahoo. Lord,
Yahoo!
you remember? Oh Lord, the things that come up in our head as we're reading the news. Anyway. According to YahooNews.com, plans for
Yahoo!
a hydroelectric station in Central Asia have raised eyebrows over beliefs that financial institutions are funding the project to establish cryptocurrency mining operations under the guise of clean energy. That's according to a report from EurasiaNet. Well, what's happening? EurasiaNet reported that the Rogan hydropower dam project in Tajikistan, forgive me, folks over there, mispronouncing your country, will receive a $350 million grant from the World Bank for the first phase of construction. It's a grant, folks. It's free money. Yay! Other investments have come from the Asian Infrastructure Development Bank, which pledged a loan of $270 million, and the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, which paid out the first of 6 installments of $16.7 million for a total of $100 million. The $6.4 billion dam, expected to be the tallest in the world at 335 meters, will provide power to over 8 million people while avoiding 150,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions annually. It will have 6 turbines that will generate 3,600 megawatts of electricity, doubling the nation's energy production. So why is the financial backing of Rogan a concern? Why? Well, let me answer that per the article. While investors and officials have touted Rogan's ability to contribute to the decarbonization of regional power grids in Central Asia, some analysts have a suspicion the project only drew support because of its ability to support cryptocurrency mining. Take the mic, Adesoji. Have it. Go right.
Yeah, I was asking the question. I was gonna ask the same question before you answered it, which was there's always been ever since China built the Three Gorges Dam.
No, say it right.
China.
Yeah, perfect. There you go.
Built the Three Gorges Dam. There's been an aversion against supporting the building of dams, especially in light of the environmental impact it will cause downstream. So the fact that it's gotten a green light here, that was what I was like, okay, it does seem to add up. But you answered the question. And also cryptocurrency. Well, that's as if we don't have enough problems in the world. The what's it called? Their servers are heating up the ice, and now we have to build dams in order to facilitate cryptocurrency.
What is cryptocurrency made from? Somebody, because let me tell you something. I have zero interest in cryptocurrency. I'm not gonna lie. And the reason I have zero interest in cryptocurrency is because I'm yet to be told something that sounds sensible about cryptocurrency. But people seem to be getting wealthy off of cryptocurrency.
I mean, it's based on the blockchain, and blockchain just means everything is decentralized. Instead of using central banks to facilitate payments. What you do is peer-to-peer. So basically, if you wanted something and I want what you have, you will look for somebody else who wants what you have. So we just do a circle round like that, as opposed to using. But as much as that is the norm, it also is open to abuse, which is somebody can turn up and say, well, I have this in exchange for that. The moment you hand over anything, there is no guarantee that whatever it is you were hoping to get in the return will come to you. So that's the downside of it. So, yeah. So, but then in order to power all the payments and off-grid payments, you need. So that's why you have servers being held elsewhere. But even those servers are not being manned by anyone. So the servers have been created. So essentially, you're doing your transactions, going through various servers. Say you're in Florida, your server might be in Argentina in the mountains, and it will be interacting with a server in Russia and bypassing the United States. That's the key thing.
Lord.
Exactly. I know.
This just sounds like one bag of confusion, in my opinion. But go ahead, James. Go right ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adesoji.
Yeah, Adesoji. Question: can it be tracked? Is it like the Bitcoin that can't be tracked?
It can be tracked, but then it can be tracked because if you use exchanges, you're using exchanges anyway. So there are various exchanges out there. So it can be tracked up to a point. Up to a point. Because there are people who will come in blind. When I say blind, what I mean is they're using VPNs. So you know what that means. So with VPN, I can say I'm in Tokyo, wherein I'm in London. So tracking falls down there. Except you now go to the VPN guy to say who has this VPN number. And those guys are not obliged to give you the information. So, but the powers that be, if they want to get you, they will get you. So,
sorry.
And sorry, I think it was just yesterday I heard that the IRS is going to roll out a tax on crypto starting in 2025.
I'm sorry.
His Majesty's revenue has already rolled that out.
Thank you.
But no, but
where's my popcorn? Hold on. Somebody back. I need a popcorn. I need some popcorn. Go ahead.
No, but to piggyback off what Javed just said, there is a caveat though. The average monthly income in the United Kingdom, average yearly income in the United Kingdom is around £37,000 a year. Anything over that in the course of your transaction over the year is open to tax. Anything below that threshold, they will not look at. So there are two things. One, you're using exchanges, but you're also using your bank. So if I want to pay money to you, although we're trading on an exchange, the money is coming through your. So the bank is obliged to facilitate your records to HMRC. Yeah. And the exchanges will also hold records of how much you've traded in one financial year. So that's how they keep tabs on you.
But that's in the UK, right?
Yes, that's in the United Kingdom.
Because the article says that starting in 2025, platforms managing cryptocurrency transactions will be required to report them directly to the IRS. Under the new regulation, custodial platforms like Coinbase and Gemini will play a pivotal role in this third-party reporting system. Transactions will be reported on a new form, a 1099, which brokers will send to both customers and the IRS.
So
I'm not going to even read anymore because that already is just telling you where the direction is going.
exactly. I mean, they thought they would fly under the radar, but now they're being pulled back in. So it's that what's it called? As they were used to call it, the wild west of cryptocurrency is over.
And Adesoji, you said something about decentralized platforms.
Yes, ma'am.
It does say that there are some exceptions to the rules for transactions conducted on decentralized platforms where users maintain custody of their assets and trade through peer-to-peer transaction. The third-party reporting requirements won't take effect until 2027.
So it's a way of them. They probably want to study it more before they come down on them.
Yes.
But they're gonna pull them in as well. So
yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
Can't hide money from Uncle Sam, huh?
He go
Yeah.
fight it. He's like a German cockroach. Can't get rid of him. All right. I want to welcome JR Cricket below. Thank you so much for coming to Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. We appreciate your support. I'll go right ahead, Mr. President. Who opened their mic? Mr. President. Yeah.
The thing is, with this decentralized platform, right, it's very difficult to track it. And I don't think they could properly, effectively account for it as yet. That's why they're going through the platforms like the Coinbase and stuff like that. As to the cost of the Bitcoins and so, it is very expensive to mint a coin. It takes a lot of power. Hence the reason why if you look at the countries that has excessive, like a lot of excess power, that is where the miners tend to populate. You cannot really mint in the US. It's just too cost. So places like Russia and stuff is where people would go to try to bring them. There's also a limited amount of coins that can be minted in a given period. So to me, Bitcoin and stuff could only be used speculatively, not as a currency. But the blockchain is here to stay. This whole decentralized platform, because as it is currently, we have centralized platform like the bank. So the bank makes money on every side of the transactions, right? And they hold your money for you, or they tell you the money is there. And you have to go to them to do this. If you want to audit your account or whatever, they have to tell you what it is. With the centralized platform, it's like everybody has a record of everything. So even if you take out one player, the rest of the players exactly know what's going on and stuff like that. And what it does, it reduces transaction costs and so considerably. And that is what they're really after, the money. Because the blockchain threatened to upend the way business is done right now. And hence the emphasis on that. As I say, it's difficult to collect the taxes. The banks and them do not control everything, etc. But it's an interesting topic to dive into.
Very interesting, because me try to understand what is Bitcoin made from. Right? A metal. So it's more digging up resources out of the earth, because I'm looking here on Google, right? What material is Bitcoin made from? A metal or plastic cryptocurrency coin. A variety of physical Bitcoins and other crypto coins are created for amusement as well as for collectors. The metal varieties are made of copper, brass, and even silver and gold, in which case their value depends primarily on the price of the precious metal. You know what? Can we just keep things old-fashioned way? That's me. Need backward bad when it comes to them things. Yeah. It don't make no sense to me. I'm in a shame for that. This whole crypto something. No, me not have time for getting at it. Probably me dunce. Me fully dunce with that one. Yeah. And it's okay. Okay, Javed, so I must be careful what I say about
Yes,
myself.
you know, I was just getting ready to come off my mic.
You notice me so accustomed to it right now. Me can't say I know what Javed tell me. But brother, this is sound like something to tie me up, twist me up, and confuse the life out of me. At my age, listen. 52 years this year on this Master God earth. Me not have no time for not what go stress out me soul case. Asa, me get it. I'm at the stage now where I was at one point with my parents, right? Where you're asking your children to do certain things by your phone for you. And them look for you. And you can't see the eye rolling down. And then when one of them in particular will say, So, mommy, you never know that. That's where I am. So, anything for confuse the life out of me? No, 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 no. Give me a bottle of wine and I'm good to go. That's all I need. A bottle of wine and I'm good. I'm really good. All right. Well, thank you all very much. Again, I want to say a big thank you to Mr. President for sending over the articles for today's segment on the international news. It is on the international scene. It is now time for us to go to North America for our stories. But before we do so, let's catch our breath a little. We're going to take a little break here on YouTube Live. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. We're back on YouTube. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're back on YouTube Live. Listen, don't take that with me. Still new to this, but have it by next week. Have it. Okay. So first article out of news out of North America. Ice. Not the ice out of your freezer. Not that one.
Ice, baby.
Vanilla ice. Ice estimates it would need $26.9 billion to enforce the GOP deportation bill. When did they recognize this? Anyway, according to NPR, the Homeland Security Department is warning lawmakers in Congress that a proposed immigration enforcement bill would cost $26.9 billion to implement in its first year and would be impossible for immigration and customs enforcement to execute within existing resources. The Senate is currently weighing amendments on the Laken-Riley Act, the Laken or Laken, whatever, I'm not sure how her name is pronounced. I think it's Laken-Riley. Anyway, that act, which would direct federal immigration enforcement to detain and to deport anyone in the U.S. without legal status if they have been charged, arrested, or convicted of burglary, theft, larceny, or shoplifting. The bill passed the House last week with more Democratic support than the previous time the body voted on it. The bill has been broadly seen as a marker emphasizing Washington's focus on immigration and border security as President-elect Donald Trump is about to be inaugurated. Some Senate Democrats are giving the measure a chance. This week, a bipartisan set of procedural votes opened up the measure to further debate and changes. But the agents in charge of carrying out the potential new law warns may not physically be able to do so. New estimates from an internal ICE document obtained and verified by NPR show that the agency would need, hold your breath, don't hold your breath, but they're going to need at least 110,000 more detention beds and over 10,000 enforcement and removal operations personnel to increase apprehensions, detentions, and removals. More than 7,000 additional attorneys and support personnel would also be needed to handle immigration proceedings, according to the estimates. The document notes that a figure of $3.2 billion has been shared widely as a cost estimate, but calls that number incorrect because it does not represent the full cost of implementation. The document says the previous estimate, outlined in a 3-page memo from ICE sent in response to questions from one of the bill's House sponsors, was based on only 60,000 beds. Now, before we start talking about this one, I'm just going to go ahead and jump into the other one. And I have a soundbite for this one as well, courtesy of NPR. And the title of this article is Trump's Challenge: Where to House Millions of Immigrant Detainees. So let's go ahead and take a listen to this one. If my volume will go up. Okay, here we go.
When President-elect Trump takes office on Monday, he has said one of his first priorities will be a mass deportation effort. An estimated 11 million immigrants are in the U.S. without legal status, and Trump's plan raises a variety of concerns, from civil rights to logistics. It's not clear where officials would house detainees before they're deported. NPR criminal justice reporter Meg Anderson has been looking into the options the administration could use. Hi there.
Hey, Ari.
Where could the Trump administration put immigrants facing deportation?
Yeah, so of course, one of the first places people think about are the nation's prisons and jails. And U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, has more than 100 detention facilities across the country, the vast majority of which are owned or operated by private prison companies. They contract with ICE. And a spokesperson for one of them, me a statement saying that they're investing $70 million towards more housing, transportation, and monitoring capabilities. On the government side, last year, the Biden administration began exploring the possibility of adding facilities in at least 18 states, and that could help lay the groundwork for the Trump administration. And some state officials are also saying that they're eager to help. An Arizona lawmaker told me he plans to introduce a bill to offer ICE 2 empty state prisons there, and Texas officials promised Trump 1,400 acres to use as a detention camp.
What could those private prison companies you mentioned stand to gain from this mass deportation effort?
Yeah, so private prison companies make billions of dollars in revenue through their contracts with ICE, and they stand to make more. The day after Trump won his second term, the stock value for 2 of those major companies, Geo Group and CoreCivic, shot way up. Eunice Cho, she's an attorney with the ACLU, says that is worrisome.
Picture a direct line from taxpayer dollars to these private prisons for locking people up in immigration detention facilities, where the interest of these corporations is to be accountable to their shareholders and fatten their bottom line.
So both Geo Group and CoreCivic declined interviews with me, but they said in statements that they treat everyone that they hold in a safe and humane manner. And CoreCivic actually said that they're helping solve a problem that the public has made clear it wants fixed.
What about county jails? Do they have space? Could they make money off of this?
Yeah, so many immigrants are detained in county jails. They rent their space out either to ICE or to those private companies. And it's a critical revenue stream for a lot of jails, especially in smaller jurisdictions that tend to rely on those places, right? For money, for jobs. And plenty of sheriffs are willing to help. Ryan Kozak is the sheriff in Laramie County, Wyoming, and he says his jail has more than 200 empty beds that he plans to offer to ICE.
If they're going to be detained and held somewhere, our jail offers pretty good resources to help people in their transition.
He says his jail is already funded, and so that money from ICE would be purely extra revenue. But, actually around the country, many jails are understaffed already. And so finding enough manpower to make it safe to detain so many people would still be a huge challenge.
I mean, we are talking about so many people. What other hurdles are there when you're talking about mass detention on that scale?
Yeah, so there's the one of just, manpower, and then there's sheer cost. The American Immigration Council estimated that mass deportation on this scale would cost more than $300 billion. For context, Congress allocated about $3 billion for immigration detention last year. So, taking that into account with the manpower, the space, even all these plans that are already underway are nowhere near, what would be needed to do such a plan. And there are real humanitarian concerns. The government's own inspections of ICE detention facilities in recent years have found unsafe conditions, negligent medical care, and lax oversight. I should say that Trump's transition team and also officials at ICE did not respond, though, to my request for an interview.
NPR's Meg Anderson, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So the essence of everything is it's a costly task. And it's that whole, because we're talking about minor offenses, right? And so many things going through my head as, I read the first article and I was listening to the clip. I realized I got kicked out because, thank you so much. Thank you for sending that text. I didn't realize I was kicked out of that. But anyway, between listening to this audio clip and the article that we read before, you know what? They're making it seem as though we have 11 million undocumented in this country. You would make it seem as though they're the ones who are solely and primarily responsible for every criminal act that's carried out in this country, no matter how minor, no matter how egregious. There is this attack on immigrants, and it doesn't matter if you're here under TPS, temporary protected status, which even though Biden signed off on an executive order quite recently as he's making his exit, to me, nothing. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you why. We saw what happened in when we had the first round of President-elect 47, 2016. We saw what happened. It was a reversal of everything. Just reverse. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying if you are a nuisance, to get sent home. But now you're going after people who came here even through the right channels. And even them you want to scrape up and send home. Even them you want to scrape up and send home. We are investing in prisons in this country. No wonder China way ahead of we. Okay, so you invest in these prisons, but listen to this now, and I want us to go back to the article. Where the first article said, we're going to need 10,000 enforcement and removal operations personnel, but not only that is not even a concern. They need 7,000 more additional attorneys, right? You know what that tell you right there? They're going to be scraping people up, and people are just going to be sitting in detention camps. You don't know how long you're going to be there for, because it's going to become daunting. And what do you think is going to happen in the meantime? You think I'm going to have them sitting there? No. Send suntan lotion with SPF. What? SPF, what them says the best one? I think you know what I'm saying, where I'm heading, right, Jack?
The bottom line is the rich are planning to get richer. First, you're going to have detainees that the government is going to pay you for. Then you're going to send said detainees to go work on a land and get money from that farmer as well, right? So oligarchy, right, in which members of the ruling group are wealthy, or they exercise their power through wealth, as known as a plutocracy.
Oh, remember
We
went through
said
that
this.
word? Yes.
We said this
Yes.
months ago. I think Mr. President was saying how much money was going to be needed to house these people, because you're not going to just be able to just ship them back. They don't want to ship them back.
Bingo. Round of applause. Right on the money. It's called free labor. That's where the free labor is going to come in, and that is how they're going to be able to offset the possibility of inflation.
Moment.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what I don't like about these conversations is because, like, okay, first of all, it's only in recent times, like, I've seen, like, the whole idea of deportation being controversial.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember when Buju sing that song "Deported," like,
send them back home because some them did it on a ram.
Yeah, so that was a peak of when started, when a lot of people were deported. Jamaicans were deported like crazy back then. It was never controversial. And what I don't like about it is that it's not a balanced coverage, because, like, you could hear crickets during the Obama administration. I did not know that Obama deported over 3 million people until after Obama left office. And even some of the same the same guy that's in charge of Donald Trump now,
Mhm.
was one of the guys that was in charge, and Obama stood there and gave him like an award, shake his hand, give him an award for excellent job in overseeing ICE and the deportation, but he didn't hear anything. So that's my confusion with this whole process. And 1 minute last year, January, we were like arguing and crying and said like, oh, like they're spending so much money on illegal immigrants, and there are veterans that are outside and like unaliving themselves every day because they're not getting the support. So it's just the coverage. That's the part that's confusing. Like if the coverage, like when what's her Hillary Clinton on one of her campaigns, she said like, we're going to catch them and we're going to deport them, right? Like she ran on that on one of her campaigns. So yeah, I think the coverage is unbalanced. Like they need to keep a straight type of coverage for everybody, whether it's Democrat or Republican. They need to highlight those things. That's my only problem with it.
So let me ask you a question, James. Before somebody else takes the mic, hold on, give me 1 second. I want to rebut James 1 second. So yes, he deported more than 3 million people, right? When we're talking about President Obama when he was in office, and we weren't making uproar about it. But what I want us to pay attention, it's the narrative that's being pushed, the rhetoric that's being spewed when we talk about deportation of undocumented immigrants here in the country. Obama wasn't spewing hate. He wasn't pitting races against each other. He that. Today, we have people born here, not even first generation, probably second or third generation, born here, being attacked in parking lots. It's the narrative, the racism that is being used in addition. I think that, for me at least, that is a big concern I have. But I know somebody else wanted to go. Please go right ahead. Because I'm trying to find an audio clip on
Moment.
NPR. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not even talking about the whole immigration thing, right? I want to focus on something different. Look at how many people are talking about empty prisons, and look at the investment we're putting into incarceration and stuff like that. If you're in a region that has empty prison, you should have been happy that at least you have less prisoners, your crime is going down, etc. But we look at it as though it's something that is a bad thing to have free prison space. We don't looking at utilizing the prison system, the empty spaces, to do something more productive. And I understand this opportunity come to deport people. I won't even argue the deportation. If you're here illegal and you're doing wrong things, and the law says you gotta go, you gotta go. It's unfortunate, right? So I'm not even looking at it from that. But is the emphasis? Imagine the stocks of private prison just went up. And what is the productive resource affiliated with all this locking up of people? How are you really paying for these things? Isn't the same taxpayers that is burdened with a lot of the stuff? And if you have to have prison, why private prison?
Exactly.
Why we cannot have a prison that is run by the counties, the states, the government, where everything is humane and yes, people go, they serve their time, etc. And we know we have to cover it as taxpayers. When you take it and you sell it to people whose interest is to make sure that the prisons are full, to ensure that they pay out as less, it becomes a business. You understand? That is generating billions of dollars. How do you regulate that? When there are sheriff's departments that are incentivized to lock up people because of kickbacks or just direct remuneration from the system, you understand? So this sheriff want to bring ICE to help him fill his capacities. He's not doing it for free. So why is there an incentive for the sheriff to lock up people? No, we're not talking about people breaking the law. You're talking about there is an incentive to keep people in prison. There's an incentive to lock up people. And we might start with the immigrants. And that's how everything starts. But sooner or later, it will go to the citizens. Because when there is no more immigrants to lock up, you have to find people so you can make the money. And none of us is talking about that part.
All
But that is why are we incentivizing to lock up people?
Fact.
Absolutely no reform in American prisons. I mean, we know what it is with the war on crime and the three strikes rule and stuff, how it decimated black community, black and brown communities. And we're still going forward gung ho. Now is the immigrant. Remember, there is always a villain in America. There has always been a villain, and there will always continue to be a villain. Whether it was the communists, whether it was the terrorists, whether it is a Mexican coming over the wall, whether it was black people, there will always be a villain. And it's time we get away from the villain story.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Before we take another comment, I want to play a clip. I found the audio clip on NPR. It's from an article, December 5th, 2024. And I think we spoke about it here before. Lessons learned from when the Obama administration deported millions of people. Let's just take a quick listen.
Okay, if President-elect Trump succeeds in deporting millions of people from the United States, his administration will not be the first.
Yes, in fact, the U.S. has deported millions of people in the past, and that gives us a chance to answer a question. When you deport a lot of workers who are not citizens, does that improve the job market for people who are and other people in the U.S. legally?
NPR immigration correspondent Jasmine Garst has been studying that. Hi there, Jazz.
Hi.
What does the history show here about this idea, which is one of the reasons that the new administration gives for a mass deportation?
Yeah, so the Obama administration did a historic number of deportations, more than 3 million removal. I spoke to economist Chloe East at the University of Colorado in Denver. She studied the effects of many of those deportations.
So we see really clearly that when there is an increase in deportations in a county, that does not lead to more job opportunities or higher wages for US-born workers.
Her work also focused on something we rarely hear about, which is immigration as a way to create new jobs for American-born workers.
How could immigrants, whether they're here legally or illegally, create jobs for American workers?
So let me give you an example. Earlier this year, I was interviewing business owners in Florida, and the owner of one roofing company told me, if I could hire more immigrant workers to do the roofing, then I could take on more jobs, which means I would need to hire a manager. I would need to hire and expand my accounting team. And all those jobs would go to US citizens. So we don't talk about this a lot, but economists do talk about this trickle-down effect.
Okay, so that doesn't mean that it is right or proper that you have to agree with people coming here illegally or through asylum or anything else. But in any case, it doesn't seem to cost Americans jobs. It may actually add American jobs if there are more people here and working.
Exactly. So what Professor East says is that for every 500,000 people deported, she estimates there were 44,000 fewer jobs for American-born workers.
The presidential campaign also on the idea that people here illegally are using resources, taking up housing, that this affects citizens. Are there findings about that?
We don't know what mass deportations are going to look like, right? But I wanted to bring it down to the day-to-day. We know immigrant labor is inextricably to our food supply. So consider farm workers in, where a lot of US vegetables come from. Now, over 90% of those workers are foreign-born, mostly undocumented. I asked Professor East what could happen to, for example, the price of tomatoes, most of which come from California.
Mass deportations in the Central Valley in California would reduce the number of people who are able and willing to pick tomatoes, and also reduce the number of people who will drive the trucks from the tomato farms to the grocery stores. And when there are fewer of both types of workers, there will be fewer tomatoes at the grocery store at all, which will make the price of tomatoes go up.
So basically what she's saying is if you're worried about the price of food now, you should be worried about mass deportations.
NPR's Jasmine Garst, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. There you have it. So you send them home. You do a mass incarceration. That is what has to happen first, right? Before you can do mass deportation. How are we create? Well, so where are the Americans that are taking the jobs that the undocumented were doing? Where them there? Okay, we have them now. So we're on there. We're on another them. Didn't we play a clip here? I think it was last year, in the latter part of last year, as a matter of fact, where a farmer was saying that he's been trying to get Americans to come and work in the town where he has his farm, and nobody wants to work. They don't want to do it. And the same people in the same town who don't want to go out there and work on his farm say them not have no job. Why them can't find a job? But they don't want to work.
Yeah, moments. My thing is, if only can send somebody to the moon, right? This is an easy thing to solve. You don't need illegal immigrants to solve that. Both parties come to an agreement. Both parties come to agreement and say like, okay, so a lot of people, wherever the people are coming from, they know. Go to those countries and make special visas to facilitate people that want to come in and do the farm work. Because the thing is, it's just not good any way you take it. When you hear about the numbers of illegal immigrants, women that
call them undocumented. When you call them illegal,
okay, so undocumented. No, so undocumented. So when you hear the number of women that are abused on a daily basis, it's not like a weekly basis, daily.
By whom?
When you hear,
by whom? Abused by whom?
No, by some of the cartels that's bringing them in to use them in the estrade.
Okay.
Like most of them, a lot of them go into and they have to pay off cartels and stuff like that. When you hear about those abuse, when you think about, like, I don't think anybody should be comfortable with illegal immigrants working on the farms when we see the farm work program, the deplorable conditions that they're living in. If people that fly to Canada and America to do farm work programs and they're living in those conditions and they come because of a signature of both governments, they come illegally. If they can treat them those type of inhumane treatment, how are they going to treat illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants?
I want to point out something for a quick second here, James, because this seems to be an echoing of sentiment. And I'm not saying it's not an issue. I don't think it's an issue to the degree that the current the incoming administration is making it out to be, especially when President-elect 47 was campaigning. We keep talking about SA and the abuse of women, and he campaigned on that. And we want to be careful with that, because that right there, so can be a dangerous thing. Because what happens is when somebody who is an undocumented immigrant, people start pointing fingers and thinking that they're all like that. And bear with me when I try and see if you understand where I'm coming from. It's like them feels like, okay, because you're Jamaican, you must smoke weed. You see what I'm saying? And not all Jamaicans smoke weed. And I don't assume I smoke weed. I don't like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
but
I think if we're not careful, and then hold on now, what can happen? People who have that mindset, well, all Jamaicans smoke weed. What if that's something that could land me in jail? And an officer, an immigration officer going by, a border protection officer going by and say, oh, you're Jamaican? Let me scrape you up. I don't want us to keep using abuse essay as an argument to justify the immigration bill. I don't know how you feel about that.
No, but I understand what you're saying, but I don't even know like Donald Trump's number. I'm not talking about Donald Trump's number. I'm talking about numbers that have been out there, whether it's Democrats or Republican. I'm talking about numbers that are in Canada also. The numbers in Canada are comparable to the ones in America. And the difference with the one in Canada, a lot of them don't come illegally. A lot of them come through legal means, but they come with these cartels. And some numbers, like I think they say something like about 50% of women that are in that industry that have like the pimps or whatever are being abused, like are being held against their will. And almost every week in Canada, almost every week, you see someone on the news, some ugly, shady looking man on the news saying that he has like 3 or 4 girls against their will and stuff like that. So it is a real thing. I'm not talking about their numbers, but
James,
Hold
the
can
on.
I
numbers
interrupt?
are
No, let
real.
him finish. Let him finish, John. Hold
Yeah,
on.
the numbers are real. And even if I'm not talking, because I'm not talking about Trump here. I don't care about his numbers, but I'm talking about the fact that a lot of women are being abused on a day-to-day basis. Not just America. I'm talking the numbers in Canada are off the chain too. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you, James. Go ahead, John.
James, let's forget the fact about undocumented women and children. What argument are you really making? Let's not talk about SA. Let's not talk about the women and children. What argument are you making toward what we just played?
All I'm saying is that both parties are using this thing as a political football and they're kicking it back and forth. And citizens are arguing over what both parties have control over, and nobody wants to fix it because both of them feel like they gain stuff from it. Because the way how the news cover, especially like the CNN and the MSNBC, if they had covered all the news the same way, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But when you cover a certain way under one administration and then other administration you keep your mouth shut, that is not good for the public. We're facing the same thing in Canada too. A lot of stuff happen under one administration and nobody covers it. And when an administration that comes in that they don't like, all of a sudden they're covering it like this issue does show up. So that's what I'm talking about.
All right. So I jumped on Google real quick. All right. So my question was, what's the percentage of SA by US citizens versus the undocumented immigrants? So I got this response back. Undocumented immigrants have lower rates of SA and other violent crimes than US born citizens. However, immigrants may be more vulnerable to SA due to factors like language barriers, for fear of deportation, and social isolation. I rest my case. We are using this to attack the undocumented immigrant. He campaigned on this, using this in 2016 and won. He used it again to campaign in 20 what year are we in now? 2024, and he won. But hold on, James. Hold on. Let me finish. We using it. He used it again in 2024, and I'm not saying it is not a thing, but that is. It would seem as though how he made it seem as though these crimes against women and children are only being carried out by undocumented immigrants. Make we talk about the man them in this country. Make we talk about the white man them in this country who them live by that. Why we don't talk about that? Aren't there a problem too? Let us talk about the men, U.S. citizens, born here, who them ancestors not originate here, but them there, and they facilitate this behavior. Remember let us remember the video that I played yesterday of the young girl. Of the young girl doing the let me turn this thing down. She was at a town hall meeting and they cut her mic under the instruction of a woman. They cut her mic because she's calling out the atrocities that happens in her town. How they're subject to what is something there? Subject to oh Lord, may I try, bear with me there. May I
The
try?
one yesterday when
Yes,
they were trying
yes,
to hide what really happened in the video.
exactly. Right? It's homegrown. The all white man them prey upon a little girl them because they are the most vulnerable in the community them. Make we talk about that. Make we talk about that. We keep blaming the undocumented for every almighty thing that goes wrong in this country, but we don't highlight how much money they pour into this government. Was it how many billions of dollars that they poured into the government? But the only thing we focusing on, and yet their crimes are lower. Their violent crimes are lower than US born citizens. So what we not we just be talk about them and not talk about the homegrown one them then. That is what Donald Trump did.
And the other side of this, most of these people coming in aren't criminals. They're escaping from criminals. But we're just going to house them in jails. That makes no sense.
There is good and bad in every country. Evil and good exist no matter where you go. But when what you know, let me
Yeah, so moments, you're talking about something, you're misunderstanding the point that I just made, and you're making a completely different point. The women I'm talking about, I'm talking these women are victims. Like their documentary that you can pull up on YouTube on different platforms that document a lot of the women that come across like cartels, send them across America, and they hold them at ransom for years, and they have to pay off debt to the cartels before they are let go free. And it's something that's happening all over North America. So I'm not talking about SA in terms of they are perpetrators. Mm-hmm. These women are victims. That's what I'm talking about. So that's what I'm saying. Like if they use it like as a political football, there are millions of people that are going to be hurt just because they don't want to do things the right way. And as I said, like if they can put someone on the moon, they can fix this problem. Both parties can fix it, but both of them benefit from it in different ways. That's all I'm saying.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on.
Most vulnerable of us.
Cut off the microphone.
Old white men in power will never help out those of us in poor wards because they would lose a place to pick up victims. They would lose their ability to abuse us, assault us, and harm our children. The Red Pass need a place to prey on people, sadly. So today I ask the council to do some self-reflection and begin to lift up those of us who have been harmed by politicians such as the Red Pass. Most vulnerable of us.
Cut off the mic.
All right, I rest my case there. I'm not ignoring what you're saying, James. We're going to agree to disagree, and I embrace the perspective that you shed light on with regards to the trafficking aspect of it. But what I don't want us to do is to make it look as though every incident of said industry, and it's a shame I'm referring to it as an industry, is only being perpetrated by undocumented immigrants, right? So I don't know if anybody else has any comment on this one, and then we move on.
I say let's agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree, indeed. Love the vibrant conversation, you know. Welcome to the roller coaster of emotions that happens. All right. Next up. So, yeah, next up. U.S. recovers $31 million in federal payments to dead people. When I saw this one, all I could say to myself is, I see dead people. Who remember? that? Yes, it is true. So let's go ahead and get into this article. So according to the Associated Press via WSBN.com, the U.S. government clawed back more than $31 million in federal payments that improperly went to dead people. A recovery that one official said Wednesday was just the tip of the iceberg. The money was reclaimed as part of a 5-month pilot program after Congress gave the Department of Treasury temporary access to the Social Security Administration's full death master file for 3 years as part of the Omnibus Appropriations Bill in 2021. The SSA maintains the most complete federal database of individuals who have died, and the file contains more than 142 million records, which go back to 1899, according to the Treasury. The Treasury projects that it will recover more than $215 million during its access period, which runs from December 2023 through December 2026. These results are just the tip of the iceberg, said the Treasury's Fiscal Assistant Secretary, David Lebrick. And that was in a news release, by the way. He urged Congress to give the Treasury full access to the master file, saying it would significantly reduce fraud, improve program integrity, and to better safeguard taxpayer dollars. The effort will show in areas where the government is preventing fraud, waste, and abuse, which is one of Donald Trump's campaign promises. And of course, we know that the president-elect has tapped two business titans, two billionaires, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. By the way, Elon is getting an office in the White House. Yes, he is. Not so sure about Vivek, and not so sure about Elon. Yes. So these two business titans will lead the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, a new non-governmental task force assigned to find ways to fire federal workers, cut programs, and I hope they're going to cut some of the programs that Elon benefits from, I highly doubt it, and slash federal regulations, all part of what Trump calls his Save America agenda for his second term in the White House. I have to behave myself, Judge. Stop the laughing. I have to behave myself. All right. Anyone has any comments on this one? I have no comments. I'm tired from the article this morning with Jamaica and the heap of money. I'm tired. All right, next up, in stories out of North America, we have a soundbite for this one. Southwest Airlines pilot arrested just before takeoff and accused of DUI. This one courtesy of WSBN.
A commercial pilot pulled from a plane.
Yeah, police say he was not fit to fly at all. Jack Royer live in the Satellite Center with this story. Jack?
Well, believe it or not, passengers were never told what happened. The crew just said there was a problem with paperwork, but now they know the truth.
A close call. That's what passengers of Flight 3772 are calling the Wednesday morning incident.
And it felt like a normal was starting to move, and then all of a sudden it just stopped.
Robert Newmarch says he was heading to his layover in Chicago from Savannah. He says his flight was supposed to take off just after 6 a.m., but that didn't happen.
He saw a cop walk in, and he went into the cockpit. He walked back out of the plane. Came back a couple minutes later, and the pilot left with him.
The pilot, David Alsop, was booked into the Chatham County Jail, charged with DUI.
Without my shoes coming off, how is a pilot getting through anywhere with any type of alcohol in his system whatsoever?
The FAA prohibits pilots from using alcohol while on duty or flying or attempting to fly within 8 hours of consuming alcohol, or if their blood alcohol level is 0.04 or greater. Southwest responding, accommodating guests with other flights. But Newmarch says he completely canceled his trip and says if he wasn't nervous about flying before, he is now.
To see that and know that that's why I did not fly to Midway this morning, it definitely it left a little odd feeling in my stomach.
Well, the pilot's bail was set at $3,500, and he was, of course, removed from the job. Live in the Satellite Center, Jack Royer, 7 News.
Oh, geez. Come on. Do better, pilots. Do better. Please, do better. When I saw this article, this came to my mind. Should they give pilots, all pilots, captain, co-captain, what you call it, whatever, co-captain, should they give them a breathalyzer test before they are allowed on the aircraft? How you feel about that?
I actually thought it was a rule that they're supposed to be checked. I'm not sure if it's by breathalyzer, but they are supposed to be checked prior to boarding.
Thank you. I think it needs to be standard procedure all over the world. All over. We cannot, listen, they must not understand the seriousness of the issue at hand.
I think they need to change the term DUI because they're not driving anything.
Well, but they're not take off yet.
They're not taking off if you catch them prior. Exactly.
I guess he was going to rely on his co-pilot to steer, and then you're going to autopilot by the time once you have reached a certain altitude, you switch on autopilot. So I guess that's what he was relying on, and then he would snooze and probably wake up and be all right when it's time to land the plane. But what about if there is some emergency up in the air? What happens? Because you have to know how to switch from autopilot to manual. It's a part of your training, right? And in the event that there is an emergency, some mechanical issue, you have to know how to switch. So you have to be sober. So I would like to ask the airline industry, please see to it whatever regulations needs to be put in place, but see to it that all airline personnel, and I mean all, ground included, because we could have, especially when we think about the story the other day, right, Ja, where the decomposed bodies of the two persons that were found in the wheel well of the JetBlue aircraft, right? And apparently, well, not apparently, they did not originate from Jamaica. That's not where it happened, because you can't decompose it in 24 hours, right? If you understand biologically how our body breaks down. So ground staff need to take breathalyzer test before they go on the tarmac. Everybody. How you feel about that? Well, can we
Absolutely.
have that instituted? Please.
Absolutely.
Please have that instituted. All right.
God's angels.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
God's angel, please scan the chat for my message. Thank you.
All right. So keeping it moving. Next up, Biden issues an 11-hour executive order aimed at strengthening U.S. cyber security. Let's go ahead and listen to this one. Yeah, this one is a sound bite courtesy of NPR.org. Let's take a listen.
In his last week in office, President Biden has signed a sweeping executive order on cybersecurity. The goal is to shore up critical infrastructure and make it easier to punish cyber criminals who try to attack that infrastructure. NPR cybersecurity correspondent Jenna McLaughlin has more.
Ann Neuberger is President Biden's outgoing Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology. She says the White House is hoping to put the U.S. on the front foot against its digital enemies in Biden's final days in office. To do that, Biden is signing a broad cybersecurity executive order. It's one of the last published during his tenure in office. Neuberger says it's designed to incorporate lessons learned over 4 years of major disruptive attacks, from hospitals shut down by ransomware to China getting a foothold in critical infrastructure.
The goal is to make it costlier and harder for China, Russia, Iran, and ransomware criminals to hack, and to also signal that America means business when it comes to protecting our businesses and our citizens.
Neuberger says the executive order is broken up into two major components. The goals are to increase cybersecurity standards across the federal government and its contractors, and to make it easier for the U.S. to punish cyber criminals who target U.S. critical infrastructure. For one, vendors selling to the government will have to prove they're abiding by security best practices and strengthen how they store security keys for identity management. Federal agencies will be pushed to use the latest email encryption and cryptographic standards. And by 2027, the government will only buy commercial products that come vetted and verified with a recently released Cyber Trust label. Meanwhile, the executive order will make it easier for the U.S. government to sanction cyber criminals who attack critical infrastructure, even the ones they can't link to foreign governments.
If somebody's attacking and disrupting a hospital in this country, it doesn't matter to us. Or it shouldn't matter if they're working for a foreign government or they're working for financial gain in our ability to use sanctions.
The Biden team is waiting for President-elect Trump to name his cyber team to discuss the particulars of the executive order, says Neuberger. In the meantime, she says they're having broad discussions on national security. The hope, Neuberger says, is that cyber is a bipartisan issue and that the executive order will set Trump's team up for success. Jenna McLaughlin, NPR News.
All right. So that's that one. Any comments on that article before I move on? I mean, Uncle Joe is just, his pen is working. He just be signing executive orders left, right, and center. I glimpsed one. I did not grab it this morning, but I did glimpse it with regard to, I think, 2,500 or something like that. Pardons being granted for Yeah. So let's see. I'll do more research on that one and add it to the story. So I'll talk about him on Monday. Yeah. 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 Oh, by the way, there is Midas News. They said they are not covering anything about the inauguration. Yay! I won't be watching. Sorry. I have other things to do. Oh, I'll be right here with y'all. Okay, next up on Out of the American News segment, News America. Americans rush to learn Mandarin on Duolingo as TikTok ban looms and red note rises. Thank you for sending this one over, Mr. President. And listen, to all of you who can learn and who can translate for me. All right, so according to the Mirror.com, Americans rush to learn Mandarin amid the fast approaching TikTok bandage. Americans are flocking to Duolingo. Yes, 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 yes. As more people download the Chinese social app Red Note, the language learning app reported a 216% spike in Mandarin learners compared to the same time last year, with the ban imminent. It's scheduled for January 19th, which is Sunday, unless it is halted by the Supreme Court or if an American somehow finds a way to purchase the app. Sell, sell, sell. No, no, no. Do not sell your app, because all that's going to happen is you're going to sell it to an American who is going to be manipulated. Point blank. Period. We're done. Anybody, anything else on this one? Anything else? All right. Next up. Courtesy of Jah. Jah Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. Thank you, Jah, for this one. Georgia State Senator Colton Moore, Republican, was arrested at the state Thursday while attempting to attend the governor's state of the state address. State of the state? Really? All right, so let me go ahead and pull this one up. I think we have a sound bite for this as well. Bear with me one moment, and it is on Instagram. Let me hear. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything here. So what I'll do, let me mute that. Let me go ahead and just read what is here. Georgia State Senator Colton Moore was arrested at the state capitol on Thursday while attempting to attend the governor's State of the State address. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Republican, spoke to lawmakers on Thursday morning at the annual address, where he vowed to speed up income tax breaks. However, one Republican state senator was removed from the chamber and later arrested. Previously, Moore was banned from entering the Georgia House chamber after insulting former House Speaker David Ralston as a tyrant. Ooh. Okay, following his death last March. On Wednesday, Moore vowed to ignore his banishment and attend Kemp's speech regardless of his punishment. Moore also sent a letter to House Speaker John Burns, Republican, claiming his banishment from the chamber was unconstitutional, illegal, and most disgraceful. The most disgraceful piece of correspondence issued by a legislator in Georgia's history. The video later posted by Moore's team shows the state senator being thrown to the ground outside before being arrested by Georgia law enforcement. Senator Colton Moore, who exposed and defeated corrupt District Attorney Fannie Willis last year, has been arrested by the anti-Trump Speaker of the Georgia House. Colton is being held in the same Atlanta jail as President Trump. We're working to ensure his expedient release. Please pray for all those standing up for freedom and peace for all Georgians. So this seems like an in-house matter, Republican versus Republican, John?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so we mind our business.
Yes, ma'am.
I need fresh popcorn, please. Did Adesoji go out to get some popcorn for us? Because
Yes, I did send him out to pop some more popcorn.
all right. right, we're gonna take a quick break, and when we get back, we have let me tell you what we got going on when we get back. I have TikTok talk. Yes, really, it is an article from. Hold on there. How am I gonna have TikTok talk? I never save the. That's sorry for me. I did not save the clip. How? No, Ja, I think you sent this one to me in Instagram, so I think I have it. I have it. We have TikTok talk, but it is going to be an IG video, and yeah, so we have that coming up. No, you know what? Let me do this, and then we take a break, and then we'll have business and tech. So make we go ahead with this one. So, how Trump connected with men and what it says about larger issues. And Ja, you did send this one to me as well. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Okay. Go here, go here, go to this, and go here. All right. Let's see if we have a song. The song. Oh, here. So this one I have to read, Ja. Oh, Lord, I'm blind. No, ma'am. It's running an ad. Hold on. 1 second, let the ad finish run out, and then it looks as though I should be okay. How Trump connected with men and what it says about larger issues. And this one is courtesy of CBS News, cbsnews.com. Why this commercial has murder? All right, it's almost done, folks. Almost done, and then we'll be happy. All right, let's take a
into the Oval Office, we were talking about who sent them there, and specifically this morning we were focusing on men. While Republicans made gains with almost every single demographic in 2024, including women, it was young men under 30 and Latino men of all ages who broke the most for Donald Trump in what some have dubbed the bro vote. This is very much not the gender gap that many expected to be talking about, but it's real, and the race is on now for Washington to do something about it.
As Kamala Harris campaigned to be America's first female president,
When we fight, we win.
with the support of some very powerful women behind her,
We're not going back.
the buzz leading up to the election was often about the female vote.
Women will be the beacon in this election.
Young women in particular have the ability to be determinative in this election.
But men, too, as it turned out, had some big motivations.
A lot of men were just sick of being told that they're terrible and there's nothing they can do. And that's, I think, the huge mistake that Democrats made, or one of many.
There's truth in that, says Richard Reeves, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution think tank, whose research is focused on men.
They have come to believe that the progressive agenda on behalf of women has felt it necessary to somehow either dismiss or even denigrate men. And they're over it.
As the world has changed, many men have lost their place in it, Reeves says, a problem he details in his book Of Boys and Men.
There is something deeper going on here. There was a survey recently that found that 2/3 of young men say that no one really knows them very well. 15% of them don't have a close friend. And what I hear a lot is just this sense of being unclear about why and how I am going to be necessary.
He also sees a lot of measurable pain, including inflation-adjusted wages for most men lower today than in 1979, and men having a 3 times higher risk from deaths of despair by suicide or overdose.
The unwillingness of anybody on the center left to just have a straightforward conversation about men's mental health, about male employment, about male wages, has created a gigantic vacuum in our culture and in our politics.
Enough! A perceived void Republicans have filled.
Trumpomania! Run wild, brother!
With a little help from what some call the manosphere.
We've highlighted you on the show many times where he did this Biden impression where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand-up. It's funny stuff.
Reaching men through the worlds of sports, ultimate fighting, and podcasts popular with guys.
You've dealt with it, especially in the last 3.5 years, a complete dismemberment of what it is to be a man. We're under attack for everything. We are.
Politics is sometimes about the dirty business of making people feel like you like them.
It's such a good point. It's not always about does the voter want to have a drink with you, the candidate. It's does the voter think the candidate would want to have a drink with you.
Trump appealed to men because he appealed to men.
actually campaigned to try to win their votes.
Michael Knowles is a conservative commentator with the Daily Wire and host of the Michael Knowles Show.
When Kamala was campaigning, such as it was, man, she sent out her husband to describe masculinity as toxic.
You've got this trope out there that you've got to be tough and, angry and lash out to be strong. It's just the opposite.
Not a great way to win people over. She sent out Barack Obama to harangue black men who didn't want to vote for her.
Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
This is not the way to win the hearts and minds of young men.
Knowles feels the left has utterly lost its way on gender.
So it's no wonder that they've turned men away. But it's no wonder that they've turned women away either, because women don't want girly men. Women want men to be like men. There were distinctions between the roles of men and women in the past that always had exceptions, but nevertheless were defined. Now, in the name of equality, we seek to deny any distinction.
A line of thinking that others find outdated and wrong, along with some of the uglier comments after Trump won.
It's your body, my choice.
But what the left may hear from Trump as insensitive or even worse,
This is a guy that was all man.
many on the right see as familiar and unfiltered.
I think what men want, and what women want for that matter, is to just return to a kind of normal society where we can have our traditional way of life and not be constantly taken aback by all sorts of ideological matters. And I think Trump, in his own way, offered that.
Trump is normal.
Paradoxically so.
In these weeks after Trump's victory, some on the left have begun to acknowledge where he connected.
At least he's speaking to the pain and saying, I see you. The problem for much of the Democratic ticket is there was very little acknowledgement of any degree of pain.
Faz Shakir is the chief political advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders, who says the irony in all this is the Biden agenda of funding factories and infrastructure has actually been beneficial to men. And now he wouldn't be surprised to see Trump taking the credit in the months ahead.
Campaigning for president these days is a performance art. Certainly Democrats are great at having a 10-point policy plan, and I tend to agree that we have a better approach for the future. Republicans are much better at the performance art of how you campaign. That's something we've really got to change.
The big question for Democrats is how they make that change ahead of the next election, somehow reaching men, but in a way that doesn't put off their progressive base.
So who did all of this to men? Who's to blame?
That's the danger, isn't it? If there's a problem, there has to be a villain. This is not the fault of feminism. This is not the fault of the women's movement. This is definitely not the fault of women. And so if the problem on the more, say, reactionary right is to say, yes, men are struggling because we've gone too far with all this women's nonsense, let's go back, right? Let's go backwards. That's not the way forward. But the problem sometimes on the other side, on the progressive left side, has been to say that by definition, men can't have problems because men are the problem.
This was such a fascinating piece, Tony.
Yeah, it's a real issue. It's not surface stuff. And I know when you hear about men's problems, you want to roll your eyes and play the world's tiniest violin. But Richard is right. You don't have to make a choice here. You can care about men who are suffering, and there are a lot of them. That's real, and also care about gaps in where women are.
Well, you can't deny that Donald Trump made a connection to men. I love the guy who said Trump appealed to men because he appealed to men.
You have to speak to people. That's right.
Really do. Yes,
and the question around men's mental health is one that has never been addressed. And we were talking about it earlier, going back generations. It's just now that there's a focus on it, and men are saying, well, what about me?
Yeah.
And no one is paying attention to that.
Yeah.
Glad you'll like this. I said to Tony, I can't wait to see your piece. He goes, it's okay. I go, no, that was more than okay.
Yeah, that was an excellent.
All right. Yeah, that was more than
Richard
okay.
Reeves and Michael Knowles as well. They are really excellent voices to articulate this issue that is facing men in this country.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Really good.
All right. Thank you, John, for sending that one over. I want us to I want to have the men speak on that one first. I want the men to speak on that one first. Right now we have James. I know Marlon is not able to speak. Adesoji and James. Adesoji, you want So you want to go first, James? How you feel about what you just heard in that audio clip?
Which man is he talking about?
American men.
Okay.
American men who are able to vote.
Okay. So are we making an objective statement or we're just going by opinion?
No, I want you to give me whatever it is that is on your mind. Yeah.
Okay.
How you feel about what you just heard? Do you agree, disagree? Are there any takeaways, any valid points?
Again, the normal demographics that voted for people. The reason I'm saying that is I try as much as possible to stick to what I can see. And that's the numbers, right?
Okay.
I'm looking at the NBC News exit polls, decision 2024, and it says Black men voted 77% for Harris. Women, the number is much more higher.
Of course.
Okay. So I can only speak for that demographics. The other demographic, you clearly know what their motivation is. And they were very explicit about it. So there is no ambiguity. The notion that there is something other than what is clearly in front of you as being the motivating factor is besides the point. It is besides the point. Majority of the people that did not vote or allowed this sort of outcome to happen stayed at home. The number is clear. 20 million people stayed at home. So we could, bat for wherever that 20 million might go, but the results we currently work with says the number he had when he lost to Biden is the number he had now. The number Biden had was not transferred to Kamala Harris. And there are a whole host of reasons, not least the debacle of what is happening in the Middle East. Some felt, that was one thing, that was one step too far. Every other thing is just besides the point. Every other thing is besides the point. It's just a conflation of things that have nothing to do with it whatsoever. The media will continue to do what the media does, which is give justification for what they think the thing is. Everybody knows that he turned out his base, but you were not able to do that. And I will leave it with that. For me personally, we are going to see. So it's Monday. The shop opens on Monday. And then he'll start selling us his goods. And then we can decide whether this is goods we want to buy or not. Besides that, any other thing? Nah.
You know what I love when you come with the numbers, the stats, right? All right,
yes,
James, you want to say anything before we move on? Before I read something from related to this article, the soundbite?
Yeah, I think to me everything that took place in the election, the result and everything was driven by the media. And I think if anyone's to be blamed would be the media, because there are several clips of, whether CNN or any one of those evening news, they're debating. And one of the things that I noticed is like when they're debating with men who support, for whatever reason, they always bring on men who support Donald Trump. It's like they always, to me, like you debate policies and you debate things and you listen to each other. And like I've seen cases where like a woman would say like, look, why are like old men sitting there taking away women's rights and stuff like that. And, you know, you're debating and the person would listen. And then whenever the man bring an issue, it's like shut down as if his issue is not important also. So I think it's just the media, the way how the media spin everything. And when you saw all the debates going on, and one of the things too, I believe that how Donald Trump and their campaign communicated a bit better to me, because as I said, at no point I thought that she was going to win. I could see, like I watched night and day, and at no point I thought that she was going to win. Because one of the things also that people don't realize is that 3 months before that, she was, even CNN, Fox News, everybody was talking about as being the second worst vice president of all time. Like people weren't, it wasn't like a Republican, like everybody was saying like she was missing in action and what's going on.
So where's
And
J.D.
then-
Vance, by the way? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we're talking about her now. But
I
what
know,
I'm saying,
I know. I had to.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's almost like, how do, like, not having a primary or not, like, even a short list of like 3 or 4 people to say, okay, 3 or 4 people, let's do something quick. Is kind of what put her into that position, because they made her unpopular. I don't know if the party was the one that hid her, but you can't hide her, and nobody knows about her. Make her unpopular till everybody is saying, because remember at one point Biden, there was a rumor going around that he's going to select a different vice president. There was that rumor going around. So I think, you know, like, and nobody I know, like everybody that I know said, look, if Michelle Obama had run, Michelle Obama would have won. So I don't think it's fair to blame men as being misogynist, don't care about women's rights and all of that stuff, when every indication showed that Michelle would have won a landslide victory. And she's a woman too. So yeah, that's my point.
All right, so I'm going to circle back to some things that you have said, but before I do so, I want to read something that I pulled up on Google. You know, Google is my real best friend. Go best friend, go best friend. All right, so what is the definition of a real man? The definition of a real man can vary depending on the person, but it can include being a good person with integrity, values, and the ability to show vulnerability. So I guess our president-elect checks those boxes: integrity, values, and the ability to show vulnerability. Let us talk about Hegseth, who is going to be leading the military. How many people he's going to be overseeing? Does he display integrity, values, and the ability to show vulnerability? Okay, because this definition here contradicts those men, in my opinion. It seems to contradict the men in the Republican Party to a large degree, in my opinion. That's my humble opinion. But let's go on. Characteristics of a real man. Values. A real man has a strong sense of values and innate character. Humility. A real man is humble and puts the needs of others before his own. Loyalty. A real man is loyal to his partner. Oh, Hegseth, did you hear this part? A real man is loyal to his partner and works to keep the relationship strong. Emotional intelligence. A real man is able to show his emotions, ask for help, and be vulnerable. Responsibility. A real man is responsible for his actions and the consequences of his choices. Respect. A real man respects others and treats them as equals. Courage. A real man has the courage to stand up for what he believes in. Selflessness. A real man is selfless and puts the needs of others before his own. It's important to remember that there is no one right way to be a man, and that it is not appropriate to define someone based on rigid stereotypes. So if I were to put 47 up against this list, would he qualify as being a real man?
Let me just say,
Yes.
I understand that they have a definition of real man, but I believe that it should say human, not man, a real human. Because everything that everything that you just described, we can stand in that as a people. So I never really like that real man and all those other terms that are used to describe a man. I think it's human. I think it's just been truncated as the years have moved on.
Okay.
But to answer your question, H to the N. Okay.
H to the
H to the N. Okay.
H to the N.
Trump is
Get
the
out my
Trump
head,
is
Jay-Z. Go ahead, Adesoji. I'm sorry.
yeah, Trump is the man's man, in inverted commas.
Is he an example of what our should be? To the nose.
What our what should be? You broke off a little bit.
What our sons should be. Is he a representation? Is he a role model? Is he someone our sons that we would want our sons to look up to? Look at his track record, personal and professional.
Obviously, he's a role model to a certain part of this world.
Yeah, but moment, you can't really use that to think, because if you use that, then there's no real man America president in the history of America, right? Because one of my favorite president was Clinton, right? And we know about Clinton, so yeah, based on that, it's not just Trump fall under that, Clinton fall under it, Bush, like you name it, just pick a name and all of them fall under the not a real man category.
But you know what, James, we're talking. Unfortunately, he's the one who is up on the podium right now. So, of course, we're going to send the darts to him. But I want to circle back to you, James, with what you said with regard to Kamala Harris and her presence. Now, what we have to remember is the role, the duties of the vice president, okay? So the vice president of the United States presides over the U.S. Senate, and it takes over the role of the president of the United States if the president is unable to perform their duties. Now, can the vice president make policies? Thus, the combination of cabinet and National Security Council service placed the vice president in a position to keep informed about the most important affairs of the nation and to join in the making of policy at the highest levels. So, what is a simple definition? Or I should say, what are the three primary jobs of the Vice President of the United States of America? The extent of the roles and functions of the Vice President depend on the specific relationship between the President and the Vice President, but often includes tasks such as drafter and spokesperson for his administration's policies, advisor to the President, and being a symbol of American concern or support. Now, does the Vice President hold any power? Aside from breaking tie votes in the Senate and stepping in when the president cannot fulfill his responsibilities, the modern vice president leads efforts on particular topics the president wants to focus on, makes foreign trips as a high-level emissary, and offers advice to the president. Now, she cannot do unless she's told to do, right? And we have to remember that. And we put a lot of pressure on her, and we don't put the same pressure on past vice presidents, right? All right. The other thing I want to address is we have to look at the amount of time she had to campaign. What was it? 3 months? She had 3 months, and by gosh, damn it, she did an amazing job in 3 months. I'm not going to take anything away from her. She did her best in 3 months. Did she hit all the nails on the head? Absolutely not. But I feel had she had more time, she could have. Now, we also have to remember a few things, right? Her presence within the political realm, as we talk about in a political office, a high political office, we have to remember too that President-elect 47 had how many years on her? Remember, he has stayed upfront and present every day, even when he wasn't in office. Every day he was at the forefront. Remember, every day I struggled sometimes to find articles that did not have his name written in. Imagine now. But given that he had a 9-10 year head start on her. So we were inundated with his thoughts, his concepts, his perspectives, everything. It was just him. You turn on the news, he was the star. Every channel you went to, it was him, 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 nobody but him. Sometimes, as a matter of fact, in my humble opinion, and you can correct me, and I guess it also depends on the market you're in, meaning where you're located across the country, where you're located across the globe, what stations you have access to, and what stations are allowed. Yes, I'm saying that, allowed to broadcast, right? Media is controlled. It's a conversation we've had here several times, right? And it's so diluted, and you're led to think one way. But anyway, he had years of marketing ahead of us. So I don't want us to use the same, I don't think we can be fair and use the same beating stick on him that we use on her, and vice versa.
Yeah,
I know someone. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, but moments, remember, from they announced that she was going to run, right? I said it from day one. They're giving her a basket to carry water.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, the unfairness of it, because like after she lost, like I'm not in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not an American, I'm not in America. And some of the way how people cover the news, like, oh, misogyny, like don't like women and all this type of stuff. I felt it was unfair. Like I'm not in America and I felt it as a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like everybody could have seen, like, look, 3 months was an uphill task. Everybody knew that, right? In my lifetime, the only administration that has ever won, been reelected when Americans were crying, was when Bush won against what's his name in Florida, and they did the recount. That is the only time in my lifetime every incumbent that's been unpopular, like people are crying about egg, crying about bread, it doesn't matter what, they always lose in my lifetime. So based on that, based on the 3 months that she got to run, based on, everybody knew that Joe Biden shouldn't have even attempted to run. He said it himself, like, look, I'm going to be a transitional president. So with all of those factors together, you put all of them together, and she lost. I thought it was unfair for people to say she lost because of misogyny and because, American men don't do this and don't do that. I think that was no, because all of those three indication, like it would have been, as I said, the only person who could have won was Michelle Obama, and because she's very popular and she's well loved, and every single person that, whether Democrats or Republican, said if Michelle Obama was here, even if she's not a politician like Kamala, she would have won just because she's charismatic and they love her.
But remember,
So that part,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that part I thought was unfair. Like if you lose an election, it's not a good thing to blame American men, because yes, some men, of course, some men are going to be misogynistic, but what about men who sit down and say, you know what, I vote because like egg is too expensive, and why am I being dubbed as misogynist because like I lost my house, I did this, did that, and that's how I felt I wanted to vote. It's not fair to those people, right?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I can understand what you're saying. And also, let me add this. I don't think you can compare her with Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama also had years of presence in the media. From the time, what's his name? President Obama was campaigning. People fell in love with her. Yes, she's very charismatic. And people, listened to her when she spoke, right? We gathered that. So again, we can't put them both. They started at different times. She had years of being able to gain the respect and the love of the people. So I agree with you. Had she, but then again, America fickle. Had she been the one to have run, she probably would have had a better chance. But I don't think she would have. And here's the reason why I'm saying that I don't think she would have won. As much as this comes off of something, I think we played it after we got off air yesterday, a video we played yesterday that Jah had sent over. You see, racial ambiguity, America has a love-hate relationship with that. Obama won on that, the racial ambiguity thing. And Michelle would not win because of that same very thing. I think you all know what I'm saying. Go right ahead, Adesoji.
Yeah, can I also just add, when we bring up the issue of the role of vice president, except for people who are conversant with politics in the United States, if you ask the average American to name you the last 5 vice presidents in the United States, they will struggle. And the reason they will struggle is reasons you gave earlier. The vice president is not supposed to be seen, not supposed to be heard. You're only there in matters of crisis.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You technically don't have a job other than to break the tie in Congress. That's it. That's your job. Or sometimes they'll ask you to go and give a speech somewhere. So the notion that Kamala Harris will then break protocol and then all of a sudden take on the role of the super vice president. Even the most powerful vice president that I've seen in my lifetime, which is Dick Cheney.
I knew you were going to say it.
Was still played second fiddle. Still played second fiddle to George Bush during the Iraq War. Still played second. When they had the best team, what was it called? Gore and Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
After the mishap in the White House. That's all. Why are you laughing? Is that not what happened? It was a mishap. She tripped and she fell and she landed on stuff. So after that mishap, God did not want to be seen with him in public. Even his wife said, and there's still a powerful quote, there are powerful people in the media who want to see. And then he came out and said, well, I did have relation with that woman and I will go back to working for the American people, and all of that stuff. So the notion that because she was vice president, she's unpopular, I think, again, is, how can I say it? A bit of a stretch. And then on the issue of misogyny, to a certain degree, there was a host of it in the media, and usually trumpeted by both men and women, largely men, and it was in the right side of the media. But the thing that the left side of the media then did was, rather than push back against it, they pointed to say, look at what they said, not what it is. So which further amplified what the right was doing. So it had nothing to do directly with men per se, but then how many men stood up and said, listen, this is rubbish. This should not be seen. None. And that's a fact. You go through, the beautiful thing about the media is it records itself. It doesn't lie. It records itself. So you could see it. You could see it. The deed is done. Like I said, the TikTok ban has been upheld. The ban is going ahead. So it will shut January 20.
19.
Adesoji, can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So don't you think that, okay, because based on what I know, right? Joe Biden, to me, based on what I've seen, and I've been following for a while, Joe Biden has been the most visible vice president I have seen in my lifetime. I don't think he was as powerful as the one that got shot in his eyes,
Dick Cheney.
Dick Cheney, but he was very visible. And even after Obama left office and Obama had a few interviews, Obama talked about the strategic, like he strategized the visibility with Biden.
You know why Biden why he was visible?
Yeah, I know. But my thing is that everybody knew that Biden was a one-term president. Even before the term started, people were like, "Oh, this guy's not going to finish the term." So for me, like if you're like a senior of a company, and you know that this is your last rodeo, you would have like someone like your vice president. I would have thought that he would have put her out there more, because he said it. He said, like, look, like, I trust her and I'm going to let her lead out on certain things. And he didn't do that. And I think that, and then...
Yeah, but that's no fault of us. That's no fault of us. That's no fault of us.
I know it's not hers, but that's what I'm saying. I think that's why I initially said that they gave her basket to carry water, because he knew that he wasn't going to step down. He knew that he was going to run again. His wife, when you see the dirty look that Biden's wife give her, like, you know that there was no intention. Like, the wife had something to do, wanted to probably be the vice president or something. No, because you see the dirty look that she gave her. You saw,
no, I mean that could be.
You saw the speech that she did when she was talking about joy, and then people were laughing, and she was like, "Oh, you guys, you take your mind out of the gutter." You saw that speech? Yes. So I think that they set her up. Trust me, they set her up.
No, I don't take that away from her, but the deed is already done anyway. So she's vice president. She was attorney general. She's done her bit in terms of the political scene.
Yeah.
But the United States, the dynamic in the United States, says for a fact that it's going to sound misogynistic, because that's what it is. The United States was built on men.
Yes, it was, and we can't ignore that.
Exactly. So before that changes, look at the laws that passed now. These are men basically telling you this is what is obtaining in the various states. Yes, you've got some handmaid tales who are, basically carrying water, but largely those powers are being dictated by men. They're by men. So I don't know what else to call it, but what it is.
It is what it is. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ja, everyone, for that spirited conversation. And we were just talking about an article that we played the clip for, how Trump connected with men and what it says about larger issues. Thank you again, Ja, for sending that article over. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to catch our breath. We are still live on YouTube. Want to say thank you to everyone here with us on Family who has just come into space, and everyone who has been here since earlier. If you have not already done so, I invite you to click the link at the top of the page and subscribe to the Coffee and Toe YouTube channel, as we are live there as well, and turn your notifications on. All right, so let's catch our breath. It's just a real quick breath. In 10 seconds. All right. The world's best coffee, from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. And we are back with you, YouTube Live. So now it's time for Business and Tech News, of course, brought to you by Grant Coffee House, from our farms to your cups. You know what? I have to love my family. Let me tell us, I love my family. I love my family. Tasha, yes, I have one mug beside me with cold coffee, not water. Yeah, I know I need to get water, right? But yeah, I ate this morning. I had something this morning. I had pasta with egg. I'm good for now. When I'm ready, I just get up left for now. It's that simple as that. Okay, Business and Tech.
Did you say you had pasta with echo?
Eggs.
Oh, because you echoed.
Oh,
and
I'm
I thought
sorry.
you said echo.
No. I crushed up the eggs and mixed up with pasta and got some sauce from a particular chain down here. Love that sauce. So it tastes really good. So I had that for breakfast. I had my green juice. I had a glass of green juice, and I have my coffee. You know, coffee is a girl's next best friend. All right. So first up, out of the business and tech segment, Fed cuts were supposed to lower mortgage rates, but they're back above 7%. And let us take a listen to this one from NPR. Here is why.
Is on your 2025 dream list, well, you may need to reconsider. Mortgage rates hit 7% this week. That's tough for those who've been hoping for mortgage rates to drop at a time when buying a home has proven impossible for many would-be homeowners. We're joined now by NPR's personal finance correspondent, Laurel Walmsley. Hi there.
Hey, Ari.
Explain what's going on here. The Federal Reserve cut interest rates a full point recently, and yet mortgage rates went up. Why?
Yeah, it's definitely not what home buyers and sellers were hoping would happen. You know, when the Fed signaled that it was going to start cutting rates, mortgage rates did go down. The rate on a 30-year mortgage dropped to about 6% at the end of September. But then since then, they've been rising. And in these latest numbers from Freddie Mac, that average 30-year rate is now a touch over 7%. That's higher than it's been since last May.
Any idea why the Fed's cuts did not have more of an impact?
Well, in a nutshell, the Fed sets short-term interest rates, but mortgage rates really closely follow the yields on longer-term 10-year bonds. And the yields on those have been rising, in part because inflation has proven difficult to fully tame. Data just yesterday showed annual inflation ticking up for a third consecutive month. And bond yields are also being affected by all the question marks around the incoming Trump administration. Tariffs, tax cuts, deportation. If they happen, they're likely to drive inflation higher. Still, Sam Cater, who's chief economist at Freddie Mac, said these rising mortgage rates are simply what happens in this type of economic situation.
The economy has been much stronger than expected. And so therefore, with this strength in the economy and also sticky inflation, we're going to have higher rates. And this is really sort of similar to where the economy was about 20 years ago.
And in fact, these mortgage rates that economists are saying are the new normal, like 6 or 7%, is basically where rates were in the 90s and early 2000s.
And so what does that mean for the housing market?
Well, unsurprisingly, it has dampened demand. Applications for new mortgages were down 2% this week over this time last year. And that's significant because when we get the final numbers, 2024 might turn out to have been the slowest for existing home sales since 1995.
Wow.
But more inventory is expected to be coming onto the market when the spring buying season ramps up, which should spur more sales. And Cater at Freddie Mac predicts demand to pick up again, in part due to what he called demographic tailwinds.
I think home prices and the real estate market will be able to withstand the higher rate environment because the economy is strong. There's a large segment of renters that are affluent enough and reaching their mid-30s and early 40s that want to buy. And so there's a lot of latent demand that's there that I think is waiting to jump in the market.
Still, that's not everybody. A lot of people are feeling left out here. Those high rates are combined with high prices, which together mean the numbers just don't work for lots of people.
So what advice do you have for people who do want to buy a house despite all of that?
Well, it's tough, but there are things. I mean, one is to shop around to different mortgage lenders to see who can give you the best rate. Talking to multiple lenders really does make a difference. And of course, a lower rate means a lower payment each month. Second, if you're feeling frustrated by what you can afford, you might need to expand where you're looking and consider different neighborhoods or locations in your metro area. Prices can vary a lot, so if it feels like you're striking out, you might need to expand your search.
NPR's Laurel Walmsley, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how people are going to own homes. Go right ahead, Mr. President.
I think, okay, so yes, the dollar is the strong job market help keep the rate high, okay, or push the rates up because you get a stronger job market report than was expected.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think is missing from this whole analysis here is the fact that you're talking about there's people entering their mid-30s and so who are earning reasonably well and so on could enter the housing market.
Mm-hmm.
That is not true because those people cannot afford down payments. Those people are deterred and they're not stupid.
They know that the hedge funds and the rich people have the corporations has been buying up single family homes, right? Inflating the price of those homes and trying to sell it back to you at ridiculous prices. It's not market driven. It's the fact that they're holding the housing stocks and artificially inflating the mortgage industry. So I don't see any change happening soon. There is nobody that is all day going and say, listen, let me try and enter this job market not to compete with these corporations. So unless we have proper legislations and we have a freeing up of some of that housing stocks that just hold there, keeping people at ransom, I don't see no major movements. Interest rates is not going anywhere soon in the next 4 years because we know in a volatile Trump administration, the interest rate will keep going up. The dollar is still strong regardless of what. Then we're not even talking things like tariffs and stuff like that and the inflation. So it's not coming down anytime in like the next couple of few years.
Yeah.
I don't see that rate coming down at all.
No, not at all. I have to agree with you. When we talk about you touched on tariffs, and then you couple that with the immigration balloon that's floating around, house prices are gonna skyrocket. Right now in South Florida, I think we have had this conversation. I've said this so many times. I drove past a house the other day. It is up for rent. A 4-bedroom house. Do you know how much the rent is for down here? I don't know who can afford it, but it's almost $6,000 a month. That's just for rent. House prices in South Florida, if you can find a house for $500,000, no is a fixer-upper. No is a fixer-upper. And we're not talking about in the suburbs. No, darling, because you touch the suburbs. That's a whole, if you don't have $1 million or more, don't even look in the suburbs. I'm talking in a regular middle-class neighborhood. 500,000 will get you probably a 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom, 3-bedroom, 2 bathroom, and you have to go fix it up. Pair that with, and couple that now with interest rates. But go ahead. I think somebody else had opened their mic. Go right ahead.
Okay, moments.
Yeah.
You talk about the rise in rent and stuff like that. They were saying, right? There was a study that says New Yorkers pays on average about 60% or thereabout of their salaries on rent. Okay? We're looking at a medium income in New York City of $76,000, Brooklyn, same $76,000, right? Queens and Manhattan is higher. But if we're working with that, we're saying that people are paying what? $40-something thousand in rent on average. Out of 70 something, out of 76, you're looking at $45,000. How are you living on the rest? We don't talk about all the other costs. So how is it possible? Before, when we had people starting to own incomes and the building up of the middle class and stuff, at minimum, rent and so was affordable. Getting a home was affordable. Now you have more people moving back. This is the first generation that is on it, that is moving back to their parents at the kind of rate that you're looking at. Or people cohabitating and finding all kind of hybrid living systems. Because it is so difficult. You have people renting couches. Think about it. Rent a couch in America.
In America, the greatest country on earth, right? Martin put a comment in the chat. Many families are moving back to cut costs. Yes, we see that down here, Martin. If you drive around South Florida at night, you have to go at night when, according to Russia, you're supposed to be in your bed, right? Between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Just drive around in those hours down here. People are parked outside of apartment complexes, condominium complexes. Hold on. People are parked in the middle of the street. When I say the middle of the street, I mean the middle of the street. Right? That dividing, what you call it? Median. People are parked there. Nobody not told them. You're talking some 2 and 3 bedroom condos or apartments. Must about 20 people living in each one. Nobody moves out. I would never tell my sons to move out. I have 4 boys. You make them stay which part them there. Make them time which part them there because they're not. Miss, I'm sending them out there. It's a crime. There are multi-generational homes down here now where it makes sense. I have a neighbor just a few houses down from me. I don't know how many of them live in the house. Right? Because every day you see more and more. But it makes sense. And you see a lot of young children. So grandma stays home and a couple aunts stay home. And the husbands go out and work and they take care of the children. It's really a village thing have to go on down here for people to survive. One hand cannot clap down here. And 2 can't clap neither. We need about 10 hands for a clap to make it work. And yes, you might say, well, people go out and enjoy themselves. Listen, they're able to go out and enjoy themselves because they put the 10 hands together for clap.
Not only that, sometimes people so stressed out, they just bite the bullet and go out and enjoy themselves to just get rid of some of that stress.
That's true.
Because it will kill you.
That is true. Martin, I agree with you. Hold on, James. Martin, I agree with you. Do not put them out. My daughter's 26 and we'll not put her out. But I can tell you the age of my sons. 18, one just turned 18 December. One just turned 20 so in January. One just turned 27 in January here. And the other one is 25. So we have what? 18, 20, 25, 27. I would never tell them to come out. You're mad. Sit down with them. Save as much as I can. Yeah. But anyway, sorry, James. Go on through.
Yeah, they did a feature here on TV and they're talking to those who want to get divorced, but they can't get divorced because they can't afford to live in prison. So they sit down and say, you know what? Yeah, sit down and say, you know what, make we work out something and stay. We can't afford to leave. You know? Yeah. No, it's kind of sad though. Kind of sad. You have to laugh. What I'm saying, you have to laugh in order to not cry.
Yeah, you have to laugh in order.
You have to laugh in order not to cry because like when you look and see people, 70% of your paycheck going into a mortgage or rent, it's out of control. And all of the terrorist country, them, you know, for whatever reason, like 30%, like Russia, like rent and living cheaper Russia compared to what they make. They're spending 30% on of their income on mortgage and rent. China, like I saw this community in China. It's like it's almost big, like a space that almost big like the entire country, like the island of Jamaica, and it's just like high rise, and some beautiful high rise, like a big gated community where you could have drive like 30 minutes in there. Beautiful buildings, and yeah, people afford their bills. But in North America, which is the most powerful in the world, Canada, only little brother, we can't afford rent, you know. So maybe we have to live in Russia.
But didn't you hear the video? You never hear the video I played this morning about China. That, you know, everything has to happen. Everything that happens for a reason. There is a reason behind them wanting the TikTok ban. We know what the real reason is, but we are getting Americans. We knew this already. Americans are now learning the truth. Right? I played a video yesterday when we talk about the cost of corn. The same corn that the people would pay 70 or 90 cents for in China, here would cost us $7. Rent, mortgage, $800. We're paying thousands of dollars here. We
talk about school,
university. $800 US a term to go to school. Or is a year with at whatever. We just played the videos between yesterday and today. We have been playing the videos. But I mean, Americans, their eyes were, they didn't want to hear it, they didn't want to see it, they didn't want to believe it. But I am, in a way, glad that this is happening.
I follow this African YouTuber in China, and he's like a rock star in China. He's like the most loved person in China. And it's so fun to watch it because like you see him going around the market like vlogging, and he speaks Mandarin. So as soon as him open his mouth, a crowd just form because they don't expect, you know. And yeah, like he documents his life with his wife and them go hospital and they have the baby and everybody look on the interracial baby, you know, like, and it kind of give you a different picture, of what you hear about China. And the fact that he can be, because what I was thinking to the fact that, because YouTube is not even legal in China, but he is a YouTube vlogger. so, so I don't know how him get out. I don't know how him get out with it because me always concerned about him if police are going to come and take him or whatever. But he has one of the, what they call it, VPN, where you can change your thing. And they have to know, China have so much thing, they have to know that he lives in China and he's a vlogger. But he might live his best life and him look happy.
I don't think they have a problem with it because what's her name out of Jamaica went there, that owns, oh jeez, Carrie, our mother named Benz. Lord have mercy. What's her name? I forget. I forgot what her name is. But anyway, she went there, she vlogged. I've seen other folks from Jamaica go there and them have them camera out and them have vlog and them not have no problems. So I don't know. But just in case you didn't hear it, James, let me play this for you again. All right.
A communist country that I could go there and buy a home. Like I pay the mortgage and it is mine. For 70 years, that is my property. I don't ever have to worry about losing my job, getting sick, or just not even being able to pay the bills. It's mine. And then when that 70 years is up, all I have to do is renew the property tax for a small fee that's nowhere close to the amount that I would have to pay in America. Wow, what a concept. You're telling me that the only...
Yes, it is a concept. You better believe it. Oh, by the way, I saw this yesterday. I need to do some research, but it's on 4 person. Did a screenshot of it. United Health, employer of slain exec, Brian Thompson, remember him? Found to have overcharged some cancer patients for drugs by over 1,000%. Come on now. But anyway, let me not jump the gun. Hey, Lord have mercy.
Did you use a gun in the same sentences?
I didn't even realize. The play on words, right? The play on words.
Yes.
That was a pun. All right, next up on the business and tech scene, we have also courtesy of NPR.org. Toyota's commercial truck company will pay $1.6 billion for faking emissions tests. Come on, Toyota. So according to NPR.org, Hino Motors, HINO, a subsidiary of Toyota that manufactures commercial trucks, has agreed to plead guilty to a federal charge of a multi-year criminal conspiracy to fraudulently evade state and federal emission standards. It's part of an umbrella settlement that also resolves civil claims brought by federal regulators and the state of California. The company is paying a total of $1.6 billion in fines and penalties, including the second largest criminal fine by Environmental Protection Agency that the Environmental Protection Agency has ever leveled for vehicle-based Clean Air Act violations. According to complaints filed by regulators, the fraud involved more than 100,000 heavy-duty diesel trucks and off-road diesel engines. The vehicles did not pass state and federal emission standards, but Hino submitted false data claiming they did. Those vehicles are still safe to use. Yes, they're still safe to use, but Hino will offer free voluntary repairs for some vehicles, which California regulators say, and here comes Crystal. Crystal, you'll be glad to hear this, which California regulators say will not affect fuel economy or vehicle operation. There will not be any vehicle buybacks. So as part of the settlement, let's get to the money, honey. Hino will also pay criminal fines and civil fees, pay more than $150 million to replace engines on ships and trains with cleaner versions, and fund hybrid and zero-emission buses and trucks in the beautiful state of California.
Knows how to party.
Okay, my screen is frozen on fan base. I'm gonna wait for the glitch to release. I don't know if I should go and come back. I might get kicked out. So of course, if I get kicked out, me know no go, no will alert me. I don't make them say, oh, that's it, and them out. But yes, Toyota. Shame, shame, shame. Come on, you know better than that. How could you do that? What I mean, you are operating in the United States where, we do what we can, get away with what we can. We push the envelope. We don't toe the line. We step over the line. No, sir.
Moments, those executive of Toyota must cheat on their wives.
That's a good one. That's a good one, James. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, we're going to take a quick break. And when we return, we have our health and science segment. So hang tight. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. And we're back on YouTube Live. And don't forget, everyone, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. We are growing, we're growing. And the more we grow, the more we can get quality content out to those who are desirous of hearing the truth. Not just the news, but the truth. Right? Right, Adesoji?
I would hope so.
All right, so first up in our health and science segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. And for you, those of you who are just joining us for the first time, Lormel Skin Food is owned by our lovely Tasha, who is in the audience below. Tasha is a day one. We go back from way back when. 2021, when we encountered each other in another space, and we've been rocking it out. So yes, Tasha makes natural skincare products, also natural body oils, butters, soaps, all of that good stuff. So please check her website out, normelskinfood.com. Okay, so our first article out of our health and science segment, cancer deaths are declining, but diagnoses are rising among younger women. Can we pretty much solve the article without even having to read it? Because I think we already know what's in the article. But anyway, we're going to do the right thing. Cancer. Every time we talk about cancer, we know exactly where it stems from. Yesterday, we spoke about them banning the red dye, but allowing for green lighting the the GMO fake apples, and then them lower the nicotine levels in cigarettes. I don't know what they're doing in this country, but it is what it is. We just roll with it, so to speak. All right, let's go ahead and get into this story. Let me close out this one. All right, here we go. So according to NPR.org, a study released on Thursday points to a mixed and rapidly in cancer trends. On the one hand, the American Cancer Society's annual survey found that mortality from the disease declined rapidly by 34% between 1991 and 2022. But at the same time, for reasons little understood, more young and middle-aged women are getting the disease. New techniques for detecting and treating many cancers has revolutionized survival rates over the past couple of decades. But those gains are threatened by the increasing threat from earlier onset cancers affecting those under age 65, who, historically, were not at high risk of developing the disease. The American Cancer Society report projects more than 2 million new cases of cancer will be diagnosed in 2025, and more than 600,000 people will die. Anybody want to open up a funeral home? This might be the time, because they might kill we off anyway. Somebody make some money outside, please, and pass it on to the children. The survey found women are seeing spikes. Overall, cancer incidence rates among women under age 50 were, listen to this number, 82% higher than their male counterparts in 2021, up from 51% in 2002. Women aged 50 to 64 are also getting cancer at higher rates than men. Breast cancer, in particular, has been rising faster among women under 50. It has gone up by 1.4% a year since the mid 2000s, compared to a 0.7% annual rise among older women. All right. I want to ask a question. When they talk about younger women, and I want to say our age and younger, in our 50s and younger, right? Could a contributing factor here in the US is many women are have more education, meaning they have more degrees. When people are in college, what them eat? Is it that we're now feeling the effects of our lifestyle while we were in college because we could not afford proper meals in college? People had to, a lot of women ate a lot of ramen noodles in college, processed foods that are sold in the cafeterias. Could that be a contributing factor? Hmm. But hold on, Adesoji, hold on. Remember yesterday the article about the GMO apples, that they don't have to disclose it in schools. So what is it that our children are eating in elementary, middle, and high school that they're not disclosing the ingredients of? Why, Adesoji?
One is we're talking lifestyles. So what you and I will readily not gobble up, kids will look at and consume because their peers are doing so, and not wanting to be out. Then also, the age of marketing. Marketing plays a key role in whatever it is you consume nowadays. So depending on how it's marketed to you, you might embrace it. Meanwhile, in the grand scheme of things, it's not actually good for you. So and then there's the issue of people who comfort eat. That's another one. So the whole survive in the economy. So the same thing can be said for food. If you cannot afford it, you eat what is available. So that's one way of looking at it.
I mean, we have to I got kicked out, but I'm back. Yeah, we everything is tied to what we're consuming, in my opinion. And you remember, we also had an article. Was it this week or last week, about the radon that's going to be used in the construction of roads down here in South
Oh,
Florida?
that was last week. That's
Last week, yeah. And it is,
state of
we're
Florida.
testing ground. We're testing ground. Don't forget that, because eventually it's going to be rolled out throughout the country. So what is that going to do to our water? And even if we're not drinking the water that run off from the road, there's a thing called evaporation. We broke down the science of it. So what goes up must come down. So when the sun comes out and smiles on us, and it's doing its evaporation thing of drying up the water, and the clouds are formed, what's on us? Radon. And that go water with fields, our foods.
Yeah, but spare thought for the crops, the alligators, your neighbors, your green neighbors.
Can they fix the cancer issue? Oh, I have never donated to cancer research. I have thought about donating to cancer research. And a bell went off in my head and said, don't. I don't. And here's why. And I don't know if it's the right decision I'm making. And you can tell me if I'm making the right decision. Here is why I have decided not to donate to cancer research. From before me born, they've been doing cancer research. They know what the problem is and they're not fixing it. So when I donate, I would rather donate to an organization that will help someone fight cancer. How much more research y'all need to do? You know it's in what? The foods we're eating. We have done a side-by-side person here. I almost said talking. We have spoken about the foods made by the same companies here in the US that cannot go up on the shelves in other countries around the world. Our neighbor Mexico. Remember when Mexico stopped the importation of brands of cereals because of the high sugar content and the foods, and them said them don't want it in them country, and Kellogg's was not happy about it. We did a side-by-side comparison with even ketchup, the ketchup that is on the shelf made by the same companies here in the US, on the shelves in Canada. How many ingredients? 4. How many here? The list goes on and on and on and on and on. You can't even pronounce something them. We spoke about even bread. The ingredients in bread. We have about 20 ingredients to make up bread. The very bread we eat here is not allowed in Europe. There are a lot we're consuming here that is not allowed elsewhere in the world. And then you're going to tell me about cancer research. What more do you need to research? Fix the damn issue. But no, there seems to be money to be made when you talk about the pharmaceutical industry. When we talk about the health insurance, don't even get me started on the insurance scammers out there.
But Mamas, how is it you could use things like paprika to color the same Doritos and stuff in Europe? But in America, you have to use the synthetic dyes. Why? You can't sell it over there. You find an alternative that is safer, but you continue to poison Americans. And the FDA and the powers that we continue to do some ridiculous approvals that you want to know. Better you just take a chicken and put as the head of the FDA, because the people are there not making any sense. Everything gets approved here. When China stopped buying the soybeans and stuff here, they couldn't even find another buyer because nobody wants the poison that they're selling to Americans here. It's ridiculous.
It's beyond ridiculous. We have had several conversations in our segments, health and science segments, Mr. President, if you remember. We even spoke about sanitary supplies that women use. They're just now, what was it, last year in December or November? The report came out. They are banning the use of a substance in sanitary napkins and tampons that are used by women. Is a part of nature. We don't have no control. As a God make we must have a menstrual cycle. And what it is that we use, whether we use a pad or a tampon, it a kill we. And then we wonder why we have such a high rate of cervical cancer, uterine cancer. Down to the clothes we wear. Thank God California puts a warning label. It's law over there. It's not law in every state. The clothing that we wear. So it seems as though it's more profitable to kill us than to keep us alive. You go to the doctor, you end up in a hospital, and then you have insurance companies saying, okay, let me see, how much money has this person paid into the system over there? You know, can't tell me something else, I run a calculator. I'm sorry for those who don't understand that, but you can't tell me that they don't pull up a calculator and they're able to ascertain how much money you have paid out of your paychecks or however into an insurance policy with the hope that you'll be able to benefit from it. And say, you know what? Ooh, this figure looks good. Yeah. We ain't paying out nothing on her. Pull the plug on that one. Remember, we also have the article that we highlighted here, where if they don't see you living beyond 5 years, they're not going to approve for organ transplant for you. You all remember that article? So it is cheap. They make more money off of you if they can kill you. Because Because how? Doctors, hospitals, medication, and everything related to the health industry makes money off of it.
It is not just the doctors. If it's the doctors, it's fine. But your medical diagnosis are now being dependent on insurance agents. Doctors are pulling out their hair for their patients, and it's being denied and stuff by the insurance agents. And then the doctors have to make time to make appointment to argue. I mean, come on, man.
Yep, we played the clip here. We played
While
the
insurance
investigative clip.
has so much money, they're into real estate, they're into finance, they're into everything else but insurance. I don't understand that.
Hmm. Oh, by the way, let me play this one real quick because, you know, you have to connect the dots and everything goes together. Let me play this real quick.
Right now in America, we have over 22 million workers who are making less than $15 an hour, and nearly 40 million people in our country earning less than $17 an hour. Shamefully, the federal minimum wage, despite the efforts of myself and other people here, have not been raised since 2009 and remains an unbelievable $7.25 an hour. Will you work with those of us who want to raise the federal minimum wage to a living wage to take millions of Americans out of poverty?
Senator, I believe that the minimum wage is more of a statewide and regional issue.
So you don't think we should change the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour?
No, sir.
Right.
So when you are making $7.25 per hour, right? If you're in a state that upholds that as their minimum wage, you're making $7.25 an hour. Where's my calculator? Hold on a second, because I don't want just 7.25 multiplied that, and you work a 40-hour week. That's $290 for the week. Gross. We don't take out taxes out of that yet. Somebody like this now, making this as an income, how them fi afford health care? How are they gonna afford health care? How are they going to afford the medication that they need should they need medication? How are they supposed to afford quality food? Because don't make goes fully, you know. It's good to shop in alternative neighborhoods, if you know what I mean. Because what is found in one neighborhood is not found in another neighborhood. You best believe it. Mhm. Down to the Walmarts. Walmarts in some neighborhoods are different from Walmarts in other neighborhoods. So sometimes it's worth it to take a Uber and go to the other neighborhood because you're going to get a better quality. And I think I need to say allegedly, protect myself. But yeah, things are different. What you have access to depending on what part of town you live in. And also dependent on whom your representatives are, because no matter goes fool you, all representatives don't care. I mean, let me rephrase that. And not every representative care about you know. Some of them just want to get in so that they can reap their benefits. It's not about you. Because if they cared, certain communities would not remain the same year over year over year over year. Picnic come, ton mother, ton grandmother dead and gone, and the community is still the same. So don't tell me your politicians care about you. Anybody before I move on? So everything is tied together.
Oh yeah, and that was the idiot I was talking about earlier. Who was
Besant?
Yeah, Besant. He was the one who wants to rewrite the what's it called? The economics manual. Who said the economics it is not related to tariffs and trade have no correlation. I'm like, okay, if you say so.
So while treatments and immunotherapies have helped survival rates For many cancer, the same progress is not seen across all forms of the disease. Mortality rates are increasing among cancers of the oral cavity, pancreas, uterine, and liver. I'ma get you one. How the song go? One way or another. I'ma get you. Yeah, one way or another. Then I get you. Then I get you. I mean, if we're born, we have to dead. But damn, can we enjoy our lives, please? Don't rush it. Let us live to at least the 70, please. Make it to at least 70, please. You know, the goal is for you to work and then dead. You know, to enjoy nothing. No vacation, no nothing, no grandchildren, great grandchildren. Even if you don't have that, you're not supposed to enjoy life. Just work and live. And if we can kill you before you reach retirement, even better, because then guess what? We don't have to cut a check for Social Security, if there will be any left.
And let's also remember that they're selling food that is past the expiration date. And in the side stores, I don't want to mention any stores, make sure you're looking at the expiration of everything you pick up. Everything we eat has an expiration date on it. And I have been noticing, even in my suburban neighborhood, that they are selling things past the expiration date. And when I point it out, it's like, oh, we didn't know. Really? You would think that they are checking their shelves to see if anything has expired. And I'm just going to say, I was buying popcorn the last time, and it was expired.
Oh, Lord.
I was buying juice, and I picked it up and I just put it in my thing. But when I went to the register and picked it up again, the box was kind of mushy. And I was wondering, because, you know, in some stores, they do freeze the product before they put them out. So I'm thinking it was just that. And when I looked at the expiration date, mind you, we're in January and the expiration date was in November. And it was like, oh, I'm sorry, you want me to go get you another one? I'm done with this. That was just juice. We've seen how they would take the meat back and put new blood on it to make it real. And then just slap another tag on it. So you asked earlier, is it because of how we're eating? Does it matter? Even our organic food has things in it from the soil, from the runoff. I yield.
Don't laugh, Adesoji. There's a documentary done over here. The videos on YouTube, as a matter of fact.
Don't you guys have food standards? Like food standards authorities?
You would think.
Oh, we do. I can send you a movie to watch. What they were speaking on, they said they don't even eat it. They're the one controlling it.
I've seen a couple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh my God. I've seen this.
Listen, Adesoji.
Anybody ever buy rotisserie chicken at the supermarket?
Oh, Lord, have mercy. Jill.
You ever buy it?
Don't make me throw up. Please don't make me
No,
throw up.
it tastes good. It tastes good enough. I just 2 years, but it still tastes good. They freeze it. Freeze it for 2 years.
Yes. And those shiny apples are sitting somewhere for at least a year when they pick them off the trees up there in Canada and ship them down to us, and they coat them with the wax. That is how they're able to stay for a year. Yeah.
Canadians would never do that. We're good people.
I didn't say you Canadians did it. I don't know who do it, but somewhere between it coming off the tree and ending up on the supermarket shelves here, they are coated and they're sitting somewhere in a cold storage for a year, and then they pop up, you know, because when you think of those of us from the Caribbean, and I'm sure we can relate to this, things are seasonal, right? No, so things, you know, say September is what time? Guinea time. No, sir. You know, OTT apple come out this time of year. Naseberry, star apple. There are only certain things that are year round. So isn't it kind of odd that there are certain things that are available, especially many things that are available every day of the year in our supermarkets? Ding, ding, something I go off power. And then remember the story that we highlighted. I can't remember which publication it was, but remember the story highlighted about the, you know, when you go in your produce section of your supermarket where they have the lettuce and the cabbage and your green onions, what we call scallion, your seasonings and your natural seasonings and stuff, your herbs, and that little thing spraying and you think is water spraying on them to keep them nice and fresh. No, it's not water. It's infused with a chemical. And that is why when you take up this something, when you carry them home, you say, hold on, let me not just buy this and they look nice and fresh at the supermarket. This is what happened. We're born for dead.
Yeah, they have a special light in them, those fridge too. If you look at the light, it's not regular light. So when it shine on it, it look green and fresh. And as soon as you move it from under the light, you see true color.
Okay. Wake up.
But yet they want to increase the population.
They want to increase it because there's money to be made. There's money to be made. We have to increase it because guess what? If they're not kill off for putting them in the schools, they might go kill them off in the schools with food. if it's not guns, it's food. One way or another, you go dead. You have to dead. Now come here, come take up residence for the people them hurt. We just don't know when our time is coming. Unfortunately, we're being pushed out sooner than intended. Which country was it we spoke about? Was it this week or last week? Zero diseases, Adesoji, you remember? Somewhere in the South Pacific?
Yeah, South Pacific, yeah.
Zero.
They're probably not taking any Americans.
Okay. Oh, damn it. So I don't have any chance of being there.
Because they might have to quarantine you when you first of all get
quarantine me like how you have to quarantine a dog for what, 6 months?
You know who don't sick too? The indigenous in a lot of places, they don't really get sick. Like if you go like St. Vincent and you see the Garifuna, like they live till like 100 and they don't really go to hospital and stuff like that. So it shows that it's the food because those people, they're pretty much stay to themselves and they don't really consume the same type of stuff that we consume. So definitely the food.
But you know, James, I think you've heard me say this before, but the Rasta man of Jamaica said, foreign food bring you foreign diseases and the whole of it foreign minded, and that's why we take up foreign problems. It is what it is. It's a reality. It is a reality. All right, last story out of the health and science segment. As a matter of fact, I think this is our final story for today. Yay! I know coming up on Monday. Oh, by the way, quick reminder before I read this one. Reminder, ladies, January is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. Please schedule your OBGYN appointments. Even if you're not able to get into the OBGYN office in January, at least get yourself on the calendar for as soon as possible. Get your routine exams done. Please, please, please. Knowing where you stand is good. If you're clean, that's good. If there are any areas of concern, at least we can nip them in the bud, address them early. Early detection is key. So I'm asking you, ladies, please schedule your OBGYN exams for cervical examinations to be done, your pap smears. All right, men, for the women in your lives, if your daughters are at the age where they're supposed to be getting their annuals, please see to it that they do it. Your mothers, your aunts, your sisters, your wives, your girlfriends. Please, please, we have to stress this. Also, men, if 40 and over, please go to the doctor, get a blood panel, get your PSA reading done. All right?
Yep.
Okay. I
No
cannot stress
tickling,
enough.
no tickling involved.
Right. They
So
check your blood and they check your PSA levels to see
exactly.
if there's anything that they should be concerned with. And please, lifestyle changes, folks. Lifestyle changes. If we need to exercise more, let's do it. Change our eating habits, let's do it. All right. If we need to reduce our salt or sugar intake, let's do it. Let us look for alternatives, healthy. We just have to do the best we can with what we have. All right. Moderation is key. Anything done in excess can be harmful. Let's make sure we're staying on top of our vitamins and minerals. All right. We can't beg on enough. Cannot beg on enough. Let us do the best that we can. The rest, we leave that up to God. All right. So again, January marks Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. Get your checks done. All right. Our final story of the day it's in our health and science segment. Move aside BMI. There's a better way to define obesity. And I found this interesting because we spoke about BMI, body mass index, and how it was measured, and that it is totally flawed, in my opinion, at least doing it based on European, and to be more specific, European Caucasian standards. That was the finding, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So,
Correct.
okay, thank you. So, according to NPR, an international committee of scientists has proposed a change to the way obesity is defined and diagnosed. The goal is to offer a more nuanced and objective way to assess body composition by adding more metrics such as waist circumference to the criteria. For years, the method physicians have used to determine whether a person has obesity is to calculate their BMI, or body mass index. BMI is a quick and inexpensive estimate based on weight and height, but BMI does not provide adequate information about a person's health. Okay, let me stop for a second. Javed says her screen is. Ja, you might have to just close out and come back. RoSolo, you hearing?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, yeah, Jack, go and come back. Yeah. So sorry about that. So, but BMI does not provide adequate information about a person's health. The commission concludes, and the reliance on BMI alone can result in a misdiagnosis. The current BMI based measure of obesity can both overestimate and underestimate how much body fat a person has. And that was explained by Dr. Robert Kushner, an endocrinologist at Northwestern University, who is a part of the Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology Commission. About 40% of the adult population in America has obesity when it's defined solely by BMI, Kushner says. But do all of these millions of Americans have a disease? And do they all need treatment? Kushner says the commission aims to give some clarity to the confusion. Some people are stocky and muscular. When they step on the scale, their body weight may place them in the category of obesity due to the weight of the muscle mass. But these folks may be healthy. On the other side of the coin, some people have very low muscle mass, but carry excess weight around their organs. Their BMI may be in the normal range, but their level of belly fat may put them at risk of metabolic disease. What's new is that we try to define obesity by excess body fat, which is what obesity actually is. The Commission recommends that excess body fat should be confirmed by measuring a person's waist circumference, with waist to hip ratio, or waist to height ratio. Another option is a direct measurement of body fat from a screening, such as a DEXA scan, when this option is available and affordable. We're not throwing out BMI. We are now recommending that individuals have another measurement obtained that more directly gets an estimate of body fat. The bottom line, the new measures focus on the amount of fat that people carry around their waists. Fat in the belly causes systemic inflammation, which then goes on and causes other metabolic problems like elevated blood sugar. elevated blood pressure, and increased fats in the blood. This can set the stage for metabolic diseases, including diabetes as well as heart disease. This is what Kushner has explained. In addition, the Commission recommends two new categories of obesity based on objective measures of illness. The first category is called clinical obesity for people who already have a chronic disease associated with obesity, and the second category is called preclinical obesity and would signify that a person has elevated risks for developing a health condition due to their level of body fat. Our reframing acknowledges the nuanced reality of obesity and allows for personalized care. That's according to Dr. Francisco of King's College in London, who is chair of the commission. It included 56 experts with expertise in nutrition, endocrinology, internal medicine, and public health. Their report is published in the journal Lancet Diabetes and Endocrinology. Well, according to the World Health Organization, there's an estimated 1 billion people living with obesity. Yep, and the World Obesity Federation estimates that the economic impact of the condition will rise about $4 trillion by 2035. So, what I want to say is don't be so quick to jump on these diet things that we see looming around on social media. And we are so quick to follow what quote unquote celebrities do. Right? No. If you have concerns about your health, I strongly recommend that you seek the advice of your healthcare provider, one that you can trust, one that cares about you and understands the importance of tailoring a health plan beneficial to you. All right? Not because RoSolo jump on something, me I go jump on something. Not because I am considered obese and Ja might look at herself and say, but hold on there. Me and Moments look kind of the same now. I wonder if me obese too. No. Please, folks, do the right thing, because a lot of times when you jump on these crazy things, what's the latest one? Ozempic. I don't even know how you pronounce it. Ozempic. That one there. Thank you. You don't know what you're doing to your. You could be damaging organs and you don't even know. Please schedule an appointment with your doctor if you have health concerns. Have blood work done. Have what is called a executive profile done, where they check everything through your blood work. All right? Yeah, go ahead, Ja.
You know, one of the sad things about that is some of the doctors are prescribing it, even though they say to you, you don't need it. I have a young coworker who just got on one of those type of medications. And she's so happy because she's already lost X amount of pounds. But you know why she lost X amount of pounds? Because whatever she's taking, she doesn't have an appetite. So she's not eating. So I said to her, how are you getting your nutrients if you're not eating? You're supposed to at least have 3 meals or at least some type of nutrients in your body. She's just drinking water. So I said to her, when you lose this weight and you start eating again, what do you think is going to happen?
Exactly.
How long did the doctor say you had to be on it? She said it was up to her. And I said, that does not make any sense to me. But I did implore her to at least add some type of fruit. Even if she doesn't, she said even a lid bothers her. It makes her want to throw up. So these things that we're injecting in our bodies, it's not helping if you don't change your diet, if you don't change the system. I'm reading Atomic Habits right now with my sister Crystal down there. And we have goals, right? And you can set a goal and achieve that goal. But if you don't change the system, sometimes you end right back where you started. I yield.
Exactly. Martin said in the chat, you all keep talking like this, make me feel like packing my bags and get out. Yeah, sometimes, it doesn't even matter. It's a good idea, Martin. Let me say this. What would be a great idea? If everybody, but then again, this is the US of it. We don't have time off like in Europe, right? Adesoji, we don't need you saying anything.
Hello?
It would be so good if everybody was able to take a month or 2 months, go to a country where you can have organic food, where you can hit the reset button. You know what it can do for us? Wonders. I have said it before. When I go back home to Jamaica and I eat the food there, oh, you feel so much better right away. As a matter of fact, when you know, so you're sitting at the airport ready to go home, you feel better already. But mentally, you feel better. Physically, you feel better. Organic food. Yeah. Prepare food that's prepared daily.
I mean, there's some research that shows, right? Eating proper food has such a significant impact so quickly on your body that you cannot even imagine. But to your point, right? How is it you could think something is healthy if you're only drinking water? No, seriously. This you can't even eat a salad. How could that even be healthy? How long can you sustain that for? It makes no sense just from a logical perspective. I don't understand why is doctors prescribe if you're on a regimen to get you to a manageable weight or to do something to your body and then you take a program to holistically bring you to a really healthy position. That's one thing. You can't tell somebody they could take this kind of nonsense and as long as they feel like it, just drinking water. Then when you start collapsing and end up in the ER, it's like you're surprised.
I saw this video on Instagram. Someone asking about the supermarkets. So they were saying if there's a health section in the supermarket, what does that make the other part of the supermarket? And it's true.
Lord, forgive me. Forgive me, Lord. Forgive me. Forgive me. Here's the thing. And if we can't leave, sorry, if we can't leave the country, let's make the best choices we can. And I can't even say go to a farmer's market because some of the same things that are found, if you go to a farmer's market and you say stick up on the food, that's not coming off of a farm. If you're going to see the same sticker them, then probably buy that at a warehouse and I come sell it expensive under the guise of being organic. You know?
It is grossly unfair to even ask people to leave. You understand?
Yeah.
We have a responsibility to at least get healthy food.
Yeah.
Look, in Russia, when Putin decides if you sell anything GMO, he will lock you up. It's like you're a terrorist. We're all out on him, right? But yet still they're selling us everything that they know is killing us. And this is some of the stuff in our food is not like is inconclusive.
Right.
They are known. Remember I told you when I went to the gas station and I pick up a bag of chip and it says if you're in the state of California, this chip is known to have contained cancer-causing agents with some of the ingredients. I read it and I could not believe that was a label on food. I go to the entire gas station. I couldn't find anything that I could buy. If you have to have a label in California to say in this food may cause cancer, what happened in the other states? It don't cause cancer in the other states too.
What can I say?
It's unimaginable.
What can go so? I'm going to take Adesoji's comment and then I'm going to wrap up with the YouTube live and then we'll come back and chit chat some more. Go ahead, Adesoji.
I said to Mr. President's retort. He says, what happened to the other people in the other states? Don't they have cancer? No, they're wired differently. They're bionic human beings.
With that being said, YouTube, we have come to the end of a show. Wow, this one was a extra long show. I am going to be breaking it up. I have to break this one up into chunks and repost on YouTube. But the good thing is that you're able to scroll through, to different segments that you may want to listen to if you want to re-listen. I want to thank you so much for being with us on YouTube Live. Almost 6 hours on YouTube Live. What can go so? Are we doing a marathon? I don't know. But I know I threw caution to the wind when we had our technical issues this morning. And let me say this. Thank you to everyone here on Fanbase who subscribed. I appreciate you. We are growing them, say one cocoa full basket. So I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. We don't take that for granted. Thank you. We're now at 109 subscribers and we continue to go. We started our lives. When did we start the lives? Last week, Wednesday? I saw. Want to remind me?
Yes.
Last week was all right.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be Wednesday.
Last week was all right. So we're now at 109 subscribers. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As we continue to do our best to bring you truth in journalism, or news articles that we dissect and make sure we are, having honest conversations about them. That being said, let me go ahead and do the wrap up. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right. Thank you again, YouTube Live. We will be back with you Monday morning, 9:35 a.m. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Until then, take care.